Yes, because this is gonna be a rerun. Since it was so freaking cold, I want to see if it replicates actually. Well, there. Okay, it gets ready. In winter was 11 hours. This time I calculated it might be 10 hours. That's 1 hour faster. Okay, is it get ready? I'm gonna shoot the intro. Wait, is the car pulling from the plug or is it just pulling from the battery? It finished charging. Oh. Well, you can't expect it to be as good as MEB cars or Tesla, right? Yeah, it pulls with the battery now. Well, I can try to re-plug in. Box. Yeah. We are at 100%. It's actually draining from the battery right now. Okay, whatever. So you see here, if you go to navigation, okay, we had yes home. Last time we ended up here somewhere in Ljungskile actually, almost ran out of juice. So this time I'm better prepared. I know how this car behaves. You see here, yeah, Ljungskile, whatever. There's no preheating on this battery, unfortunately. Now if you do this, the car will estimate we'll arrive with 26%. It ain't gonna happen. We might arrive with 5%. Okay, it's right before 10. Let's go. What, should we actually start by 10? There's 10. Let's go. This, this, and then delete some stuff. Reset them in. Long-term driving. Yeah, okay. Yep. Then we had to disable a bunch of shite. We have to disable the smart drive. Okay, intelligent speed limit off, lane departure switch off, but that will come on anyway. Emergency lane off, and then the last one is the distract alert. Yeah. Holy crap, man! This still has bad translation here. Okay, whatever. Off we go. I forgot to show the battery status in car scanner, but whatever. I can check now. Yeah, because I believe that this should be a faster run. So it was quite cold when I did it last time, but now when it's warmer outside, hopefully around 6 to 10 degrees Celsius, then it should be a whole world better. Oh, we actually start with 23 to 29 degrees Celsius in the battery. I did I drove today a little test, and that's why we actually have a nice and warm battery. shit. Okay, 23 to 29 degrees. Well, hopefully it won't cold gate, rapid gate. When I started this morning, so I did a run today in the freaking annoying traffic. Lots of annoying left lane huggers, campers. Hopefully it won't be too many of them left, because it seems like many of them are traveling today to get ready in Oslo for 17. Mai. So lots of traffic. I also saw on Facebook there are some Laderstau in Strømstad. But yeah, so I started today with 100% battery, and then I did a run actually to Strømstad, Ionity Strømstad, and turn around, draw all the way there and back again. And I had to bail out at Berger. So that, I mean, I even turned around at 55%. I thought that would be enough. Well, apparently 55%, well, I don't know. I had even tailwind on the way back. I couldn't make it back, but I ran it without HVAC. So that will be in a range test, I think, range test video. But because I wanted to find out how many kilowatt hour can we get out, or does this car hide the consumption, or just like the D-Pal? Well, I drove 330 kilometers-ish and consumed 187 watt-hour per kilometer, if I remember correctly. And I had 2% of display. I count that as 1%. Well, we already down to 98%, okay. But I calculated that we have around 62.4 kilowatt hour on this battery. That is even with HVAC off. Okay, I had a little bit of moisture problem, so I had to run the dehumidifier a couple of times. Whatever what they was called again, the front defroster. Aspect ratio is what was wrong? What's wrong with the screen? Is it fucked up? Do I need to restart something? No, just a regular 1,000 kilometer route. Screen is okay. But so that was strange, because I was expecting that I will get more kilowatt hour, and I was expecting 69.5 kilowatt hour, just like in the D-Pal S05. So that was really strange. I don't know. I did my best, to get to measure this, try to see if I get more kilowatt hour out of the battery. Wait, why is auto stay not working? Come on, shit, man. Seriously? Come on. The blinker was stuck on. That's why I didn't notice. But yeah, so that was really strange. But then, okay, I had to bail out at Bergen, and I had to charge a little bit. So then the battery heated up, and then yeah. So this morning it was 14. No, it was 16 to 20 degrees when we started this morning, and now when we start it's 22 to 29 degrees. So the battery is warmer. I think I saw my own old video that it's supposed to rapid gate at 48%, 48 degrees. So well, we might rapid gate this session, but this challenge, but at least we shouldn't cold gate, because the cold gate was quite bad. We were taking only 100 kilowatt most of the sessions, and there were even one session we had around 80-90 kilowatt only. But it was really cold during that run. I think the coldest was minus 17 degrees Celsius. Well, or was it another car? I don't remember. I think that was this car. So it was really cold, and this car has no preheating. I was like, what the heck, man? It's back to 2013. No, actually, no joke. Tesla invented preheating in 2019. Before that time, I remember in the early, right when I got MC Hammer in actually 30 March 2019, Tesla didn't implement preheating yet, and even MC Hammer cold gated a bit. But then it came later that year, and then you guys know the rest of the story, that many car manufacturers then implemented preheating. But apparently this car and the Deepal S05 and many other Deepals, they don't have preheating. They have this pulse heating thingy, whatever it's called again. But that's only for heating up when it's really cold outside, when the battery supposedly is minus 10 degrees, which is quite rare. And then you have to be stationary. IMBA. Well, we have there's not much IMBA right now. I don't think we'll see too much IMBA because it's going to be warmer in the battery. Or I think the problem is that the battery goes quite cold. We'll see, I guess, once we go low. But we also get some massive power limit eventually. It becomes sluggish. And I also tested. It drops really fast, past 10% still. So, yeah. But okay, but it's weird. I used a better route planner, and a better route planner claims that it will take 10.5 hours, but according to my own test, it's only going to be a little bit over 10 hours, possibly even better. But I need to go deep, because I can get full speed if I go deep, but then the riskiness of going deep is that if I have 10%, I have to count it as 5%, kind of. So when we have, I don't know, I just have to I have to calculate that this car is quite non-linear. So I'm not sure now, according to the route planner and also my own test earlier, we should be able to make it to Ljungskile and actually hammer it there, not, but then can we make it to Specular? I don't know. We have to see once we get past Håby, and actually once we get past Uddevalla, I think, go closer to Ljungskile. But this car seems to be efficient, because when I did the test today with HVAC off, I managed to get only around 190 watt-hour per kilometer on the motorway, trying to hammer it, but there were lots of Nissan blocking the left lane. So that's what I'm gonna see tonight, and then I guess I'm not sure when I'm gonna do this, but maybe, well, tomorrow is Sunday. When do I have time to do the range test? Kind of need to sleep. I don't know when I have time for the range test, man, because I'm supposed to catch up the sleep tomorrow night. Okay, I don't know. I want to do a range test just to test how efficient this car really is when it's not so freaking cold outside. Could do it tomorrow night, but kind of need to at least sleep for a couple of hours before I wake up and do the test, and then try to get some more sleep. So sleep when you're dead. But yeah, I see many Norwegians, they bought this car. It seems to be popular. It seems like Norwegians, they are quite brand loyal. So they are loyal to the brand, whether it's Nissan or first he hammers it and then he slows down. What's up with this guy? Are you in a rush or what? Or Mazda, you know? But I just want to see, because normally I don't get that cold 1,000 kilometer challenge. That was some of the coldest 1,000 kilometer challenges. Even during winter, it doesn't get that cold, around 0 degrees. So, just want to do a rerun, just to see what kind of result we can get. But yeah, I mean, I picked it up on Friday. I actually shave off. Initially, I wanted to pick it up on Monday and then return it this Monday, you know, have it 1 week. But then the Model 3 Standard showed up, and that's more important. So then I shave off a lot of time, dedicated time for the Model 3, and then pick up this later. And then, guys, great news. I have booked by the end of July, and in the beginning of July, I have booked Seeker 7 GT, the all-wheel drive with the big battery. But also the Seeker 7 GT rear-wheel drive core, the Poor Man 7 GT also. Dude, okay, I mean, either you hammer it or you stay behind, right? Man, what an annoying dude, that Ford driver. But yeah, so the Seeker 7 GT has the possibility to be the fastest 1,000 kilometer challenge car, especially because we're gonna do it in summer. Hopefully it's not too hot, I mean too cold, right? Fairly warm outside, and then it should have the efficiency and the big battery and the charging curve. But you know, the small battery, okay, it needs only 13 minutes to go to 80%. But if you look on the EV database, the average power 10 to 80% on the small battery is 230 kilowatt, and then the big battery is 240 kilowatt. So the big battery is still faster to 1,000 kilometer challenge because you have more energy. Okay, it's slightly less efficient, but it's just maybe kilograms more, I don't know, or but then, well, actually it might not be that heavier because it's LFP versus NMC, right? But you get more energy, you get more range, and you actually get faster average speed to 80%. I think for Seeker, it might pay off to charge to 80% because it charges so fast. So that it will be interesting once the i3 comes out, if you can beat the 7 GT or not. But the 7 GT might be the winner, or might set some records in June, end of June. But then, well, unfortunately, I can only use 400 kilowatt chargers. But on the other hand, what was it again? It can take 480 kilowatts supposedly. But when I tried it on the, what the heck was it again? Yeah, I tried it on the Neo charger. That was 480 kilowatts supposedly. It only peaked at 415 briefly and then dipped below 400. So it seems like it doesn't really get any benefit from 400 plus kilowatt, unlike what I believe Xpeng might be able to. So Xpeng will probably just go flat 400 kilowatt. But I will try. I asked Xpeng about this. That I think there's a Delta charger at Amfi or Vinterbro that is 500 kilowatt. But they say that they have limited the current actually. They need something like 700 amp to hit max speed. So maybe that Eco Energica at Ionity, what's it called again? Elverum could deliver 500 kilowatt and 700 amp boost. Just have to hammer over it and test it with the Xpeng. Well, especially the X9 charges the fastest. No, but supposedly the 7 GT, this is not the updated, doesn't have the same, the new, it has the same as this 7X. Remember that we get the stuff in Europe way later than what they get in China. But yeah, I mean, 400 kilowatt flat is still damn good if Xpeng can do that. We're actually gonna max out on the freaking charger, but hopefully it won't be too hot outside, so we can actually boost on 600 amp long enough before it throttles naturally. Yeah, it should. That's the thing, because I mean, how long are you gonna stay on 600 amp? Possibly just less than 5 minutes, and supposedly it can boost for 25 minutes or so if it's not too hot outside. Wow, look at that massive traffic on the other side. I don't know what's going on, but I mean, I try to understand the traffic flow here, but I noticed that there are lots of traffic today. First I thought there would be lots of traffic tomorrow because that's the last day of the long weekend. Nope, it's today because people are traveling home, or they're getting ready for 17 Mai. So the unusual traffic tonight could actually be some Laderstau. Oh, it's okay, auto defogs all the time, man. A, B, C, D always be constantly defogging. There's a Neo ET7. They are somewhat popular as taxis. But man, this software is really annoying. Also the throttle response. I almost feel like it's noisier than the Model 3, but just right after testing the Model 3, right? Came in this car like, whoa, it sounds like it has a bit more rumbling. I'm not sure, but the noise test shows that it's quieter than the Model 3. But just the whole experience using this car is like, the throttle, you cannot drive smooth, or I have to actually run the car with low regen, so then I don't have the advantage of one pedal drive. But the throttle is not smooth. Around 0 kilowatt plus minus, you know, these Chinese cars are annoying because then you feel a little jolt when you're trying to balance it between some regen or some power, and then it slows down annoyingly lot in the curves. And then those are that annoying emergency lane keeping. You turn it off, but then at random times it will turn it on again based on some criteria. It just turned it on. I'm like, holy shit balls. But I mean, Norwegians, they buy this car, right? Probably because they don't care, or they don't know, or they I don't know, there will be plenty other cars I would buy before I buy this car. I don't know if I even want to buy this car if I had the money, because there are so many other cars, better cars out there that performs better. They are not so annoying and all this stuff here. You know, just the software. I don't know. The software doesn't seem to. It has lots of, I don't know, maybe not spelling error, but just weird language like charging gun and int panur, and many things they could have spelled them better. There's enough space in the user interface to write the language correctly. And I can understand when you're chatting with friends that you're not that that strict about grammar or punctuation, or but in a user interface in a car, also in a written article, you should have everything spot on correct. And this car is like sloppy. It's like someone is chatting with me, I'm like, huh? But whatever, that's probably not important for most people. They just want to have a beautiful car with okay space. I'm mostly ranting about Chinese cars. I mean, it's not Mazda's fault. I don't know. Is it Mazda's fault? Well, but also it seems like the software here is not as good as the D-Pal, because the D-Pal you have that energy screen that you can see stuff that you don't have it here. So I'm like, huh? Why not? Because I would like to know if it hides some consumption or not. Then also, like, how many kilowatt hour do we actually have here? Because I have measured I measured 57 kilowatt hour and around 66 kilowatt hour, and then today I measured 62.5 roughly. So I'm like, huh? With other cars, when I measure battery capacity, it is very spot on, very little variation. I could do a charging test again. Well, I think I did a charging test, right? Try to guess the consumption based on. Well, I don't know if this car has efficient onboard charge or not. If it has silicon carbide components, or if it's But if I assume 8% charging loss, I can guess on AC charging if I charge from, I don't know, 0% or low to 100%, see how many kilowatt hour EC reports. But I wonder if I did that. No, wait, maybe I never did that before with the Mazda. As usual, we need to correct for some traffic because it's very variable. Today seems to be more dense than normal. But we can just check by the border. It's supposed to be 1 hour and 19 minutes. There's a bunch of campers in the left lane as usual. Yeah, right now, I'm hovering around 10, plus 10 kilowatt and minus 10 kilowatt when I'm driving manual. And then the car just feels, it doesn't feel smooth. It has this power jolt when I balance it. I go between plus or minus power. And this is even with low regen. If you have it on high regen, it's even more annoying. It has a rougher jolt. You guys can't feel it, but I can actually feel it. Okay, well, whatever. I'm just gonna test for the time. I just want to see how fast it can really be when it's not so freezing cold outside. And unfortunately, I'm gonna return it on Monday already. Yeah, I can turn off regen, but I kind of want regen. That's one of the advantages with EV. So I have to have to move my foot over to the brake pedal all the time. I mean, you can imagine if you had an electric screwdriver, right? Is that you're trying to screw something, but then the scale is not smooth and linear, or the thing. So you start rotating, you start screwing, and then you apply slightly more pressure on the throttle, and then it just jolts up and goes way faster. What the fuck is that shit, huh? It's supposed to be smooth, right? How hard can it be? And not only that, but it's like in a screwdriver, at any given position of the throttle or whatever, you have a certain RPM. No, it's not like that, because it's like you start squeezing, and then at the same throttle position, the RPM increases slightly. Eventually, it slowly increases. It's super annoying behavior. If you're used to good cars like Tesla or many of the German cars, MEB cars, whatever, plenty of other cars. Yeah, this is high traffic. It's 11. It's 10:30 right now. I guess people are just moving, getting in position for tomorrow, the big day in Norway. And then there will be some rain tonight, but this was the best day. Actually, yesterday I wasn't really ready for it because I didn't get enough sleep, so I couldn't just go for it. Tonight I'm fairly prepared, but I didn't. Well, I got like a 15-minute afternoon nap. That's pretty much it. Yeah, and also this lane. I don't know what's it called again. Like lane departure, whatever, that keeps coming back even if I disengage it. I disable it. It re-engages by itself. It's also super annoying because I am within the lane. I'm not remotely close to the sides, but then the steering wheel decides to jerk, like twist for no reason. Because it's like doing some kind of so-called safety feature. It becomes so annoying. Like if you've driven a Tesla or something better, or not so annoying, and you come to this, you'll be like, huh? But I guess if you haven't driven many electric cars before, if you come from a fossil, then no problem. Or if you don't use any of these auto steer or any of these features. But even if you drive manually, you can't drive smooth. that's the annoying part. Status 197 watt-hour per kilometer. We're down to 88%. 49 kilometers done. And it's well, it's wet outside, so what do you expect, huh? If it were dry, we would probably could shave off around 10% on the consumption, so then it would actually be quite good. for punishment. What? What are you talking about? What? 18 to 29 degrees. The car still has massive gap between min and max temp. But whatever, as long as we arrive at over 20 degrees, then we should have full speed. Or, I don't know, this car supposedly can take 200 kilowatt, but okay, as long as we get around 160, 170 kilowatt, then that's good enough. And we get some somewhat flat curve without too much rapid gate. Yeah, Pete, what did you mean about sucker for punishment? Just curious. Bus supposedly has upgraded heat pump with scavenging. Wow. Well, I need to test that. What? Huh? Dude, I thought they already had heat scavenging from before. What kind of new scavenging mode is this? Is this something that Tesla had in 2020, 6 years ago? Oh, the car even slows down in these curves. Is this even a curve? What? I guess so. So I think I need to somehow go deep, but it's a bit hard to estimate things. Yeah. And the scary part is that once you go below 10%, then it just plummets really fast. But at least I couldn't see any major slowdown when I went to 0%. It was quite Schnell from the bottom, unlike most other Chinese cars. Curve brake, no. All the Chinese cars, you cannot disable this shit. There are lots of other annoying features, like, I don't remember if this car has it. Many Chinese cars, you cannot save the drive position. Actually, some cars you can't even restore the drive position while you're driving. You have to wait until you're in park. Autosteer is all over the place, man. Okay, well, whatever. As long as it works, yeah. I feel like they could have made the car so much better if the software was better. Is it able to double the... well, I was disabled. That was the message. Well, now it seems like the traffic is getting slightly better. Right, 188 watt-hour per kilometer. Anything below 200 is good. But the Rublan estimates that I need to spend around 213 watt-hour per kilometer to use Chile. So, okay, we'll see about that. Guys, anyone living in, I don't know, Europe, or do you guys have access to Circle K? The reward stuff they've been adding lately is just crazy good. Because first I got that 2016 cup, I gave it to Pawel because I don't drink coffee. And then what else do you have? Hot chocolate or the cacao? There was like, oh, that's just massive sugar bomb. So okay, whatever. I purchased it many years ago when I had Millionaire Falcon in Bodø. But then I was like, well, at least I felt like it wasn't worth it for me. But I also have another one, just a sticker. I think I just have to retrieve the sticker and I can put it on a cup. And I have now 2 other rewards waiting for me. So I've been testing the whole reward system in Circle K. You have to be a Circle K Extra member, and then you just, well, you don't have to, but you can download the app and install it, and then, but it's not a requirement actually to use the app. But with the app, you can check what's going on and see the progress. And actually, you kind of need to go in the app to pick the reward. Yeah, that's true. So, wait, are you gonna camp or okay? But the way it works is that every 5 visits counts. Wait. Wow, suddenly there's a bunch of text there. As the car for a few months now, our market got update, okay? Never brakes in curve, huh? 10.0.6. Okay, let me see what I have here. My vehicle. I have 10.0.5. What is this? Vehicle software update. Detect and download. Do we have checking update? Already latest version, it says. I already have the latest version. How? Huh? Why? Which region is it that you can get 10.0.6? Is there a subscription Circle K that is worth taking instead of? No. Circle K, I have tested it now. Even with the maximum bonus, you still have to. I mean, you get 5.7 NOK per kilowatt hour roughly, which is almost twice as much as Ionity Passport Power. Yeah, I was hoping that it will stack better, but the way it works with Circle K Extra now is that you start with a tier, the lowest tier, and you get 30 euro discount on charging. There's also a discount on fuel, but who cares about that? And then when you move up to the next tier, then you get 40 euro discount. And then the third highest tier that I am right now, you get 45 euro per kilowatt hour discount. But I also have Ubus membership, and the Ubus adds, I don't remember how much, they also have some discounts per kilowatt hour, but they don't stack. So I have to Google about this. I don't remember how much, but I don't get 75 euro discount, you know. Unfortunately, I just immediately go to the 45 max and then stay there, regardless of what tiers. Already when I have the lowest tier, I get that that discount. Woman hugging the left lane when there's no traffic in the right lane. Yeah. Well. In a Ford Explorer electric. But oh, it feels kind of cold. Oh, the defogging thing is active again. Always be constantly defogging. I had to put the HVAC on 24 degrees Celsius. Holy shit. If I had it in a Tesla, I'd be cooking in here. In Tesla, 21 is nice and warm. Oh shit, there's a lot of text here. It's not branded Circle K in Germany. Oh, okay. They should put on the tier. But I'm gonna make a video just about this Circle K thing because it's so good. Many people should try to utilize it now that you can. And I think many people, they don't, like, I've seen people just pop in Circle K. Like, are they Circle K Extra members? I've been it for years. I think I've been a Circle K Extra member for, I don't know, maybe almost 10 years, or at least 5-6 years. Don't remember when they implemented that. But back then it was different. Then you got a fixed, don't remember how much it was. No, back then it was actually, in the beginning it was really good. It was around 10% discount. Yeah, and then they reduced it to 5% discount. And then I got some extra discount because I don't remember, man. But they've been changing it. And in the latest version now, you get this, like, so when you just pay at Circle K, it registers it as a visit. So which means that if you go there and plug it in and charge, that is one visit. And then you go inside, you buy a hot dog, that is another visit. And then if you, after that hot dog, feel like, oh, you want an ice cream, you buy an ice cream, that is another tick or a visit. And if you wash the car and you pay, that is another visit. But it's counted by each time you pay. So which means that if you pay at the counter for a hot dog and ice cream and a car wash in the same transaction, that is only one visit. But it's interesting because after 5 visits you get a reward, and I have 2 rewards waiting for me. I haven't selected them yet because I want to show it in the video. But you can choose between, it's kind of weird, you can choose in the one reward, it's kind of random what you can select, but it doesn't change once it has been set. So you can get like a coffee, who cares about that? You can get washer fluid. I was like, I don't care about that. But you can get a medium burger. I'm like, wait a minute, that is worth around 100 NOK. And then you can also get some other stuff like a Monster. I'm like, huh? Monster is nowhere near as expensive as a burger. Okay. And then I was collecting more points today and yesterday, and I got another bonus reward. And then there was different other options. There was like a chocolate, Troika chocolate. That's only 20 NOK. Who cares about that? and some other stuff like coffee or some other stuff, right? But then there was one reward that standing out, and that was a 10-pack Coke in a can, you know, worth 70 NOK. I was like, huh? Whoa, dude. so I'm gonna make a video and then I'll cash out this, and I'll probably go to Ionity Dal, and I have to ask them if I can film inside the station. Some of the places, they don't want you to film inside their maybe customers or employees or the cashier area, so I have to ask beforehand. If they say no, then I'll go to some other Circle K. But I haven't asked the PR manager in Circle K yet, because it's now 7 May, so she's not gonna reply until Monday maybe. Hummer, I've seen it at Valdemar. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, 2 decades ago, when I was still young, right? I remember McDonald's. They had this. There was just paper card. Yeah, there was no app or shit like that. It was before the smartphone era. But they had this klippekort, or this bonus card. You can purchase something at McDonald's, and then you get this stamp. Yeah, and then after, I don't remember, 6 or 10 stamps, you get a burger meal, or a medium burger meal or something. What did I do? I went into the drive-in, purchased this ice cream. It was just basic ice cream for 10 NOK or some shit. And then after enough stamps, I would then cash out the medium burger menu. Or was it a small burger? I don't remember. But that was maybe worth around 100 NOK. But then after a while, they discontinued that. But this system with Circle K is way easier to collect stamps because it just counts one transaction. So technically, you could just buy something for 5 NOK and it counts as a transaction, right? A visit, or you can just charge your car briefly, right? But I mean, are they gonna detect that you're abusing the system? At night, you can just plug in, charge 1 kilowatt hour, stop, and then plug in again and charge another kilowatt hour and stop, right? And then suddenly you have collected 5 stamps for the reward. But whatever. I mean, I guess if they see that kind of abuse, they'll probably crack it down somehow. But they could maybe put in I don't know. They can detect what kind of, if it's a legitimate transaction with some amount, and you wash the car and then you purchase food, and you have some amount of charging, then it counts. But I think that they just want you as customer, because getting a customer also costs money. They need to advertise. It's similar to a Tesla referral program, you know. So they just want to get you in the store so you can buy shit, and they want to reward you for being loyal and all that. And then there's a chance that once you get there, you will buy something else or purchase or come back later or whatever. Right? Consumption is 198 watt-hour per kilometer. Yeah, that was weird, because the car wash subscription, I Googled about this just a couple of days ago. Google AI claims that you can use this on any car, but then when I Google it today, it says that no, it's locked to a license plate. So, and then it says, you know, unlimited wash, but you're limited to 2 wash per day or 8 washes per month. So it's not really unlimited, is it? Was I consider subscribing to it so I can use it on my press cars, but then if it's only locked to 1 license plate, then that's not going to work. finally stopped raining for now. Do you like the Mazda 6e? Well, just rewind around 10-15 minutes. I mean, the car is beautiful. That's pretty much it. That's where it ends. The rest is like, but maybe just me, because I'm just used to other cars, how other cars behave, and then most people, they don't care about this, so they don't even notice this. Yeah. Also, all the stairs kind of nervous the way the steering wheel moves, like jiggly, jiggly, jiggly. I was like, whoa, 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 you know? Ah, it's not Japanese. Interior is nice. Yeah. Where the heck is that? I'm trying to adjust the ambient light. Oh, it's on display. Oh, wow. Wait, is it there? Where the heck is the ambient light settings? Light, of course, it's on top, yeah. It's a bit unusual that light is on top. Normally, car stuff is on top, light a bit further down in the menu. Okay, let me see. Height 0 on the headlights, alright. Oh, there is a bit bright. Let me tone it down. There, that's better. Ambient light was too bright for my taste. Okay, all good. And then slows down in the curves. How come you always drive this long distance? Huh? Well, have you ever watched any of these videos before? I think you need to watch one of them to understand what's going on. It's usually when we drive this long distance that we find out how good or bad the cars are. driving it for 5 minutes or 10 minutes and take some photos with some nice fancy background is not gonna be very useful. Dude, there's a lot more traffic than normal. The heck is going on tonight, man? It's 11 now at night. There's so many cars here. And of course, a bunch of right lane hugger Nissan. Okay, go. Was another woman. Maybe she didn't understand how lane discipline works. Yeah, I think they're visiting family or just doing stuff to celebrate tomorrow, or I don't know. But they kind of need to go back to work on Monday. These office brats. Well, we have driven for 1.9 hours. Oh man, I don't know, but maybe most people don't care if it says 1.9 hours. Yeah. Yeah, in 1.7 hours, you'll be like, huh? Cannot, what? The car claims I will arrive at Ljungskile with 25% battery. Okay, estimation here is not good. Well, actually, I could be wrong. Maybe we will arrive at Ljungskile with 25%. Can we even make it a speculator? Well, let's find out eventually. Man, yes. Thank you. Oh. Okay, so consumption is 201 watt-hour per kilometer now. I need to try to get an idea of the distance error once we are at the bridge. Oh, it's defogging again. Dude, it's constantly defogging. I haven't seen any other car defog so much, man. I actually don't understand why it fogs so much. Well, I mean, it doesn't fog because it's defogging. But other cars, like Tesla, for example, no problem with fogging. You just drive all day, no problem. Even in rain or whatever, winter, it doesn't fog. Well, I shouldn't have any Baustelle tonight, right? Okay, in Sweden side, I think there's still some Baustelle there. Oh wow, dude, it's 11. It's still some brightness outside. Yeah, you can see the sky. It's not total dark yet. Wow. Yeah, I go at 100 kilometers per hour. Yeah, wow, dude, I wish I could show you guys the steering wheel. It is so nervous. It just jiggles left and right, leg and right. Sometimes. Shouldn't have to do that, you know? But he's actually doing it for some reason. Maybe I should make a new type of video that actually tests ADAS, right? Then I will check for stuff like this. Does it jiggle on the wheel? Does it accelerate, decelerate a lot? Does it slow down in the curves? Can you turn it off? Can you change, or how easy is it to change following distance? Dude, holy shit balls, it drives so slow in the curve here. Are you for real? Come on. Holy shit, man, this drives slow. No, go faster. Oh, shit. And then also, how easy it is to change the speed. And if you want to fine-tune the speed. Some cars are super annoying. You press and hold, and also explain how do you increase. This car actually quite slow to, you have to press and hold for, let me see how long, around 2 seconds before it will increase by 10 kilometers per hour. That's really long. 1 second should be enough. And then some other cars is you click once to increase by 5 or 10, and then you press and hold to increase, or press and hold, and then it will tick up by 1. But then many cars, like many Chinese cars, I think it was it was the MG. They are super annoying in that regard. Is that you press and hold to increase by 1, but then you 2, 3, 4, no, then you go back down. So, yeah. So what, did that guy respond to me eventually? Maybe I forgot to read his chat. The new Nissan Leaf? Nope. Still waiting. It was a while ago he mentioned something, and then I asked him, and then I think he just disappeared. Okay, whatever. Was it some guy mentioned about punishment or something? I'm like, what? Are you talking about punishment points or what the heck? Dude, defogs again, man. It's almost like the car defogs more than it's not defogging. Because every time it defogs, it becomes kind of cold in here. It needs to divert all the heat towards the windscreen. And I was like, whoa, why does it feel so cold? Oh, it's defogging. Okay. And it's strange because it is quite dry in the garage. I haven't pulled in a massive moisture from the garage. Now it wants to slow down again. No, but it just go. Okay. I think once I'm in Sweden, I will not push the accelerator pedal because then I need to do it every 30 seconds. I'll probably just let it drive whatever it wants to drive. Then we don't deduct for the slowness in the curves. But I will do the correction once we're on the border here because we had some slow pokes. Because now we have driven 1.1 hours. And then under ideal conditions, we need to drive for 1 hour and it will take 1 hour and 19 minutes. So I have to find out how much that is. 1 hour 19 minutes. Okay, I know it's actually 1.3 hours. Yeah. Eurovision, huh? What? Heat pump? I don't know. Does it have it? Hope so. Well, at least the traffic got better now. Dude, I need to crank up the temperature to 25 degrees. Also kind of annoying that you cannot single click to increase the temperature. You have to always go into the temperature slider and then change the temperature. And there's no swipe gesture either. So that's also minus. There's a big ass screen here. But it's like Volvo Polestar, where you have to click once and then adjust the temp. Many times you just want to increase or decrease by half degree, right? Okay, now it's just 23% at Ljungskile. Alright, it will keep dropping and dropping. There's Eurovision tonight. Okay. Oh, the defog again. What the heck, man? Dude, it's constantly defogging. Well, almost. It's like it runs the defogging for 1 minute and then it turns it off. And okay, let me. Okay, defogging on. All right. Let's see how long it lasts. It's not even raining now. What the heck, man? Okay, I mean the road is moist and I guess there's moisture outside. Maybe there's 100% humidity outside right now. What? Take over the vehicle immediately? What the heck, man? It's fine. Oh. Okay, we have headwind. Yeah, we normally have headwind during a 1,000 kilometer challenge because I tend to choose days with nice weather. Well, it's a try, yeah. But I usually have only Saturday, Sunday. Just a bit of slack there, of flexibility. Gas car, more than not heat. No, but no. I mean, I don't care about the consumption. It's just that. I thought that 24 degrees would be plenty, but no, I have to go. It's not like I'm trying to be stingy on the heat or anything. It's fine. I want to have the same comfort on all the other cars I test. It's just that in this car you have to crank it up to 25 degrees, whereas most other cars, 21 is fine. I mean, if you understand how stuff works in 2026, then you can have it nice and warm in there. I can sit here in my shorts, I can have it actual 28 degrees in the car, and it's not going to affect the 1,000 kilometer challenge too much. I might consume 5 5 or 10 watt hour per kilometer more only, and that takes a minute or two extra of charging. The problem with gas car, fossil cars, that if you approach a downhill with too high speed, then you have lots of energy wasted when you go downhill. Depends, of course, how long the downhill is and so on, but you tend to need to brake downhill, unless you use engine braking. But that generates heat. But then the kinetic energy that you have built up, you cannot get it back. You're gonna coast, yeah. Then how fast do you wanna go downhill, huh? Yeah, lots of energy, especially when they are idling or just in congestion. I should try to measure that somehow, but it's gonna take a while. But I mean, you can already measure it while you're stationary, you know, or if you're just, yeah, I mean, you can already see it when you're stationary. Many cars, well, I think VAG will show that you consume 0.6 liter per hour. Yeah, it switches from liter per 100 kilometer to liter per hour. That's where the German cars get the kilowatt hour per hour from, because they switch from kilowatt hour per 100 kilometer to kilowatt hour per hour. You know, they're being lazy, those damn Germans. But then 0.6 liter or 0.7 liter is actually around 7,000 watt, which is freaking massive. Hybrids are better, plug-in hybrids, because they usually do the start-stop and they only start the engine. Well, actually, yeah, you kind of need hybrid so you can move forward slowly, but then eventually you need to charge that thing. But at least you're not wasting 7,000 watt stationary. And also, of course, cars with start-stop system, they will also actually save a lot on stau. But they cannot move forward if the engine is off. So then you need the hybrid system, which makes things more complex, more expensive, heavier, less efficient. What? Auto steer stop? Oh shit, man. It's raining and I have no auto steer. The heck? Really? I even tried to avoid the worst rains. I looked at yesterday and okay, today is going to be okay. Actually, yesterday would have been slightly better weather. But then I was too tired. I couldn't go yesterday night. Wait, there, auto steer is back. Maybe they don't have rain in China. And now it slows down in the curve and holy shit balls, man. You know the Volvo. It's also made in China. But the Volvo ES90 was wonderful. It did not slow it down in the curve. It had an even throttle response. Smooth. The software actually didn't seem glitchy at all. It was slow. Yeah, when you do some stuff, you click on something and it will take half a second before the screen popped up. I was thinking, did I not click on it? Oh, there. You know, it should be instant. Like when you click on something, it should come up instant, like my old Soul before I sold it, or a Tesla. But at least the Volvo, it's still Chinese, but it was way better. It was not annoying at all. The software was just really good compared to the Polestar 3 or 4 I tested last year or whenever it was. So it seems like maybe Geely started to get the shit together and they make better software. Good to see how it is in the Seeker 7 GT this summer. Oh shit, we have spent 1.3 hours already. Consumption is 207 watt-hour per kilometer. We are at 141 kilometers. We're getting close to the border now. It's getting quite empty, that's good. No Udfall tonight. Lots of wet road. Now the car still claims 23% at arrival. Jungschile, okay, we're gonna see about that. We're down to 58%. Yes, I spent more energy today, and I mean now than earlier today in the daytime. No, mainly because we had nicer weather and more dry roads in the daytime, and lower traffic. I mean, and more traffic, and then I had to drive slow behind lots of people. Because actually I had 55% at Strømstad. I owned the Strømstad today. And I even took a little detour to Yemen before I went on the trip. So yeah, it shows that wet road usually steals a lot. And of course, some higher speed at night. And lower temp, yeah. But 10 degrees, well, I mean, it's still okay. Temperature-wise, that's actually good. Wow, lots of water here. Achtung, Wasser! Let's try to avoid the water pockets so I don't get the aquaplaning. .7 liters stationary. Let me turn off the auto steer for a bit. I need to drive manually. No, I turn off auto steer and then it comes back. Are you serious, man? Come on, can you just turn on that shit? Okay, let me see. There, now it's off. Dude, like, you turn it off 3 times before it actually turns off. Okay, under the bridge, 145.1. Okay, so it underreports. 145.3. Wow, it's supposed to be 146.5. So there's roughly 1% underreporting. That means that the consumption is 1% lower. Okay, at least that's good. But we have spent 1.3 hours getting here. No, we started at 23 exactly. No, sorry. We started at 22 exactly. Now it's 23:21, so we already spent 1 hour and 21 minutes. It's going to be 22, I think, by the time we reach the border. So that means 3-minute delay. No, 23 now. 4-minute delay. Then it slows down like a mother trucker again. Come on, stop that shit. Oh, just hammer it. Oh, well, I forgot I could have made a video in Thai, but yeah, whatever. I forgot about that. I'm not sure how popular it would be in Thailand. I think I want to use the left lane here. Nobody uses on the right lane because you have the rumbling on the right lane. Okay. Yeah, 23 now at the border. We are now at the Swedish border, and as always, we want to check how much time we spend here and correct for the slow traffic today. Well, guess what? We have spent 1.3 hours. How much is 1.3 hours? Yeah, I'm gonna tell my buddy, okay, dude, we're gonna meet up in 1.7 hours. Be like, huh? What? Where? Huh? No, okay. The time is 23:23. That means that under ideal condition, it should be 23:19. So we have 4-minute delay here because of traffic and various other stuff. So, right, all good. What should, and the consumption, well, it seems like we have 1% underreporting. We're going to check that later, but that means the consumption is a little bit over 200 watt-hour per kilometer. That's actually not too bad that we have wet roads. Wow. Okay, now the car says 21% at Ljungskile. Really? We're going to see about that. Wait, let me see. The screen is kind of bright here. Okay. Look, can we change brightness on the separate brightness? Display. Oh, instrument panel brightness. Oh, I see. It's separate brightness. Can I even get past this guy, or the car keeps slowing down in the curves? Every time I'm trying to get closer, and then we come to a curve, and then this car, that. And then I wish I could show you guys the steering wheel. It goes really jiggly in the curves. There's 93. Norwegian register. 20% at the arrival. Well, I'll be happy if I can just make it to Ljungskile. Dude, there's a high beam. Okay, auto high beam. Then it slows down in the curve. It's not even that hard curve, sharp curve. But actually, I realized I can do the ADAS test in, for example, a range test. But maybe I should. It should be highlighted in a separate video. But I often mention the ADAS stuff in the range test, or when it slows down in the curve, for example, or doing some other annoying things. But we could test a bunch of stuff. For example, auto lane change. I need to test lots of more criteria that actually matters. Like some cars, like the BMW, you can't change the following distance that easily. You have to dig into the menu. And then what about remembering the last state? Tesla has that curvature assist thing that you cannot turn off, which is also very annoying. But for the most time, it's not slowing down. Dude, seriously, stop driving so damn slow. Holy shit, man, it's not that curved. It's not that sharp over here. Oh, you just have to survive now. The challenge. Holy shit, man. It drives so slow in the curves. Oh, dude, I'm at 50% now. I've done 163 kilometers. GOM claims 168 kilometers left. I don't think so, buddy. We are 99 kilometers away from Ljungstile. I think we have around 100 kilometers of range left. Because energy-wise, well, I can calculate that now. Let me see. Okay, energy, 165 kilometers. Times 211 watt hour per kilometer is 34.8 kilowatt hour. Okay. If we assume 63 point, oh, how much again? What did I measure today? 62.5 only. What? Okay. Then we have 27 kilowatt hour left. Okay. That means a budget of around 275 watt hour per kilometer then. So we have to count by that, by energy, not by percentage, because that's way off. I could map this if I had the time. I need to record, well, I don't know, just record the instrument cluster. And then I just play back and check every... No, don't fire up the high beat. Are you for fucking real, man? Dude, we have a Volvo in front of us. Did you guys see that shit? I need to turn off that shit, man. Freaking auto high beam sucks balls. Are you serious? Did you not see the Volvo in front here? What? This is... Maybe he's annoyed now, Volvo. Please don't blast your lights at me, Mr. Volvo. Dude, the car wants to just run. The AutoSteer just want to drive in all the water pockets. Yes, why not? Try to avoid them, please. Okay, let me turn the lights manually here. Yeah, there's going to be some rain, but I think actually past, or maybe at Ljungskile or something, there will be no rain for a while until Halmstad. But I don't know if I can make it to Spekerød or not, because there's a 20, I don't remember, a 20 or 25 kilometer stretch from Ljungskile to Spekerød, so yeah, 1% should give me roundabout, well, at least at low state of charge I get only 2 kilometers. So if I have 15% left, that's actually counted more like 10%, because the last percent it drops like a rocket, or actually drops like a rock, that's what I meant. So I have to see once we get close, then I'll decide what to do. But at least it's good now that I know the car better. I know I can test the car better to its maximum capabilities. And also the strange thing is that as long as we get good charging curve, then we should charge to 65 to 75%. That's optimal. But this car actually has pretty good charging curve. 165 kilowatt for a while, for a good while. Oh, what is the battery temperature? Dude, the battery temperature is 17 to 30 degrees Celsius. Wait. Oh, dude, stop. First it does some shitty movements on the AutoSteer, and then it tells me to take over the steering. Well, you're the one who fucked up, man. Shit. This car will drive me nuts, man. I'm just driving the same route, exact same way, you know, as the other cars. But the Volvo from China also did not annoy the heck out of me. The Volvo was actually really good. I love the Volvo. Okay, there was some annoying things about it, I remember, but most of it was good. No, now navigation bugs me about charging stop. No, don't do that. Hey, what? Huh? Dude, seriously? The car wants me to add the charging stop because we will arrive at 18%. Huh? Seriously? Well, I mean, check the settings here. Are you for real? You are concerned about arriving with 18%? Navigation preferences. Auto zoom. Okay, don't do that. More. Wait, charging preferences maybe. Charge level at destination. Oh yeah. Not 20%. No. 10%. Yes. That's better. Charge level at charging station. We caught with the police. So now we just have to slowpoke behind it. Arrival charge level 10%, 80%. Yeah, okay. See, I was not paying attention. I was busy trying to click on the navigation, and then this happened. So now it's like, I see you approach me really quick, and then you slow down. Wait, I'm not. Okay. I'm in trouble now, dude. Don't go too close to the police. Now what? dude, okay, I need to increase the following distance because it's actually kind of close. But yeah, I guess maybe we can reach Spekerød then. Depends how far this guy wants to drive. um, well, I've been out there before. If I pull over and stop and wait like I've done before, then the police might also pull over. So okay, whatever. I'm just gonna keep cruising. We just calculate based on this. Yeah, it's gonna be nicer further south. I don't remember if it was Uddevalla or somewhere. Then we'll at least have no rain for a while until we hit some rain around Falkenberg or Halmstad again. Dude, auto steer stopped working again. What? I mean, you can see the lines. Yeah, the car struggles in the rain, supposedly. Well, I hope we don't Colgate. Well, actually, if you go deep, yeah, the trick is to go deep because when you go deep, you get the hotted battery. Now the battery is at 16 to 30 degrees. I mean, what the heck, man? When we started, we had 19 to 25 or something. So the coldest cell cooled down and the hottest cell heated up. So there's a massive 14 degrees Celsius delta between min and max now. Can we get auto stay working again? No. Wait, what's that? Oh, I have no auto steer. Auto steer is off. It's not available. It's actually not even great. It's not. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, exactly. I have to be careful about that below 10% drop. Even today, when the weather was nice and I had HVAC off, it dropped really fast. Well, this is going to be interesting. There is a car approaching from behind, kind of fast-ish, and then I will see what he will do. What that car behind will do once it approaches us. Let's hope he's not going all the way to Specular. Oh, X is there. Oof. Oh. Well, bye-bye. No, auto stay is back. Oh, that car in front is smelly. Okay, dude, that guy has some lead bar, that's for sure. Freaking powerful lead bars, man. No, don't. Okay, now it slows down at the curves again. Super annoying, come on. Stop being so annoying. Oh, and the lane thing enable again. Oh shit, man, it's annoying. It keeps interfering with the drive here. Let me see. It's called, let me see, Smart Drive. I had to disable it. Lane departure switch. Yeah, it keeps re-enabling. You will hear the little sometimes. Then it figures out that, oh, we need to re-enable that shit. Okay, down to 37%, 120 kilometers on GOM. Consumption is 215 watt-hour per kilometer. And we have been driving for 1.8 hours. And we are 63 kilometers away from Ljungskile. And now the car claims 17% at Ljungskile. I mean, it was minus 10 degrees or minus 8 degrees this winter. And I barely made it. Ljungskile slow poking, and I had to go below 0% for a couple of kilometers even. So we should be able to make it there today. But the thing is that, what if I arrive at Ljungskile with 15%? Do I dare to go for Spekkerud? Or is that Russian roulette? No, I didn't bring protection. But we don't need protection because we have so massive buffer here below zero. Don't remember, I had to look at my own 0 mile test. Oh man, lovely weather. Wet all the way, pretty much. I haven't seen dry asphalt during this challenge yet. But I mean, it means that it's nice and warm outside. What is the temperature now? Where's the temperature? There, 9 degrees Celsius, wow. That should be an advantage. It's all about the temp on this car. 17 to 30 degrees Celsius now. I think during the winter run I had 10 degrees at the worst. So, okay, whatever. If you can get more than 20 degrees, that would be great. But then the max temp might be 35 and then it replicates. Shit. We have 13 degrees Celsius delta between min and max now. Oh, but it's not the record. The record was the BZ4X, I think. 18 degrees. Wait, so did the auto steer thing? Yeah, it re-enable again. Dude, can you stop enabling that shite, man? Oh, it keeps pulling the steering wheels. I want to adjust and avoid the water pockets on the road, but then that shitty, annoying system re-enables, and then it pulls on the steering wheel. So I have to fight against the steering wheel, and then every 5 minutes or so, I need to disable that shit again because it automatically re-enables. Like how can you make a car more annoying? I think it's not possible. Oh, shit. Dude, we have pollen over here? I'm allergic to Burke. Or maybe I'm allergic to bad software. I was trying to press the mute button, but I couldn't do it in time. But yeah, it seems like the consumption is close to what Abed estimated. That's pretty good, but the Abed seems to be off when it comes to the charging speed. Or actually, I don't know. Maybe it has the correct charging speed. based on some rapid gate, whole gate. Because when I look at my perfect charging test on the D-Pal, wait, was it D-Pal or the Mazda? No, wait, if that was the Mazda, yeah, then it would be a lot faster, around 20 minutes. But then Abedrupan estimates 24 minutes. I'm like, huh? Where do you get that from? Holy shit, man, the auto steer, or the emergency lane, or whatever it's called again. Dude, like how? Stop it. Okay, there. And then it slows down also. Lane departure switch is called. Especially now when I'm not using auto steer, I have to keep, and it's wet outside, and I have to keep turning it off. I need to drive manually now. I'm driving a little bit off center to avoid the water pockets. But I mean seriously, like, I'm not trying to hate the car. It's just that it's being really annoying. I'm just trying to drive here, man, in a safe manner. It's definitely not safe having to look in the screen every 5 minutes to disable that shit, because they keep re-enabling it. The camera? Well, I can try to block the camera, see what happens. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what re-enables that shit. Or what triggers the re-enabling of the lane departure switch. Wait, what if I switch it to warning only? No, that's also annoying. Then the steering wheel shakes. Okay, no, that's not good. But then it has the correction and warning. Super annoying, man. It shakes the steering wheel and fights against me. I'm like, dude. So I have to keep that screen on right now. I want to check out the navigation status, but that's not visible anywhere. My old e-Golf will at least show some arrival stats. Well, I can see it in the main. I can see it in the instrument cluster. Okay. 46 kilometers left to destination, but not how many percent they will arrive with and stuff like that. But okay, whatever, that's good enough. Let me see, I can check now what the car estimates. 16% at arrival, really? We'll see about that. You're still 45 kilometers away. Dude, like, what the battery cools, the cooler cells cool down. Yeah, we started with 19 degrees in the cooler cells, but they even after some hammering, it cooled down to 17 degrees, and then hotter cell is now 31 degrees. This thing leaks heat like a Swiss cheese, at least on the bottom, maybe. I would assume that the cooler cells are there were corrections back. Oh, for helvete, man. It's getting so annoying now. But it would be great if you can retain the heat, or at least have more even heat. Because I think we might rapid gate. We'll see. I think that's what happened with the D-Pal run. But the D-Pal run was done in around 0 degrees Celsius. And it was okay, 10 hours and 20 minutes if I remember correctly. Good, that must be a Volvo. Let me see. Once it passes. No, no, no. The annoying. It's just a couple of minutes, and then that lane correction is back on again. Holy shit, man! How to design a super annoying software? Ugh. Well, consumption goes up slightly, but it doesn't skyrocket. 218 watt-hour per kilometer. But if you have 1% underreporting, then it's actually only 215 or 16. Which is not too bad for wet road, right? 9 degrees Celsius at night. Oh, it's defogging again. It's constantly defogging. I try to spot where the water pockets are, try to avoid them. So you can see it in the reflection. No, don't slow down. No, don't slow down. I know you want to slow down, but don't slow down. It's fine. No, don't slow down. Don't slow down. Shit, man. But yeah, also I checked the charging prices on Tesla in Sweden. Many of them are freaking expensive. There's only one site, I think, which is the Uddevalla V3 superchargers outside the Chop Shop that is kind of cheap. The rest is very expensive, more expensive than Ionity. So we want to try to ride on Ionity if we can. And why are we testing it again? Because it was freezing cold during winter. I just want to see if it can get a way better result or even rapid gate. So we'll see. Okay, don't slow down. Come on. Man, it's a really sharp curve. We need to slow down here. Dangerously sharp. Okay, we're down to 25%. we are still 32 kilometers away from Ljungskile. Yeah, I don't think we can make it to Spekkerud. We have to stop at Ljungskile, ST1. That's it. Or Plok is called. I don't know what the heck is Plok. Or maybe they rename it S1. Oh, no, don't slow down. No, 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 no. No, don't slow down here. No, no, it's fine. Go, go, go. No, 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 don't slow. Shit, man. No, 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 no. It keeps driving slower all the time. No. I need to just hold the throttle at 5% so it doesn't slow down. Somehow they are programming the Toyota driving behavior here, and you cannot turn it off. But this is so random because now the lane departure switch did not turn on for a long time. Holy shit, man! It wants to slow down all the time. There's just a gentle curve, and it's like, oh. It really doesn't match the car because the car is a sexy sedan. Should be able to go fast around the curves, and these curves are not even half sharp even. But it slows down like it's a freaking Yaris or some shit. With no handling in the curve. Well, it's not even a curve. It's just motorway gentle bends. But we'll see how it charges now. 18 to 32 degrees. We up, but the max tend to not go up too much. And I think I need to keep HVAC off while we're charging, otherwise it's gonna replicate. I think it was 48 degrees. I rewatched my video a couple of days ago, and yeah. Wait, did I see the? Yeah, I think I also skipped through the DPAL video a bit because we didn't replicate much at all in the other test. On the Mazda test because it was simply too cold. It was mostly just cold gating. Oh, we're down to 22%. We're still 24 kilometers away. Damn. Okay. Seems like we'll stop at Ljungskile then. What is the car saying now? Percentage. 13% at Ljungskile. Yeah, the stream sniper as well, yeah. I guess it's because this route doesn't have many stream snipers. 19 to 33 degrees, okay? The battery is finally heating up, but max temp is also going up. That is not ideal. Let's hope it's not going to replicate then. Because it might actually Colgate and replicate on the same session. But at least we can get more than 100 kilowatt average, and that'd be great, yeah. Holy shit balls. Freaking rain, man. Okay, now it's getting heavy. This is getting real heavy. Good thing I know roughly how the road goes, but I have to be careful. This is why I prefer to go on nights without rain. But I just couldn't choose now. It has been raining a lot lately. At least the auto wipers are good. Okay, 16 kilometers left for Ljungskile. We're down to 18%. Seems that we're gonna go deep. To 33 degrees. It starts heating up now. We are only down to 17%. Normally, most cars will start heating up closer to 10%. Well, at least there's low delta between min and max. Well, low-ish. 20 to 33 degrees. So the min temp goes up, but the max temp doesn't go up too much, which is good for now. Holy shit balls. It's not just a little bit of rain, you know. Once I hit the rain with a 1,000 kilometer challenge, it will be a massive rain. Okay, 16%. 11 kilometers left. 252 kilometers done and 224 watt-hour per kilometer so far. Oh shit, battery's at 20 to 34 degrees. Well, I think I might hit over 150 kilowatt at least. Maybe 160 something. Yeah, there's no way, man. The car estimates 11% at Ljungskile. Yeah, there's no way we can reach Spekeröd. I think it was around here where I realized during the winter run that I would run out of juice. And I had to drive slower. Oh no, I think it was around Uddevallabron, around 10 kilometers before. Yeah, now we are still 8.5 kilometers away. And I was screaming like a little girl over here, like, oh, and I had to drive slower and slower and slower. Yeah. Car scanner, yes. IMBA, we have 2.94 to 3.11 volts now. 21 to 34 degrees. I guess that's not the worst IMBA, I mean the worst delta right now. But at 48 degrees, I think, or 49 degrees, it will rapid gate. But yeah, there's a somewhat big gap here between Ljungskile and Spekeröd. So we just have to stop here. Then I'll probably charge to, I don't know, 70%. 70, 75, and then we'll see. But try to reach Varberg. I think I might try to calculate how much we need for Varberg. I feel like that's where we need to end up at. Or maybe, no, I could go Falkenberg. Yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe Falkenberg. Actually, I could even go 80%, as long as I don't go to it. Even if I went only 80%, I only lose 1 minute in the whole challenge. But it depends on the charging curve and if I rapid gate or anything like that. So we have to see once we charge how far we want to go, how high we want to go. Well, okay, at least no problem in summer or spring getting to Ljungskile. 12% now. We're about to pull in soon. Microphone off. Okay, yeah, that's not going to be enough. It claims 29 kilometers of range. No, don't trust it. We have around 15 kilometers of range left. That will not be enough. Well, I could slow pull, but that's no point really. So, 21 to 34 degrees in the battery. So we'll see what kind of speed we get, right? I don't remember what it's supposed to be. power. Here we come. Piston. So SD1, they actually don't have an app. They just base it purely on card payment. 261.8 kilometers. 225 watt-hour per kilometer. You see that? And 12% left. Take a look. Screenshot there, and we'll take a look at this. There. Now I need to turn off the heater. Okay. Now let me see. I can show you guys this screen. Position here. There. Where's the battery level? Is up there. There. Wait, no. Wait. The shaft needs to stay stable. There. Okay. Now we're recording. We made it here to Ljungskile. And oh, look at this! Oh yeah! 160 kilowatt. We are at 22 to 35 degrees Celsius. This car supposedly can take 200 kilowatt. I'm not sure if you're gonna see that this challenge, but 160, I'll take it. But we did arrive with 12%, yeah. But we simply cannot go further because the gum here, you don't trust it. It drops like a rock below 10%. So 12% is more like 7% or 6%, and then around 10-15 kilometers range only. Well, yeah, this is pretty good for now. But let's see further out if it will replicate or not. weird language like endurance, mileage. What is that? Don't you just say range like normal people? It's just weird language all over the place. Okay, proper food. I think I'm not gonna speculate on anything yet, how far I can drive and so on. I'll probably just go for at least 70%. But okay, let me see. Alright, let me try here. If I have the previous result, oh shit, I think I lost it. Or okay, no, that's okay. I can't trust the Beirut. I read the Rutland and claim I will arrive at Spectre with 8%. Yeah, that did not happen. Oh, now cooling started. Oh, okay. So I might have to correct for this. Oh wait. Oh wait. I didn't set the correct speed. Oh, all right. Okay. I can do lots of stuff now. Just do this first. But we can estimate 261.8 divided by, let's say, 7%. Oh wow, 63.3 kilowatt hour. Okay. Alright, whatever. Let me calculate the distance here. Home to here is 264 kilometers. So that means 261. 0.8% overreporting. Okay, all good. And now let's see. I think we could trust a bit. We're kind of gonna try again, use it, and then say Ionity Falkenberg. This goes flat 160 kilowatt. So noisy faucets. But it seems like, okay, the car claims I will spend only 59%, no, 58% going to Falkenberg. Really? 38 kilowatt hours, 151 kilometers. Averaging 236. Yeah, you know that is plausible. Dude. What about Halmstad? Let me try Halmstad. Halmstad. I could go around 75 or even 80%. Oh, 71% go to Halmstad. Yeah, let's go for it. We're probably gonna have a 10% margin, so I probably want to go for 80%, just in case. Now I'm gonna have my rice. 400 amp limit over here. Oh my God. And then I would expect it to be 500 amp. What do that? No, it's not problem. This is still way past in first class. But this is more than standard. Look, we hit 48 degrees. The battery is 35 to 48 degrees. Okay, don't have too much time. I have to go pee, then we're almost good to go. That's how smell this session was. guys. Like this. Let's try. There, get the nice position. You can enjoy the view.
Paddle to start.
49
Press
degrees.
brake pedal to start.
Okay. Halmstad, right? Ionity Halmstad. Huh? Destination unreachable. Okay, but 202 kilometers. So the car claims it can't make it there. We trust the route planner then. Oh shit. Because a route planner. Wait, that was my bike. Halmstad. A route planner claims we can make it there. Spending 72% of the battery. Oh, okay, that's actually kind of risky when I think about it. Oh, maybe I should go for a Falcon bike instead. I don't know if we can make it there to Halmstad. That's 202 kilometers. Car claims we can't make it there, but but then the route planner claims that we can make it to Ionity Halmstad. Spending 72% of the battery. Really? We have 72% now. Actually, I'm not sure if this is worth it, but I'm gonna try. But okay, whatever. If we go here, no wait, here, charging screen. You see that it's going kind of slow now, but actually it was going quite fast earlier. So I think we'll charge a little bit more, and then we just have to go for it. Maybe it would have been better to go for around 60% only, and then go to Varberg or Falkenberg. I think we should at least be able to go to Falkenberg, right? Fire up the heater. Auto. Okay, that was 24 minutes. Right, let's just start driving first, and I'll turn off a bunch of annoying stuff. Let's see, it's kind of clumsy here. I have to go to driving mode. No, wait, not driving mode. Smart drive. I'll turn off a bunch of smart features. No, I'm clicking on something, and then the annoying blinker, the blind spot shite comes up. What is? Let me see. Emergency lane keeping off, and then cabin monitor off. There. Okay. And we off. Yeah, I can turn off that lane or that blind spot thing. 48 degrees in the battery now. I have 193 kilowatt power limit. Well, I think that's close to full power, isn't it? Yeah, from here it shouldn't be much rain until I don't know, past Pawel or yeah. We cleared the worst rain section now. Just wet on the road. So that was 24-minute charging stop. Well, if I went for around 60%, that could have been maybe only 16-minute charging stop. So I'm not sure if this was a good idea to charge that far. Maybe it would have been better to ride on 160 kilowatt wave and then a little bit beyond it, right? Usually, yeah, if you can reach the next charger, then that would be the best. But okay, it was just one charging session. It's not gonna ruin the whole headlight. Let's see, lights. Yeah, turn off the auto high beam. But it's not gonna ruin the whole challenge. But at least if you can go quite far, past Wildbike, even Himmler, or even if you can arrive at Falkenberg, even that would be okay with 10%, right? Actually, if you go too deep, then you might rapid gate. So maybe it's a good idea to arrive with around 10%. We'll see how the battery temperature goes down now. 35 to 47 degrees now. Were the Volvo headlights bad or what? Yes, they were quite bad. The whole matrix stuff was super annoying. That was one of the worst parts of the Volvo, along with a few other things I didn't like. But most of the things were actually good. The things that matter, you know, auto steer and throttle response, and in general the software was not too annoying. So I went for 76%, I think. It went to kind of slow towards the end, 90 kilowatt only. That's around 60% of the maximum power. But we did ride on around 110-ish, 120 for a while. And even when it throttled, it only throttled for around 120 kilowatts, which is still okay speed. But I emailed Power and asked them about the chargers over here, if they are limited to 400 amp or not. I don't remember. But I mean, if it's claimed to be 400 kilowatt, then it should be 500 amp. So maybe the car is limiting it to 400 for some reason. But I don't remember. Wait, dude, can someone please Google for me, since I'm driving now? Does this car support 165 kilowatt, or is it... Oh wait, it's not 200 kilowatt, I'm wrong. 165 is max, right? And then that means that 400 amp is max on this car. Yeah. I remember now, it's supposed to be 165 only. Oh, it is max. Oh, okay. Well, I should get a reply from Power next week that it is indeed 500 amp here on Ljungskile. Dude, why is it slowing down in the straight line? Holy shit, man. It's like it finished the curve and then it slowed down, or right at, when it's about to finish the curve, then it slowed down. Right? Okay, but we did hit max speed. Right, that's good. So that means that as long as we arrive with over 20 degrees, then we should get max speed. But then I remember some kind of rapid gate at 48 degrees. We hit 49 degrees during this session. Things might get hotter as we go in the high-speed stretch. So we'll see. Wait, the head-up display is a bit too bright here. So bright that I see the squares. AR HUD brightness. Tone it down. Yeah, especially at night, I don't need much. Yeah, that's better. Well, it's obviously not using OLED. Maybe there are some disadvantages with OLED. That's why they don't use them in head-up displays. That was a damn Volvo again, with the headlights on, full beam on, until I fire up my high beam. Yeah, so many Volvos with annoying matrix lights, or I don't know what the heck kind of lights they use there. EVKX say 170. Yeah, maybe at higher state of charge I can achieve 170. We did get some nice 165 kilowatt until, was it 45% or so. But then we only started from 12%, so it would be great to get that max speed already from, I don't know, 5% or below. I'll see. Suddenly now the car says 9% at Halmstad. So maybe I bet the route planner was right and we can make it to Halmstad. That was another Volvo. So many Volvos in Sweden. Wait, we're at 67%. We started at 76. We spent 9% getting here. And then we pull out at Ljungskile with 12%. So, would we have made it here? Nope. car is kind of loud. I tested last time it was with winter tires. Now we have summer tires.
Let's enjoy the ride like a long vacation. It's the journey, not the destination. Hey girl, get up. We bounce it right now. Good time, our love is bound to go down. Let's go to the best in the night. Beep, 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 every night. Come on, baby, hop inside. It's gonna be a long ride. Yeah, places to go, we got things to do. We got plenty to see, so we breeze and go. They see how we move, we wanna try it out.
Yeah, I think they have the same dimensions.
Go nuts, no cashews, no bad news, only positivity. Be young, be wild, and free. You up for the trip, then I'm with it too. Take around the world, what we finna do? Let's enjoy the ride like a long vacation.
Yeah, guys, we spent 11. We went from 76 to 65% getting here. There's no way we could have gotten here directly. Well, the song says it's gonna be a long ride. Well, maybe it's right. No, but if you remember the winter 1,000 kilometer challenge, it was cold gating like crazy. It was so cold, you know. So even when I hammered it in the 120 zone, it was still cold gating. And I got at Himle, I got only around 100 kilowatts. So 165 is of course way better. Finally on dry roads for once. Oh, it's a proper deep bass. I like it. Was this Sony sound system or what was it again? Dude, I just remember something. Earlier this week, I drove the Model 3 Standard, and it had only how much was it again? I calculated almost 58 kilowatt hour net capacity. This car has 62, 63, right? Yeah. But do you guys remember, I didn't stop at Ljungskile with the Model 3 Standard. I didn't stop at Spekkerud. I did not stop at Kunghalla. I went all the way to Kungal Supercharger. What the heck, man? Tesla alien technology. Wow. With a smaller battery even. Okay. Dude, it's actually 10 degrees outside. That run was colder when on the Tesla, but it was not wet. Yeah, we had pretty much wet road all the way. So maybe if we didn't have wet roads today, we could have made it to Spekkerud. Because it seems like we would have run out of, or we would be at 0% halfway between Ljungskile and Spekkerud. And all that wetness actually sucks a lot of juice. Exactly. Dude, the sound system here sounds really crisp, but I feel like it's missing a little bit in the mid-tone and the mid-bass. Now the car says 7% at... Wait. Huh? 7% at Halmstad. Wow. That would be amazing if we can actually go 200 kilometers. Whoa, the after self-start, since last charge, 39 kilometers done, but 253 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, so that's the kind of consumption I have to expect in the high-speed stretch. But as you guys know, if you want to use auto steer, it only works up until 130 kilometers per hour on the speedo, which is around 127 GPS speed. So then, what do I do in the 120 stretch? I go by the speed limit, right? Like I always do. Do I drive without auto steer or do I use auto steer? Well, it seems they are cooled down the battery quite aggressively because we are down to 27 to 40 degrees already. Use auto steer, okay. Well, okay, I'll use auto steer then. There's some deep bass in the sound system. Yeah, but I like that mid bass. And that Powers and Wilkins sound system in the Volvo was actually really good. It had some nice mid bass, but also some deep bass and crystal clear sound. We have headwind. But that would actually be simply amazing if we go 200 kilometers all the way to Halmstad with headwind. But, well, cruising at maximum 127 on the GPS in the 120 zone. I guess once we arrive at Varberg, I'll decide what to do. kind of loud on the rough asphalt. Asphalt is getting quite rough. It shakes on the live stream. There's only a few kilometers where it's really loud here, and then it gets better. But you can hear how loud it is. Yeah, it's not a Volvo, but I even got the impression that the Model 3 was quiet there. There, that was better. Went to a newer section. I mean, this car has this crispness and a deep bass, but I feel like the sound system here lacks a bit of maybe mid-tone definition and a bit of warmth. It feels a bit, I'm not sure how to put this, but it kind of feels a bit dead in the, yeah. I'm not sure how to explain this, but when I heard the Volvo, the Bowers and Wilkins in the Volvo, I was like, boom! I was like, whoa! Just feels so pleasant to listen to. And Volvo, same with Polestar Volvo, they tend to have actually nice definition in the mid bass also, not just the deepest bass. But for example, the Bang & Olufsen in Audi also tends to have quite deep bass, but also lacks mid bass. Well, I still haven't booked that Q6 for the summer vacation, but I have booked some cars into July. So if we're gonna go on the vacation, it must be almost second week in July before I'm available. Or if I can finish things faster, I can of course try to do that and then return the last car earlier, which is actually the it's the Kia EV5. Initially, I booked it for almost 2 weeks, but then I had to shave off that car in order to get the Seeker 7 GT. And then I'm also waiting for Tesla to respond. It's kind of weird because first I tried to request a Model Y standard, but then she didn't respond, and then the Seeker came. And instead I was like, well, I guess I'll take the Seeker then. And then the Tesla will have to come some other day. But I don't really have any room to shuffle around. So then the Tesla must come in August. second half of August. I'm fully booked until mid-August. Okay, I think it's over here somewhere that you exit to the right somewhere. I'm not sure, here or maybe the next one. And then you drive a little bit back north and you come to this Circle K where there are some, well, I wonder if it's this exit. And you will find some Chem Power. So Circle K start rolling out Chem Power in Sweden also. But I have to test. I wasn't checking it every time, but I have to check eventually on this challenge maybe, or I'm not sure when, whether I get the Circle K visit also in Sweden. But I think it also works in Sweden from what I checked before. I remember looking at the app before the challenge, and then after the challenge I have gained extra visits, or whatever they call it, or ticks or whatever. But then in Sweden, it automatically switches to Swedish ads and Swedish prices and Swedish offers. But I should maybe one day when I have time, I can check when they have these discounts in Sweden, if I can get them or not, or how it works. Or they can just, if I pay something, they can check my card and see if it registers as an extra member in Sweden, if they fix that or not. It should be, the extra membership should work in Norway, Sweden and Denmark at least. Okay, we're down to 23 to 38 degrees Celsius in the battery. I mean, that is very good starting temp. I think if the battery is hot there, it will just kick in the cooling slightly earlier, right? Yeah, Gårdatorget. Yeah, that's right. That's one I saw. There's a new Circle K charging site there. But it is kind of a little bit off the highway, but I guess not that far. Similar to, well, it's shorter than Varbike detour. But it's also quite close to that other site here. Yeah. When you see that sign towards the hospital, here, this is the exit. I don't take it too often. But here we have that other Circle K with Alpitronic 400 kilowatt. Well, at least they should have 600 amp boost, but I don't know if all of them has it. Whereas the Chem Powers are, as far as I know, they don't have 600 amp boost. There's only 500 amp boost. So let me see. Subtotal mileage. Okay, what about the since start? Okay, on the last leg we averaged 229 watt-hour per kilometer. Well, actually it's more like we can shave off 2. Yeah, so 227 watt-hour per kilometer. We have 0.8% underreporting. At least it's not raining over here. But we should hit some rain eventually. I saw it on the weather map. Can check again now. Oh, it's supposed to be dry until Halmstad roughly, or Mellbystrand. And then we'll see if the asphalt work is still there, or how fast they were finishing it. Let me see. I think I saw something on the map that was orange. Wait, are they done already? What? Oh wait, it might be 90 zone over there if they have done surfacing or slapped down some new asphalt south of Kungsbacka a little bit. I have the Kia PV5 next week, the passenger van, so that'll be interesting to test. And then after that, don't remember. I have to check in my calendar. Kia PV5. And then Ford Puma, yes. Dude, don't slow down here. And then it'll be the whole Xpeng trilogy, starting with X9, and then G6, and then G9. I consider G6 more important than G9. And then right after that, then I will actually jump right into the Seeker 7 GT, big battery, all-wheel drive. And then Kia EV5, and then vacation, maybe 3 weeks without any press car, or at least, yeah, not testing deep. And then when we resume again, then I also go straight to the Seeker 7 GT again. But the entry is called Core rear-wheel drive. And then I have the GLC and then the GLB in August. And that's it. Then we'll be in the mid-August by then. So then I'm just waiting for Audi to confirm the Q6, or if not, then okay, I guess I'll take an A6 then. But I just know that the space in the A6 is not groundbreakingly high, so I don't remember how many banana boxes. But on the other hand, we don't bring that much shit with us, so. But I mean, it's a long trip. Could be 2.5 weeks, so it would be great to have some space. Well, last summer we were spoiled using the EL8, plenty of space. But I think actually the Q6 should be more efficient than the EL8. It's also a bit smaller. And then there's amazing charging speed, 800 volts. BZ4X? No, I haven't booked it yet. And then I haven't booked anything, but I'm still kind of. I reserve the space for some interesting cars, but so I haven't booked any Subaru yet. I could book them in August, if nothing else interesting comes. But still, I haven't booked the shooting brake, the EQA shooting brake yet. Dude, it decides to slow down by 7 kilometers per hour here in this extremely sharp and dangerous curve. Holy shit balls, man. Well, let's hope that the X-Bang won't be too annoying to drive. Fortunately, I don't have that many Chinese cars. Well, a Seeker should be behaving well. We have the X-Bang and Seeker. Yeah, and I still haven't booked any P7 Plus yet. That will also be interesting. It doesn't have a humongous battery. It's actually only around 80 something kilowatt hour. Would expect it to slap down 100 kilowatt hour in there, but no, okay. Maybe it's some LFP. Oh yeah, try to keep the cost down. Okay, 345 kilometers done. Consumption 223. I will just give you the corrected consumption. The car was over-reporting by 0.8% over-reporting, under-reporting. And so far we have only 4 minutes of deduction, so that means current time plus 1 hour and 56 minutes. So we're almost at 3.5 hours then. ID Polo, yeah, that would be interesting to test. Maybe the new Audi Q6, the Q4 e-tron. Also, there was a slight upgrade in the Q6 e-tron, but it's just minor change. Not any drivetrain or battery change. Just some interior stuff and software maybe. What could you guys look up? How many banana boxes could A6 take? A6 station wagon, I guess. If I can't get a Q6, I guess I'll go for an A6 instead. Maybe an A6 Sportback, that would be pretty nice. But I mean, nice looking car, just slightly less space. That will force waifu to pack more smarter. Yeah. And I guess we still need that stroller. Yeah, we need the stroller when we go to some amusement park or zoo. We need stroller. There is a new MGS6. What? What is new with the? I already tested it. What is there a new one? No, we might go to Gdansk, Holland, because I think it's not too far. And also last year was like it was kind of expensive to spend many days in Denmark. You know, we spend time in Gothenburg, which is kind of mandatory, but then also Copenhagen. We'll skip Copenhagen this time. And then Legoland. But they might spend a little bit longer time in Legoland this time. But I just noticed that food and everything, food and hotel or Airbnb was just kind of pricey in the Scandinavian countries, Sweden, Denmark. But then once I pop over to Germany, it was like, huh? Everything was just so much cheaper in Deutschland compared to Denmark, Sweden. Almost half price, you know? So maybe you should go to Poland then, which is even cheaper than Deutschland. Well, you need to subscribe to my channel so you will not miss my videos. I tested the MGS6 a while ago. Kuchen, yeah. But well, one thing I could say was Ubus. You know, Ubus membership for Norwegians. Ubus. It depends what you do, of course, but for many people, Ubus, they have so many nice discounts that it's worth paying for it. It's like 200 NOK per year only, but you get access to nice discounts. Also Legoland, but there's some limits there. You can get 2 for 1, but it's some limit per day you can get it. So I guess if I'm too late, then the discount stuff is gone. Kind of need to book far ahead. And same with this bike. They have discounted tickets, but all of the tickets were sold out now. Discounted tickets for the season. I was like, huh, already? Wow. That's a bummer. I mean, why don't you just give, let's say, a 10 or 20% discount flat, right? And Ubus also gives you the Circle K discount. And a bunch of other stuff. But I wonder if it wasn't Ubus, then maybe also I don't remember if it was McDonald's. But there's other ways to get discount on Legoland. I think I can just Google about this, and there should be plenty of good options. So you don't have to pay full price. Because the Legoland stuff, man, that's expensive if you pay full price. Also, if you stay inside the Legoland resort, like holy shit, several hundred euros per night in there, just so you have walking distance, or you're actually staying in Legoland, if that's very important for you. Well, I don't mind staying maybe 10-15 minute drive away from Legoland. Okay, how are we cooking? 41%. Wait, there is no car coming. Okay. 41% and dude, yeah, huh? Wait, we draw 100 kilometers, and it was even via Göteborg. The car claims 126 kilometers on GOM. No, we can't trust that. Dude, there's no way we're gonna make it to Halmstad. We have to bail out at Falkenberg. Dude, the battery cooled down to 20 to 36 degrees. What? There's 16 degrees Celsius delta now between min and max. No, that was not enough, really. Well, the car claims 8% at arrival at Halmstad. Really? Wait, we spent 35% now. We are down to 41%. I think the 41%, I can just count that as 35%. Yeah. But the previous leg now, I mean, until now we had the easy stretch via Göteborg, so now we have the high-speed stretch. Yeah, my logic tells me that there's no way we're gonna make it to Halmstad. So it's kind of waste of charging time, but okay, whatever. As long as we can make it to Falkenberg with 10%-ish, then we're good, right? Wait, how far do we drive on the trip? Check here. 104 kilometers. Okay. Okay. Oh, we'll see. I have to check again once we get close to Pawel. We can at least make it to Himmler. And then Falkenberg. Yeah. Wait, I think it was around. Wait, was it here or soon? There was slowdown last week. Seems like they're done already. Swedes, man, they are fast at slapping down new asphalt or with the Baustelle. Unlike Germany. Okay, just kidding. In the German roads, they just have lots of work. They have to dig deep. The German asphalt is thick. On the Autobahn, at least. Not sure about the Bundesstraße. Up to 3 Evo or MGS6. Well, hard choice. If I need space, I would definitely go for the MGS6. MGS6 is remarkably spacious. Also in the leg room is in the back there is really awesome. Insane good space. If you look at Banana Box test, it scores really well. I think it was 30 boxes. It's like it makes Model Y and G6 look cramped, in comparison. But then, from what I remember, the charging wasn't amazingly good there. But then, on the other hand, the Atto 3 was also not amazingly good because it replicated like a mofo. So, yeah, I'm not sure. It's been a while since I tested the MGS6, and I think it was winter also. But the Atto 3 was actually not that annoying for a Chinese car. So and then again, the power is great in the Atto 3. It was freaking quick, but I think I'll actually go for the MGS6. Simply because it's a bigger car, more space. But if you don't need the space, if you don't have kids, then go for Auto 3. Oh, sorry, I misread it. MGS5. Oh, but that's only rear-wheel drive. They don't have all-wheel drive, do they? Then I'll actually go for the I will go for Auto 3 because MGS5 is smaller. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I have a hard time reading the chat, especially if the car is kind of bumpy and for some reason auto steer is not working now, even though it's just 110 zone here. So I don't know what the heck is going on. We can see the lines clearly. Wait, slow down here. What the heck? It has these weird slowdowns, random slowdowns, and you can feel it with this car. It slows down by 1 to 3 kilometers per hour, and it makes the ride less smooth. What is that truck going for you? High beam or some shit? Or the bus rather? Oh, it's a bus. Oh shit. Now it's a freaking blitzkrieg here. Wait, is it? Oh, there's still slow down here. Okay, slow down. Okay, let me see. I need to check here. Time it starts. Okay, 40. Right. Okay. They slapped down some new asphalt, but they're still low speed. Maybe because they're not done yet. Okay, so I'm too lazy to count the distance. I just check the time, because the speed is quite constant anyway. So I can calculate the correct, or the slowdown here, the correct, yeah. I think we have the same thing on the other side, on the way back. But we can hopefully avoid the craziest rain now for most of the challenge. Up to 3, well, but I don't know. As far as I know, up to 3 is not available in Norway. I've kind of lost count of all the cars coming out, all the EVs coming out nowadays. In the old days, it was like Tesla, and then some Leaf and some other shit, and then it was like, whoa. Wait, which car was it first? Ampera E. Yeah, I think Ampera E was the first non-Tesla that was kind of significant. Well, actually, you had the 30 Leaf, yeah, that came out, and then eventually the 40 Leaf. But I think the Ampera E came out first. But, oh, the big hype of Ampera E and Bolt EV. And then there was the I-Pace. Whoa! Yeah. And then the Fat e-tron. But nowadays there's not only passenger car but a shit ton of vans also. So I'm like, dude, I would like to test some of the vans, but I don't know when I have time for them. Right now we're on the old surface. That should mean a higher speed limit soon. That was just 2 minutes in the slowness, which means only 1 minute of correction then. Wait. Yeah. Wait, did I count correctly? I'm not sure if I misread the time or not. I think I saw 40-40. But was that? No, it can't be 8 minutes in the slow stretch. That's way too long. But that is another Volvo, right? Oncoming car there. I had a high beam on really long, annoyingly long. Yeah, there's another Volvo. What's up with the Volvos, man? The aggressive headlights. Yeah. Now we are 34%. We're getting close to Varberg, so we can at least hammer past Varberg. Was it really 5 minutes? Oh, in that case, that should at least be 2 minute correction then. Maybe I was right. I saw my eyes are getting worse, but I think I saw 40 on the live stream counter, and then when the time we finished, it was 48 something. So that must have been 8 minutes in the slowness, which means 3 minute correction. So which corresponds with last time I checked it. Last time we came there, it was more or less on the same spot we slowed down last time. Oh, at least it's dry now. Most of it, this stretch, with this lane. Okay, 33%. Wait, oh, there's no way, man. 97 kilometers of range. No, I don't trust GOM. GOM is way off. I think I have around 50 kilometers of range left. So, well, as long as we can reach Falkenberg, then I'm happy, right? We can just forget about Halmstad now. Not gonna happen. Okay, let me just navigate to Falkenberg then. Let me see if I can find it. Here. Wait. There, I found Ionity Falkenberg. Go. That is 33 kilometers away. Ooh, I have 32 kilometers. That means I should hammer it then. So I had 20% at Falkenberg. Okay. That's Polizei. What happened there? Someone got pulled over. maybe he's been hammering it too hard. Okay. Now we go for it. Falkenberg. We skip. Well, there's another police car coming over there. Or is that ambulance? Oh, that looked like ambulance. That was tall. That's ambulance. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can't make it to Halmstad. There is a quite big gap also between Falkenberg and Halmstad. I mean, let's see, 29 kilometers to Falkenberg. I have 31%, which is more like 25%. There's a bit of crosswinds there. I can feel it grabbing the car. Even though this is just, yeah, I can see it now. We have wind from the west, which is quite common around Falkenberg area. But this is even a sedan. It should be quite slick. Dude, what the heck, man? The car is, huh? We are at 29%. And we have to drive 25 kilometers to Falkenberg. And then the car says, oh, we're gonna arrive at 20%. Are you crazy? There's no way we're gonna use only, oh, and there's no way we will get 5 kilometers per percent. It's more like 2 kilometers per percent right now, which means that we will most likely spend 10%, 20, wait. No, wait, huh? No, wait, so we could arrive at 20% at Falkenberg. Okay, I was wrong. We're down to 28% now. But then there is a quite wide gap between Falkenberg and Halmstad, and there's nothing else there you can bail out on, and I didn't bring protection, so and of course it's 120 zone, so you want to go schnell there. Okay, 20 to 36 degrees Celsius. Hopefully we get the max speed at Falkenberg at least. Would you say that the Audi Q4 e-tron is much better than ID4? Yeah. The interior in Q4 is nicer. Here's Himmler, okay. 27% now. Well, the car still claims 20% at Falkenberg. Wait, why is it slow down? Oh shit, don't do that. Okay, let me get ready for the concrete surface at Falkenberg area. We might pull out from there. There's not that far until we need to exit. But this is actually kind of high. We plug in with almost 20%. So I could have gone to only 65% and then go for Falkenberg instead. Wait, let me see. What's the distance here? 140 plus 160. Oh shit! Oh, there's 40-kilometer gap from Falkenberg to Halmstad. Yeah, there's no way we're gonna drive 40 kilometers on just 20%. No. Okay. So at least we gamble and we fail. Yeah. We gamble on going to 75%, 76 actually. Then we lost the charging roulette. If it's linear, yeah, maybe. Or if this was a Model 3, yeah, then maybe. But it's not a Model 3. It doesn't have the alien technology and low consumption. But I mean, it's relatively good. 224 watt-hour per kilometer right now, total consumption. And then for the last leg, it was... last leg it was 228 watt-hour per kilometer. Wow. Even passing through Göteborg, it was that high. Okay. We're at 20 to 37 degrees Celsius. That means that we should get 165 kilowatt or 400 amp. We max it. Hopefully it will flatten the curve so we get 165 kilowatt, maybe until 50%. Let's see, we're getting closer now. 14 kilometers left. Still claims 20% on the arrival. We have a headwind also. Well, a headwind that turns into a crosswind now. And then we'll actually get slightly stronger tailwind on the way back. Okay, I'm gonna enter the concrete surface soon. I can feel it. Føler på gikta. Yeah, so at this point I'm not cruising at 127 GPS speed. I went a little bit faster since I realized that we're not going to make it to Halmstad anyway. Okay, I think it was after this exit that we run into the concrete surface. We are now getting close to Falkenberg, and as usual we will check the noise, just to get an impression of the noise. Wait, let me see, it's too early. Let me just wait a little bit. I think it was after this exit. Try again. We are getting close to Falkenberg, and as usual we're gonna get a feel of the noise level on the concrete surface. Yes, you heard it there. Boom! It went from asphalt to concrete surface. So yeah, last time we were here, I had the winter tires on, the softer winter tires, and they actually soak up the rumbling better. Now we have summer tires on, then it actually becomes louder. So just earlier this week, I drove the Model 3 Standard. I could almost feel like the Model 3 was quieter. This lane, it's smoother because not many trucks have been hammering here, but once we go back to the right lane, you can hear that it is kind of loud. Yeah, so we even have just regular tire. I don't remember, was it 18 inch or something? Or was it 20 inch? I have to check again. But just regular dimension, not any crazy low profile. So yeah, I get the impression it's not the most quiet. It's not the most quietest car out there. Yeah, maybe you should get some acoustic foam in the tires. That could help a bit. Okay, let's see. I have 21%, but we kind of need to stop here. GOM claims 59%. Okay, no. This is more like 15%, or in kilowatt hour. No, okay, whatever. I think we. Let me try. Okay. In kilowatt hour, it could be something like 9.5 kilowatt hour, and then divided by 40 kilometers. Well, that's 236 watt-hour per kilometer. Wait, but I think we are... Then you're gonna go real deep if you go there. It is kind of risky. But then I need to go slower also if I want to go for Halmstad. Yeah, 20% now. Okay, let's bail out here. Oh, it's so loud I can barely hear the blinker sign. Dude, 21 to 38 degrees Celsius in the battery. High delta one. Maybe most people don't care about high delta. Okay, I'm gonna have my second meal. Okay, wait, do we use the Alpitronic or the, what doesn't matter, right? The ABB. Let's use the Alpitronic. It has a nice charging curve. Okay. Charge port on that side. To go this way. Well, actually, I could. Okay, too late now. I could go the other way. Well, it's red. Rot. It's red over there. Oh, it's kaput. Okay, good thing I saw it now. Wait, if that's kaput, then maybe some other shit is kaput. Okay, let's back in here instead. Then that's quite safe. Oh, come on. Sometimes when I change gear to reverse, it doesn't react. You hear the click you feel the click, but it doesn't register it as reverse, and then it goes forward still. Okay, let me see. This is Falkenberg. Do 10 degrees. I need to turn off HVAC now. Okay, we're charging. Let me see. Guess you guys want to see the charging screen as usual. Voila, 20%. Then I don't know where I go next. I have to calculate again, but from here to the turnaround point, we can find out. Is 73 kilometers. Well, I should be able to go back here, right? For example, or while back. Okay, but let's see. It's ramping up. We are at Ionity Falkenberg with 20%. We went for the charging roulette and we lost a sheet. Wait, huh? Why are you not getting 165 kilowatt this time? This is strange. You see here, we're supposed to cap at 400 amps. Well, I mean, it's 145, still okay, but... What, are we colgating? I think we're colgating. Uh-oh. There's no preheat of this battery. Yeah, so, okay. Whatever we can see here on the charging screen also what it looks like. Hopefully we get better speed soon. Yeah, I don't know why we... Huh? Oh, oh yeah. I think it just needs a little bit more heat. And then, okay, so we will probably get gradually more power as we go. But it's, yeah, if I knew this, then I couldn't make it to the next charger, the next one, which is 40 kilometers away. There's no way we're gonna go 40 kilometers on 20%. Then I would have charged less on the previous stop, but this is kind of hard to guess, right? It's the charging roulette. Oh, look. Oh, yeah, now we're cooking. Wait, I thought I saw 160, almost 160. The problem is that there's a huge gap between min and max temperature, 18 degrees Celsius. So either you cold gate or you rapid gate in the same charging session. Well, actually, rapid gate happens at 48 degrees, I think. Yeah, 150. It kind of... Wait, look at that. It tries to charge faster. Ooh, but then we don't hit the same speed as we did last time, huh? But we can almost hit the speed. Yeah, I think it's because we didn't go that deep this time. We're gonna bring out the food again. I can eat a little bit every time I stop. But then, wait, what? How? Okay, so on the high speed stretch here, we can expect around 250 watt-hours per kilometer. But it seems like Abed route planner missed the target. Yeah, because according to Abed route planner, we could have made it, but I don't trust it because I don't know. Yeah. We could have made it maybe with 5% less left, but that could have been 1% left, so, which is a bit risky. The taxi is going to go in the wrong way. No, wait, he's going to drive around. The EQA. EQP. Wait, so well, hopefully we can keep this high-ish speed for longer. Let's see, 73 kilometers times 2. That is 146 kilometers. If I expect 250 consumption, wait, I need 58% to get back here. Kind of like that idea. What can I reach in Varberg though? Or reaching Varberg would be great. Or maybe just start at 60% and then we come back here. 65-ish. We ride on a high-speed way, right? And then from here we can probably go to Spectator. Well, it seems like it flattens the curve a bit. Last time we throttled earlier, right? Yeah, I didn't notice how many percent we throttled at last time. yeah, I'm just eating some food from home. And then I noticed that, oh, wait, oh, there's a bunny. The bunny. Okay. I noticed that we're at 49%. And we're still taking 153 kilowatts. I could have sworn that we throttled earlier, last time. Plus, okay, we didn't hit 165 kilowatt, but as long as the average speed is still high, then this works. It seems like, oh, then now it's not throttling, but just gently. It seems like you don't take that big penalty by arriving with 20% versus 12% we did last time. Well, at least that's good to know. Wait, or maybe it's not throttling because we hit 48 degrees Celsius. But I mean, compared to the winter run, then we were struggling to get much higher than 100 kilowatts. So this is still way better than the winter run. Okay, so at least I calculated we're gonna spend 58%, which means that if we go 65, then that should be safe. But then I need to make sure I have enough juice, because if I can't make it here, then we need to bail out at Halmstad, 40 kilometers away here. Oh, it did? Great. So maybe it would be safer to go 70%. Then we could arrive here with 12%. Or 5%. But most likely, we're not going to arrive here with 20%. In that case, we could actually consider going to Himla. But I mean, well, 115 kilowatt is still okay for now. But I'd rather come over here because this is a quicker run than the Halmstad run is kind of slow. Unless I charge a Circle K or a Tesla, but they're more expensive than Ionity. But I think spending a couple of minutes on 100-ish kilowatt is not gonna hurt too much. But then I don't know how many watt hour per kilometer I'm gonna spend. 250 might actually be very pessimistic. We'll see. So if I totally miss it and we actually consume only 230 maybe. What was the last leg again? From Youngstira to here, we actually consumed 229, and that was via Göteborg even. So it's more likely now in the pure high speed stretch that it will be 250. Let me double check my calculation time. Yeah. If everything is linear, then we could leave now. We will spend 58% going to the turnaround point and then back here again. So now we just need that margin. Up there, we're gonna go for 70% just to be safe. But 75 is probably not needed. Dude, it's 10 degrees outside. That's that's actually okay temperature at night. It's not too cold. Hey, what? Defogging? No, can you stop that shit? You're messing up the cooling here. Shit, man. This car is shooting itself in the foot. Always be constantly defogging. We can defog once we start driving, or very close to start driving. Look now, we're at 62%. I can defog at 68%. Yeah, because of the damn defogging, now we hit 49 degrees Celsius. It was hovering at 48 degrees for a long time. Now we're down to 100 kilowatt. We're almost done, right? 5 more percent. I think that's a plan. Go to the turnaround point, come back here. And then from here we go to specular, or I don't know. Yeah, I think we might just follow the specular Varberg. I mean specular Strömstad and then home. So from specular to Strömstad, probably not that much needed. Maybe only 50%-ish, 55%. And then on the last leg, maybe 70% again. But I mean, it's charging way faster, way better than the winter run. That was quite horrible, man. It was cold beating like crazy. Yeah, endurance mileage. And let me show you some more shit here. Let's see, what is this again? If you go in the menu here, headlight, what is this again? Buck. Vehicle settings. Cabin comfort. Another here in under cab under cab monitor. Okay, they want to shorten. Okay, fine. Distract alert. What is distract alert? They could have written distraction alert. There's plenty of space for it. So this is what I mean. I feel like they did a shitty job with the translation, and they didn't care about letting someone in Europe, anyone in Europe with some okay, half okay English skills would figure out that no, maybe we should change the text a little bit here. No, they just okay, push it out. Git push. Let's go. 69% now. Let me quickly check. Okay, 70%. Okay, let me see. Fire up the thing now. Auto. I'm gonna go outside and check how long I've been charging. We're good to go. On the previous stop, we charged for 24 minutes. Wait, now I need to disable a bunch of features here. Let me see. Smart drive. Wait. Wait, it seems like it remember. Oh, it didn't turn off. Oh. Okay, let me see. What else is? I had to watch out for the bunny. There was a bunny running around here. Emergency lane. Okay, what about distract alert? Okay, wait. Distract alert is still off. Okay, good. It remember all the settings because I never shut down the car. But last session was 24 minutes long, from 12 to 76%, right? Well, it's not linear, but okay, whatever. This time we went from 20 to 71%. So we added 50%, 51% to the battery. But it was 18 and a half minutes, roughly. It felt a lot faster. .48 degrees in the battery. We should have close to full power. Wonder what happened to that. I should have rewatched my DPAL S05 run, but it was around 0 degrees, kind of cold-ish. Wait, navigation cancel again. Oh, for helvete, man! Like, just because I left the car doesn't mean that I want to cancel navigation. Well, I forgot. My bad. We were already at the destination. Yeah, but it actually cancels navigation every time, and then it asks me if I want to resume. I'm like, oh, of course I want to resume. I just because I left the car doesn't mean that I don't want to go to my destination. Okay, but now I'm just gonna go to the turn-on point first. I could just plot it in manually. Let's see, Halmstad. Let's see if I can find it. It's here somewhere up in the mountain. There, I found it. Oh wait, is that the one? Yes, looks like the one. Okay, navigate to the turn-on point first. Go. Then eventually I navigate back to Falkenberg. Wow, it is kind of loud, but I have to choose now. Because normally I will hug the left lane, right? But the left lane is... Oh, it was wet. Now it's getting dry in the left lane. Do I want to stay in the left lane where it's wet and quiet? Or do I want to stay in the right lane where it's loud and dry? Wet and quiet or loud and dry? ADAS is shite. It's doing almost everything wrong. Oh, I see. You want to have a little high beam battle? Okay, come on. Bring it on. What is that, a Volvo or some shit? Yeah, that's another damn Volvo. Super annoying headlights. But yeah, since the charging sessions are only around 18 to 25 minutes, or I don't know, around 20 minutes, then no big deal that HVAC is off during session, especially when it's whooping 11 degrees outside now. Damn. That's hot, man. That is hot for a spring night. Yeah, I don't know if it's counted as summer yet. We're still in May only, right? Yeah, what is the definition of summer then? Is it after 21st of June? Okay, double check now. We have Michelin E Primacy. Or what's it called again? Primacy E. 245, 45, 19. The same dimension as Tesla, but less uses. 245, 45, 19. Oh, it's called Primacy. E Primacy, yeah. So 19-inch wheels. Yeah, midsummer is June, and then June 21 is the longest day of the year. That would be wonderful to drive 1,000 kilometer challenge. I haven't checked calendar what kind of day that is, but you know those days around there. It's gonna be nice and bright outside. I mean, why are so many? Is that Volvo? What is that shit? No, it's Mercedes with a damn adaptive lights firing at me. Okay, well the consumption resets automatically. Let me check here. What? Oh, guess what? Since last charge. No wait, after self-start. Oh, I forgot. The self-start resets when you lock the door or some shit. So since I didn't self-start now, I kept the door slightly open. Then it didn't reset that consumption. So it's 233 watt-hour per kilometer. Well, 231 corrected since Jungschile. That's one of the quirkiness with the Chinese cars, that same with Xpeng, you know, you can't reset the trip meter. You have to leave the car, lock it, and then come back, and then it resets by itself. And then sometimes actually the Xpeng trip meter bugs, or the consumption number bugs. Yeah. So I don't know if they fixed that shit or not. So. But then I don't remember how it was with the Seeker. Dude, I have to turn off the auto stick, man. It's just trying to drive into the very uncomfortably close to these I don't know what you call them, but they're not cones, but you know, kind of cones. So I have to fight the auto steer. It wants to pull close. I mean, pull more to the left. I'm like, oh, no. I want to keep a safe, because the problem is that many of the cones are knocked over or knocked out of place. So then the auto steer could drive into them. Yeah, like here, we're freaking cone in the middle of the lane, man. Shit. I'm not sure if the auto steer would detect that in time. So I'm going to show you. If I let auto steer drive now, it pulls more towards the left. Well, actually now it's behaving well. I wonder how those cones are knocked out of position. Must have been a truck or some shit. is Sunday. Well, I mean, it's likely that I will be doing it either on the Friday night or a Saturday night. So very close to the winter solstice, what they call it. Well, isn't that summer solstice? Sommersolverv, I think that's called it in Norwegian. Man, I still wonder when I have money. I had to start saving money for the summer vacation. Not sure how much we need. Probably need around 20-30k NOK for hotel and whatever, food and entrance fee for various places. Try to not make it over expensive while still enjoying the vacation. Yeah. But you know how it is. It's vacation for the kids, not vacation for me. But I remember during midsummer, it's crazy how early it gets bright outside. I think even nowadays it's getting quite bright early. Already around 4 or 5 at night it gets bright-ish. Well, I was driving manually most of the time because it was a bit cringy with the Baustelle stretch. What's the time now? 2:43. Okay, so we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes of delay total. And we started at 10 because we had 2 hours and 51 minutes plus current time. Two, three, four. Where? No, not 2 hours. 1 hour and 51. Okay. 2, 3, 4. 4 hours and 40 minutes, roughly. Well, I'm not sure if we can do this in 10 hours. It seems like the charging curve was not as good as I expected for some reason. Possibly because there is too high delta between min and max and so on. But I mean, ideally, wait, I'm not sure, but we can try somehow. Try to go deep. Ideally, I think we need to arrive at 5% or maybe even less. 1%. Then we should get max speed, but then for how long, right? Until it slows down the rapid gates. Maybe we need to try one of the sessions if I feel confident going deep. Or maybe I will by accident go deep. Yeah, that could also happen. Seems like we have a tourist here because there's an Audi with a roof box going somewhere. No, it's a German registered Audi. BA. What region is that? It's not Bavaria, is it? Why does the car keep slowing down, man? Shit, stop that. There's no curve here even. There's another German. OS. Yes. have a video about it. You can go watch it if you want to know more. Wow, over here is actually dry. Wow, wonderful. What kind of luxury is this? Like the dry wiping. Oh, the light pollution around Halmstad. Whereas I went for 65%, right? Well, I went for 71%. Oh, yeah. Okay. I think we have a possible plan. Back to Falkenberg and then try to calculate from Falkenberg to Spekkerød should be around 150 kilometers. Even if I couldn't make it there, I could always bail out at Konghalla. That's only 20 kilometers away. And then I can always charge a bit longer there to make it to Strømstad. And then from Strømstad to home is around 180 kilometers, but it's a Norway stretch and Oslo, so yeah, that sounds like a plan. Here we have Halmstad. So yeah, last year, I don't remember when, maybe in September, October, there was an accident here in Halmstad, and there was a moose that was hit by a car right around here-ish. So kind of need to watch out. It's quite rare to find a moose over here, but it can happen. No, I don't auto high beam. Let me double check here. I think I turned it off. Yeah, I turned it off because the auto high beam is way too cringe. Okay, that was
A friend of a friend told me you're moving on. Wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm really not. You were never one for nuance. Couldn't recognize a good thing till it was gone. Did you always see me as replaceable? We think your damage to me was collateral. Well, if I'm being honest and rational, watching you walk out felt natural. Though we were written in the stars, I had last dreams and tarot cards. I try to find a remedy for broken hearts, but I know now losing you is my fresh start. Today, I've got a degree in making myself smaller for you, and I mastered the art of waiting on your every move. Thank God you're gone. Get out. So long to think I ever believed I had to make myself smaller for you. You always thought you were the center of the universe, but baby, why do you never were? You're not the last and you're not the first. Don't open your mouth, you make things worse. To think I've got a degree in making myself smaller for you, and I mastered the art of waiting on your every move. Thank God you're gone. Get out. So long to think believed I had to smaller for you. You never changed that out of mind. Even on a good day, you're fine. You never changed that out of mind. Thank God you're gone. Get out. So long.
I just want to boost the mid tones here. There is a whopping 3-band spectrum analyzer, or what you call, yeah, sorry, a spectrum equalizer. Yeah, there's a 3-band equalizer, low, mid, high in this Sony system. So I have to boost the mid to the maximum, which is it just says 7 on that. That's 7 decibel. Okay, now it sounds okay. The midtones are way too low earlier. Was that a freaking Volvo again? That's another damn Volvo. So, turns out all the annoying cars with high beam on, they're Volvos. I think Tesla has a 7-band equalizer, something. Yeah. And actually, most cars I've seen, they have at least 5-band or more. This is the first car in a long time I've seen that has 3-band equalizer. Yeah, possibly, Mercedes. I mean, how many of you guys are old enough to remember the old 43 centimeter full-size stereo racks? Oh shit, yeah, this is the rain we're supposed to get, yeah. The advertised rain around Halmstad. Well, actually, it was Mellbystrand, okay. But you guys remember in the old days, you have those stereo RCA plugs, the white and the red plugs. Analog, of course. You will plug a stereo, whatever source you have, right? Turntable, or for me it was mostly cassette player and CD player. You will connect that maybe directly to they call it the integrated amplifier, right? Or some people had the preamp and the power amp. They usually produce better sound for some reason, yeah. And then some people would connect it via the equalizer. I actually had an equalizer at one point. I think I had some Denon or Technics for a while. And then you go, of course, click to bypass it. But it means that the signal, the analog signal, needs to travel a longer distance via some connectors and shit. So yeah, over there, yeah, you will get the golden platinum the plugs for less corrosion, or maybe some high-grade cables. It's all about analog stuff. But then yeah, nowadays it's like whatever. Just buy a USB speaker. I have the what's it called again? Marshall Acton 3. That's remarkably good sound. Okay, maybe not the best stereo sound. It's just one speaker, but whatever. It's just for practical use. But it has remarkably deep bass and punchy bass and quite nice sound quality overall. Nice and clear. But it's not battery driven. It runs on AC. So maybe they don't need to optimize it for power saving. I think they just go bananas with the power. Okay. 45% at the turnaround point, huh? Soon. Yeah, in the old days, I had some Denon and Technics. Yeah, I also had the tape deck, Denon tape deck, cassette player. One with the two cassette players or two cassette decks, or just a single one. And I had a Denon with a double cassette deck, and then I switched it over to another Denon with a single. But it was crazy because it was a tray, yeah. So you don't put the cassette standing up. You put it horizontally into the tray, yeah. And of course, auto reverse on the cassette, which how is this again? Wait, is that another damn Volvo? Let me check here once it passes. No, that was a Tesla. No wait, no, that was a Volkswagen. But how was that again? I had a cassette deck where when you reverse it, the head actually turns 180 degrees. But then some system has two heads, so it doesn't turn, it just goes the other way, and then. But it's weird because there was actually a slight difference when you play it in the side A, right? And then when you reverse it, you can hear that it was slightly different. Versus if you manually flip it around, then the sound is different. This is the era of analog audio, where there is slight difference in the angle on the cassette band or the cassette, yeah, what do we call it, versus the head. And I even had one cassette player where you could adjust. They call it the azimuth angle. Or the bias, I don't know what the heck it was with it. And they could actually change slightly the characteristics of the sound. Man, the kind of stuff we had to deal with in the 80s and 90s, man, with the analog music. And of course I had the rack with the wheels on, the 43 centimeter rack. And then we went for the midi rack, they call it, the 30. It was a narrower, not the 43 centimeter, but the smaller form factor. I always went for the full size 43 centimeter. .5 millimeter red and then, yeah, I also back in the days I had a Denon. I used that for a long time. I had a Denon headset, of course, a wired Denon wired headset, but it was with a big 6.3 millimeter plug, audio plug. I think that's still used in studio, right? And of course, it comes with a 6.3 to 3.5 millimeter adapter. And I use that in the... Is that another damn Volvo? I'm not sure. But yeah. And I use it when I play Doom and shit. The headset. I actually had wired headset for a long time until I... Oh, was that again? Until I switched over. Well, yeah, once I moved to Haugerud, then I just use a speaker. Had Dolly Icon 5 speakers I used. And then eventually I switched over to wireless headset, Sony. XLR, yeah, they call, where was that? Yeah, they call it XLR, isn't it? Oh shit, we have the... But I was never into LP or the vinyl LP, the turntable. I never had that stuff. I was only into the magnet disc or the cassette player and the CD eventually. And at one point I also had a Denon 5, what do you call it again? CD changer. I had a 5 CD player, what they would call it. It's quite awesome. You can load 5 CD plates in there, and then you can hear it. Gluk, 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 gluk. Oh shit! And also, I wasn't a fan of the mini disc. Oh no, what they call it again? Discman or the CD player, the portable CD player. I think I had one at one point, but for not too long, and it was just skipping. You know, it was there will be buffers. Yeah, you will have like a massive buffer on it to deal with skipping in case there is a bit of shake or you walk a bit with it. Huh? Rock was top of the line. That was, yeah, dude, I remember there was something called what the heck was it again? There was some kind of digital cassette, wasn't it, for music? I don't remember what the heck it was called. I never went for that technology. It's just like I never went for zip drive on the computer. But also yeah, what the heck was it called again? Mini disc. I had mini disc. Yes. I had actually mini disc for a while. I had a couple of different Sony mini disc players. I think 2 of those. But I never went for the big ass one that was actually featured in the last action hero. I think was Arnold Schwarzenegger used one. Was freaking huge. Never went for that, fortunately. It was big and bulky. But they actually made some really nice and compact mini disc players. Actually more compact than the cassette player, even the Walkman. Yeah, DOT. Yeah, exactly. Digital audio tape. Yeah, DOT. I remember DOT was like, well, there was digital tape. I don't know what the heck they did. It must be AC/DC. No, again, digital audio. I mean, no, not that. Analog, or digital to analog converter and shit like that. I think it's stored the data analog, but then they converted it to digital, similar to modem back then. You know? Oh, whoa, whoa, what I mean, crazy. Okay, but we need to get out of this. It's just raining heavily now, and by the time we reach Halmstad, then it should be better. So it's just quite dense over here. So there's a taxi. There's a freaking taxi. Trying to figure out who the heck is driving so damn slow in the left lane. Yeah, so I have to pay attention now. It's freaking crazy rain right now. Man, crazy rain. What we have? We're down to 36%. Oh shit. Okay, navigation. Okay, search. Let's see, Ionity. There, it doesn't say. It just says Ionity. Okay, that is Falkenberg. Okay, now it claims 15% of Falkenberg. Okay, we might arrive with 10% then. Oh, I have to pay attention. We're getting crazy. Slight curve. Avoid the rain. If you drive fast now, we get out of the rain. There, it starts getting better now. I think at Halmstad it should not rain. That was CD quality and recordable. Oh yeah, that was pretty cool. But I never went for that technology. Just for me, it was like, well, you get digital, but I mean, high quality. I would like the recordable stuff, you know, in the cassette. Plus, the cassette would. Those cassette, portable cassette players were, the Walkman were quite compact compared to the Discman. So I was more a fan of Walkman. And eventually I was like, probably not gonna go for that. Just stick to a cassette player for a bit. And then when I saw that Discman came out at affordable price, and they made a smaller Discman. No, there was a mini disc. When the mini disc came out, after a couple of years, they came with a small, quite compact mini disc player. I was like, ooh, I'm sold. And then actually, yeah, I remember that mini disc player I purchased. Wait, I don't remember now. If it ran on AA battery, or if it actually had lithium battery. But it was actually quite awesome from Sony back then. So I was a Sony consumer for a long time, but also had some Panasonic for a while. I wish I kept all those old relics from the 90s. I still have my Sony Mavica, which is a camera that uses floppy 3.5 millimeter floppy disk, 3.5 inch floppy disk. But the battery is kind of dead on it. But I guess I can find some replacement battery. Chargers should still work. We can revive it, maybe try to find some old floppy disk on eBay, and it should work. That thing is from Gjøvik from 1999 or something, or 2000. So that thing is around 20, at least 26 years old. No, I purchased it second hand, so it could be almost 30 years old. I could probably sell it for okay price. Right, 32%. Yeah, I think there's a pretty high chance we can make it to Falkenberg. Yeah, exactly. I've got headphones. Yeah, I had the kind of shitty sound setup. I just went for bass, and yeah, I had this Servin Vega 12-inch. It was loud, but probably quite shitty, audiophile quality. And I remember the old days, actually when I was a student, I purchased some not so expensive Pawel and Wilkins, they call it DM302, I think it was, yeah. Just a compact speaker, and it sounded okay, pretty good for the price. I was using a Denon amplifier for the longest time. And it wasn't crazy, it was like 2 times 80 watt, or maybe 2 times 50 watt RMS on the amplifier. It was plenty enough sound. Oh, you had the mini display, wow. Device to hold ever for that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, really good sound. That was actually interesting because mini disc had compression, you know. It was what was it called again? A-track, I think it was called A-track or something, compression. Different A-track level, don't remember how it was. That was Sony's own compression system they used there. How was that again? I think I could I choose bitrate? But it was operating at 256K or 320, I think, yeah, around there. So it was a higher bitrate than the typical MP3 back then. Most MP3s for the longest time in the 90s were at 128K, which is actually kind of shitty, or I mean, okay, yeah, okay quality versus file size, because back then with 28.8 modem and maybe some 64K ISDN lines, you don't have that much bandwidth. Like downloading one MP3 file 4 megabyte could take 10-15 minutes. So you don't want to run at that 256K, especially because those Sound Blaster speakers couldn't handle the quality anyway. But yeah, I mean, it was quite amazing because mini disc only has around 120 megabyte capacity, whereas the CD had 750-ish, right? So they actually crushed down the file size to around 1/5 by using compression. So mini disc was very impressive, very good sound quality despite small files. But I guess that was and then I remember the freaking creative DAP, that the creative digital audio player I had. Oh my god, that was it had so shitty battery life. It had a freaking hard drive in there. But it was so slow to start. It was sluggish. It was and then when I got my first and last Apple product, which is the what the heck was it called again? iPod Mini, not the iPod. I never went for the iPod. It was kind of big-ish, but the iPod Mini was like super slick with color screen and stuff. I was like, wow, I spend a lot of time. Eventually, I moved over to phone. But then back in the days, it was there were different companies like Sony, and maybe also Philips was involved. But Sony developed mini disc, and then I don't remember other companies. Yeah, like Creative. They created the DAP, the digital audio player. It ran on 4 AA batteries, and it was quite inefficient and slow. And there was a hard drive in there, and then I don't remember input. It was actually quite big and bulky for a freaking probably because of the hard drive. They probably used a 3.5 millimeter, the 3.5 inch hard drive in there. But back then, companies actually had to innovate and try to find some new ways of storing music, right? But no one ever made a portable LP player. That would be way too big to fit. Like, you can't fit that in the pocket. It must be a backpack or some shit like that. But it will not work. And then the problem is that if you bump, if there's a bump, you don't just skip the music. You you damage the LP. So, yeah. Microsoft soon. Oh, okay. What the heck is that? Was that also another digital audio player? But I mean, that was the old days. Nowadays, everything moved into a phone. Yeah, so everything is in the phone now. The phone becomes everything. Camera, music player. Well, actually, it doesn't really work. I mean, it's just streaming. You can, of course, you can save. I cache some of my playlist on Spotify into my phone, but then it eats up a couple of 100 megabytes. iPod competitor. The iPod was actually really, it was dominating for a long time until iPhone came out and killed iPod, basically. But I remember at work I had a Sony Ericsson smartphone that had WAP. What the heck was it again? WAP. It was the weird standard where you can browse you can browse internet with it. Yeah, you can make WAP pages. And it could also play music, and it has some okay memory in there. You can store music. So I kind of did some of that stuff. I had like a touch screen and a pen, and it was like a flip phone. Then eventually iPhone came out, but I actually didn't jump on the smartphone until Samsung Galaxy. I saw my coworker purchased a Samsung Galaxy S2, and then he was showing it off for a long time, and then a while later I also purchased one. Then I was on the Samsung Galaxy ride, but I never went for iPhone. But it means that, yeah, it was kind of clumsy actually when using that iPod Nano, is that I had to use iTunes and I had to sync it. So it was like not my way of doing things, because I'm used to copying files over to, or burning a CD in folders and stuff, right? So I like to organize it in folders and files and a file system. And then it was like, huh? I have to sync it with the iTunes. Man, iTunes is a freaking devil made by Apple. I wonder if they still use iTunes. Wait, how is the battery status now? 23%. We are 25 kilometers away from Falkenberg. Arrival 13%. Okay, that's good. We might arrive at 10% or whatever. I think that's deep enough. 22 to 39 degrees Celsius. We're gonna enter the Baustelle soon. Should be fairly dry over here. And man, do you guys remember Laserdisc? Holy shit balls. I never went for that technology, but I remember it. There was a time when freaking Laserdisc, it's a humongous like CD, an optical disc, just to store video, yeah, movies and shit on Laserdisc. Wait, is that sign coupled? Okay. It was roughly the same size as an LP. And the Laserdisc player and stuff. Oh, crazy, man. Like crazy stuff that happened in the 90s and the late 90s. All those companies are innovating, and then eventually Blu-ray, or those also existed for a long time. You could get wasn't it 7 gig in a Blu-ray, or those similar technologies. But there was also a shit ton of standard in the Blu-ray what do you call it, ecosystem. Or the DVD. Dude, let's not forget the freaking DVD, man. The DVD era. Holy shit, man. I also didn't go much for the DVD. Don't remember if I had any DVD at all. But I need to turn off auto steer. It's trying to go too much to the left. No, stop it. There, okay. No, wait. Okay. Laserdisc completely was 3.3 gig only. Wow. Yeah, but are you guys so old that you actually use those? They call it 5. Wait, well, how much is it again? You know those floppy disks, the 5 3/4 or whatever it was inch floppy disk, not the 3.5 inch floppy disk. And those ancient, those thin 5-inch whatever disc, they could hold only 720K, I think it was. 525. Oh yeah, now I remember. Yeah. It was 525 inch, and it was no. Wait, was it only 360K? 360 kilobyte or something shitty like that. So the 3.5 inch floppy disk was actually way better, and it actually survived for decades before it completely disappeared. Even a computer I built in 2005-ish, I had a floppy drive. Of course, you need that for drivers and shit. You buy hardware, you get drivers in the in the floppy disk, right? I remember my big brother got Johnny, the oldest brother. He got the computer before, many years before me, because mom purchased a computer for him, and he was playing with that stuff. So it was like, it was a luxury having he had a 286 in the early days with VGA graphics. Yeah, 640 times. No, wait. Was it only? No, he had the 320 times 240, I think. He was spending a lot of time in Norton Commander and DOS, I remember. Yeah. And he had those 525-inch floppy disk. Consumption is 230 watt hour per kilometer right now. Total consumption. We've done 550 kilometers. So 720k. Yeah, that's what I remember back then. So it was half of the 3.5-inch disc. So I started actually quite late. I got my first computer around 1990. I think it was in 90. It was in Bodø before, but several years before I moved there. So I think it was around 96 or 95. No, wait. Yeah, I was digging around with Windows 3.11 for a little bit, but I didn't really see the point of Windows. I was like, huh? So I was mostly just digging around in DOS and playing Doom. I didn't really, I think I tried Wolfenstein briefly, but it's mainly Doom and those games in that era. Oh, Duke Nukem also, yeah. Doom, Duke Nukem, and Dune 2 also. Good old days, man. And then I used Windows 95 for the longest time, and then switched to Windows 98. Now Quake, yeah, of course, Quake. Let's not forget Quake. So lots of that stuff was accessible via DOS. Yeah, those were DOS games, not Windows games. So I would, boot up in DOS only. You don't want to run Windows, man. That eats up memory. So you want to boot up only in DOS and then start those games. I've even made some nice startup menus. I can just use arrow up, down, and then choose whatever. So I have to do a little bit of config, some high-level programming in some auto-exec button config sys and some of those guys in the old days, man. Yeah. But nowadays I become a freaking computer noob. I'm like, oh shit, okay. Last time I purchased a computer, I didn't even build it myself. I just let the Komplett build it for me. I just spec whatever I want, and then I haven't paid attention to, I don't watch Linus tech tips, whatever. So I don't know what kind of socket we have nowadays, or what kind of DDR memory we use, or what hard drive standard Satan or SATA or whatever we use nowadays. I never went for SCSI, by the way. It was kind of expensive back then, and the IDE was cheaper, so I just went for the regular IDE interface. And also didn't really go for the RAID. Many people, they went for RAID 0, RAID whatever, for more speed. I just like, okay, whatever. I'll just go for the poor man's computer. Yeah. Syntax. Yeah, that could be it also. Okay, how are we cooking now? 18%. We're getting closer. 9 kilometers left. Okay, whatever. We kind of need to stop there. I don't think we can go further. It's a big gap also from Falkenberg to Himle. So we just stop here. By the time we reach it, it's gonna be lower anyway. Seeker 7 GT, the charger will be to be one for the ages. Okay. Well, it's gonna set a record most likely. OS2, Oh, dude, what the heck was that thing again? OS2, I remember it. Damn. I would test because it's not minus 10, minus 17 degrees now. Just want to get a more more summer or more realistic consumption. I mean, more realistic temperature across Europe. So it's 11 degrees right now. I remember the whole OS2, yeah. I never went for that. I just stuck with Windows. I had a little bit of Linux at one point. But I don't know. I just couldn't get the whole Linux thing with the kernel compilation and all that stuff, man. And I found it easier to just use the graphical interface in Windows. %. Now. Wait, I charged to 70. Okay, this will be good for estimating. Let me see. We check here. After self-start, 239. Okay. So the consumption was not 250 for this leg then. Because I would expect. Let me see. I was estimating 58. I went for 7. Oh no, wait. I did actually count a quite massive buffer. 58. I would 58. 13% at arrival. I would estimate. Now at 15%. Okay, so that's actually quite close. So it means that the consumption must have been around 245. But just didn't dare to go too deep in case. Yeah. In case that non-linearity messes with me, my calculation. Okay, microphone off. Okay, welcome back. 15%, 23 to 40 degrees. What? 40 degrees? Uh-oh. It better start cooling fast. Oh, it starts getting bright as long as the clouds clear. Okay, so then we have another 18-minute charging stop here, right? Let's check. But yeah, from here around 150 kilometers to Speculate. So I have to calculate. I can guess what the consumption will be. It's going to be lower now, maybe 230. Since we have to pass through Göteborg. Yeah, that is likely. Okay, maybe I'll just take the same charger. Or, yeah, whatever. Let's take the same charger as last time. It's a lucky charger, man. Oh, I had to watch out for these freaking rocks, man. Every time I stop, I have a little bit, like 5 minutes of eating time. Okay, stop HVAC. There. Falkenberg. No, yeah, Falkenberg again. Dude, 10 degrees Celsius. Well, it seems like this car does not fail handshake, because I'm usually outside standby in case handshake fails. Well, I have 23 to 40 degrees right now. I think better start cooling fast. We on rapid gate. You're back at Falkenberg? Oh yeah. More or less spot on. Well, okay. I estimate that I will arrive with 13%. We arrive with 15%. So, yeah. All right. We want to keep it safe. But it's ramping up. The battery is actually nice and warm now because it's been hammering it. Look at 23 to 40 degrees. You better start cooling before it replicates. Oh, look at that. Oh yeah. So when people are wondering, why do you retest this? Well, because as long as it's not freezing cold outside and more like 10 degrees like now, then you actually get pretty good charging speed. So this should be a lot faster than the winter run, and it's actually more realistic for the rest of Europe, right? So now we wait. What do we want? Some reason. Wait. 409 volts. No. 300. For some reason we don't get 400 amp anymore. We got that at Yoshi that first session. Now it's lower for some reason. But dude, I've been having the spoiler extended. Let me see. Let me check here. Maybe there's something about this. Vehicle settings. Spoiler. Here, electric rear spoiler. Mazda 16. That should just Google that should be AI or oh, it does actually ruin the consumption. Man. Okay, we need to lower the spoiler. I googled about this, and the spoiler actually, it's better for stability. Gee, okay, probably no big deal, but I googled about this, and the spoiler, when it's on, I mean when it's up right now, it makes it better for maybe stability and grip, grip, right? But it's actually slightly, okay, you know. So what we're gonna do now is do this, yeah, and then it lowers. I'll show you guys outside of what it looks like. Okay, well, while we're there, I think maybe, I've done 12. Cap don't go off. Just to make sure it's not locked. Okay, well, but we're getting this nice speed again. It seems to be consistent now, right? But yeah, I don't know how much we ruined, but we have driven around 570 kilometers until I found out that, oh, the spoiler was up. Okay, well, now the spoiler is down for maximum efficiency. But this time I need to find out exactly how much I need to go to Ionity Spectrum. You see navigation, Ionity Spectrum. There. Distance is what I need, and then I'll guess the rest. Go anyway. 137 kilometers away, right? Right, oh, that's good. Let me check here. Okay, if I guess that the consumption will be 230, we have to the high speed, and then lower speed, and then 230. We have a slight tailwind also. Okay, we need to spend 50% of the battery. Oh, okay. Then I need 55% at least. Well, I could go 60 just to be safe, yeah. But that shouldn't take too long then, 60%. Haven't done nothing. And suddenly the audio is better. Well, thank me later. Yeah, you can go flat until almost 50%. Yeah, this time I'm quite confident with my calculation that 50% is enough for Spectrum. And it doesn't really make any sense to go, well, if I go further, like, well, I can't go Ljungskile or Uddevalla and then go straight home. No, it's actually safer to just go Spectrum and then Strömstad and then home. Oh, it's not dropped there. Uh-oh. Wait, that is a bit early, isn't it? You know why? Because we freaking arrived at 40 degrees. That's why. Now it's not replicating. Gee. Yeah, earlier I would get 150 kilowatt longer, right? Oh, shit. We are down to only 120 kilowatt. On the previous session, or the other session before, we would actually get 150-ish kilowatt until 50%. Why did it drop in earlier now? Well, because we hit 48 degrees Celsius. And then unlike the other sessions earlier, this time we had the highest max temp. It was, when we arrived here, we had 21, wait, what was it again? Okay, whatever, but we had 40 degrees here in the max temp. In the other session, we will arrive with less than that, maybe 35 degrees. So that's why it replicates. Yeah. But it doesn't sound like the cooling is running too hard, so it sounds like this is just misdesign of the software versus the hardware. Well, we can actually leave soon. I'm gonna get ready for pee, and then we are pretty much good to go. Just had a couple of minutes of eating time. Yeah. I think it sounds safe to just go spec it out. Yeah, 49 degrees Celsius now. It's gonna replicate even more soon. At least I spec it out. The battery should be a lot cooler. This is the most intense stretch. See how are we now? 54%. 100. Okay. This maybe. Okay. Almost good to go. 55%. Yeah. First round was, huh? Wow. Huh? How can we achieve that speed again? I think we can't, right? I don't know what's up with this. I mean, the battery should be more than warm enough. It seems like there is some kind of throttling, or you only get that speed on the first session and then you get lower speed. Okay, we're almost done now. I will go out and film some stuff and then we go for the Spectre. The first Circle K. I want to check also if I want to buy something at Circle K and then see if that counts as a visit in my app. Okay, so almost good to go. Let me see. 57%. I think we can fire up the heater now. It shouldn't kill the heat right away, right? 58%. Okay, fire it up. Auto. There. I'll go for 60%, just to be sure. Okay, let's see. Yeah, 60%. Let's go. It's actually easier to stop the charging from the car and charge. Okay, that was 16-minute charging. So the first session was 24 minutes, but it was from what was it again? 12%, right? To 75%. That was kind of long. And then second session was 20%, 20 to 71%. But it was only 18 minutes. And then this time, 16 minutes. From 12 to, no, it was again 15%. 15 to only 60%. So we didn't add that much to the battery. But dude, I remember I used to sleep over here at Falcon by my trips back in the days. I would sleep at the supercharger. They just pee in the bush, and then in the morning maybe I went to Max Burger or some shit. Oh no, auto high beam is on again. No, there. Oh, stop slowing down. Oh, shit. Dude, what the heck is this shit? Yeah. I don't know what the heck the car is doing. It kept slowing down. Okay, so hopefully we have enough juice. What is the car saying now? 12% of the rival. Okay, we'll see about that. I have calculated, I guess that we will spend 50% of the battery. We charge 60%, so we might arrive with 10% or 5%, but most likely we're gonna make it there. And if we for some reason spend way too much, but then that's highly unlikely, then I could bail out at Kongal 20 kilometers before Spekkerød. But I'm pretty sure we can make it to Spekkerød at 60%. Oh, it actually gets kind of bright now. 4 at night. Dude, if it wasn't cloudy, it would be even brighter right now. Man, these Nordic wind and Nordic summers are crazy. It actually makes it harder for me to test headlights. There is only around, I think around between 1 and 2 at night when it's darkest that I can test headlights. Dude, what the fuck, man? The car is slowing down. Holy shit ball. The car is slowing down over here. Seriously, what the heck is wrong with this car, man? It wants to slow... Dude, it slows down again here. Are you serious? Oh, my lord. It's a really dangerous, sharp curve here. Holy shit, man. It slows down so much. I'm even too lazy to push the throttle now. I've been pushing the throttle probably hundreds of times now during this challenge to over... No, stop it, man. Oh, it just slows down like 2-3 kilometers per hour, sometimes almost 10 kilometers per hour, like all the time since we left Falkenberg. When I don't ask for too much, like even the Volvo ES90 had some annoying features, but as long as the cruise control works and there was no annoying beeps going on, then that's good enough for me, right? And as long as it doesn't slow down in the curves, then I'm happy. I can accept some 0.5 second lag when you click on something in the user interface until it appears. Also when you adjust the steering wheel or stuff, like there is a 0.3 second lag when you press until the steering wheel moves. Okay, I can accept that. You don't do that too often, but cruise control on long trips, use that all the time. And if you control auto steer, then at least I get pissed. You can drive manual. You don't need to use cruise control. Okay, let me see. Let me check here. Now it's probably reset, right? Because I closed the door. After self-start. Yeah, we have been driving for 0.1 hour. Consumption is 243 watt-hour per kilometer after 12.3 kilometers. Liar, liar, pants on fire. There's no way we have that low consumption. Especially because we accelerated to 120 plus kilometers per hour. And this car weighs 2.3 tons or whatever it was. Well, I don't remember. Yeah, I think it was around there. So the car is lying about consumption initially, or yeah. So I don't know what else it's lying about. Wait, so did I ever do a charging test to test the kilowatt hour? Well, that was Polisen hammering or hugging in the left lane. But I'm not sure if I ever did a charging test, AC charging test to check the thing. I think I didn't do that. Yeah, I was because I was actually trusting on what the thing reported on trip meter. I could do a charging test today, but it's gonna take 6 hours or so. But whatever, I could just dig around at home. I just have to try to make it go. I have to go deep before I plug it in. But I can just drive an extra loop. Probably doesn't take too long. If I would arrive at 10% anyway, then don't have to drive too far before we're down to almost 0%, right? We can go deep to almost 0%. The car doesn't die right away, so I don't think I need to bring protection. It has a massive buffer. Yeah, and then I try to charge from 0 to 100% and see how many kilowatt hour it takes. And then, dude, that thing, maybe they should fix it. It could actually trigger some people with epilepsy. They get epilepsy when driving, and then they crash and die. Dude, why is it slowing down here? The fuck, man? Oh, I mean, no, it's slowing down here again. What the heck, man? I think it misinterprets the map data or some shit. It's obviously not using the camera to determine whether it should slow down or not. Yeah, I believe it's map data. But okay, I can kind of understand when it slows down around Tarn where it's kind of twisty. But over here, around Varberg, Falkenberg, the road is really damn straight in the 120 zone. Like, yeah. Slow down with soft steering, yeah, bouncy suspension, fake consumption, yeah, capped consumption also. Yeah, many cars will slow until 8% usually, then it goes faster. So there's, I don't know, man, I see the same pattern on many Chinese cars. And I see the same, this is not the only car that shows 0.9 hours. BYD does the same shit. 0.9 hours. And many Chinese cars, they cap the consumption. But I figure out that I can, I sense something is weird. Most car journalists, they don't understand what the heck is going on, or they don't care. But I'm like, wait a minute, that seems suspicious, or something doesn't make sense, when they look at some of the numbers here. Well, I don't know why the Chinese car manufacturers are like that. I mean, who the heck are they trying to fool, huh? By capping the consumption. I mean, is that shit even legal? And also in the DPAL, it doesn't show the consumption with HVAC. Is that shit even legal in Europe? I think Europe is so damn strict about everything. So if there's one place that shit would be banned, would be in Europe. They say, okay, you're not allowed to sell any DPAL until you fix that software because it's misleading the consumers. And I would say the same about the cap consumption. It's also misleading the consumers. And I would even dare to claim that non-linear state of charge scale is also misleading. I mean, that's the whole point of using the scale, that 50% should be half, not 50% is 45% energy. Dummy. You know, like what the fuck, man? I mean, you can't use common sense. Or you can't just use regular, normal logic when you're dealing with many cars. And that doesn't even apply to the Chinese cars. Like the Korean cars are the same shit. Non-linear scale. So if I was the EU president, I would just say, "Chop, nope, no soup for you. You cannot sell in Europe until you fix that shit." And slow down in the curves, you must be able to turn off that feature. Otherwise, you cannot sell it in Europe. Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe many people don't use cruise control, but I mean, it drives me nuts when I use even just the cruise control or the auto steer, and the uneven drive. You know, I notice it. I can even see it on the power meter. It jumps a bit up and down, up and down. I can feel it, and it doesn't drive smooth. The cruise control right now. I mean. BYD did that shit many years ago. They fixed that. Auto 3 Evo doesn't do that anymore. And also Volvo ES90 doesn't do many of the Chinese car annoying things. So I mean, it is possible for the Chinese to improve, but the majority of the Chinese cars, they are just still annoying and shitty. But mainly in the software. Yeah. Well, actually, some hardware stuff also, like the bouncy suspension. Yeah, that's true. But also the stuff like, do you want to use adaptive cruise control? You want to use auto steer? Well, it only works up until 130 kilometers per hour. Any Germans would be like, huh? And I mean, even many other places in Europe, you can go faster than 130. Or I mean, many people can cruise, like, let's say 135, 140 without getting a ticket, right? Nope. No auto steer for you. So, yeah, I heard from Neo. Yeah, how was that again? The Neo, somebody. Wait, was it 120 or 130 on the ES8? Neo claims that there is limitation in the radar range. Yeah, so that's why they limit the auto steer speed. Was that really? And how come the Germans can go? You can set the German autos, electro autos, at 200 kilometers per Stunde on the tempomat, and it will do it just fine on auto steer. Okay, but I don't expect auto steer working at 200, because I would probably want to drive manually at 200, but at least auto steer until 150, like the classic Teslas. Yeah, Model 3, Model Y back then could handle 150 until the Tesla Vision came out, and then they limit to 140, which is like kind of works, but I think 150 is a magic value that works for most people. But again, I guess in most European countries, then 140 GPS, 140 speed, which is around 138 GPS speed, should be fast enough. But I personally, some places want to cruise maybe at 145 on the speedo. But then you could risk of getting a ticket. Yeah, that's true. But actually, when I hammered, and I remember the old days, many years ago, when I borrowed a Model Y. That was the first gen Model Y, 2019, from Marcus Bil. We went to Bled. Then at night, I could hammer at 150 kilometers per hour. And it was actually good charging, good travel speed on the Autobahn, of course. That was in Deutschland. But nowadays, if you want to use Tesla Vision, then 140 only. Wait, dude. When did the Tesla Vision come out? Maybe I can buy a Model 3 before the Tesla Vision came out. 21 Model 3, is that with radar, or is it too late? Oh, there's stuff behind. No, but actually the phantom braking, I haven't experienced much phantom braking at all when I did the 1,000 kilometer challenge at least. And also when I drove a little bit around, yeah. But maybe there was a coincidence. Maybe you have to go to the B roads. Wait, this is a short, dude. The Baustelle, wait. Maybe it's not on this side. There was Baustelle on the other side. Oh, okay. So no slowdown here, hopefully. Because last weekend, or just 3-4 days ago, they had slowdown on this stretch. 70 zone here for quite some time. 2021. Oh, okay. Well, how can I know if second-hand Tesla has vision or not? I would like to buy the one with a radar. Maybe I can go for a late 2020 or an early 2021 then, with the stocks even, yeah, and the old Hella lights. Oh yeah, that kicks ass for the Lord. ...135 kilometers per hour on the shit, man, that's kind of slow. In Europe at least, they are at 140. The same with Model 3 Standard I tested recently. It's limited to 140 auto steer, autopilot. But I mean, because Model 3 is so efficient, then if you want to travel fast, then 150 would be better to cruise at. Actually, well, it depends how often you want to charge, but you could even go maybe 160, 170, but then you better have the long range battery. Let's say a long range rear wheel drive maybe. Then even 170 would make sense. But then you better have free supercharging. But usually around 150 is a good balance between how much energy you consume versus how fast you travel. So yeah, when you go faster, then you need to take more charging stops, you need to consume more energy, and you might not gain that much in average speed. Of course, if I had time, it would be interesting for me to do a 1,000 kilometer challenge in Germany at night, cruising at 150 kilometers per hour, for example, all the way, without any cities in between. But I kind of know the answer already, because I did that 24-hour run. That was with a Panasonic battery in Model 3. And I think it went quite fast. Now, you can probably see I don't know, I think I put it in the video, right? After 1,000 kilometer, maybe it takes only 8 hours or so to do 1,000. 8 to 8.5, I would guess. And that was actually not even an optimal run, because it was somewhat wet at night, and yeah, I think it was in September I did that many years ago. Well, but I mean, yeah, just like in China, the speed limits are 120. You know, the highest speed limits on the Chinese autobahn. But I noticed that many people go faster than 120 over there. And I heard it from local Chinese guys. I think it was the Chure guys. They told me that there is a hidden 20% tolerance, which is quite massive. So you can go at 144 kilometers per hour and you still won't get a ticket. And I think you won't even be caught by the speed cameras, supposedly. That's what the Chinese claim. But if you go 145 and the 120 zone, then you will get ticket. But then the damn Chinese cars, they slow down as if they want to go at 120 or slow. No, I mean, even many roads in Europe or Norway or Sweden, even when I cruise at 120, it tends to slow down. So I don't know what the heck is wrong with the software, the mind behind it, how they program it. They're just being way too careful about driving around curves. But not only that, but the annoying part, like this car, is that it tends to slow down only 1 or 2 kilometers per hour at some curves. And that becomes annoying rather than a safety feature, right? Or a convenient feature. Because it's also kind of harsh the way it slows down and then accelerates again. It's not just a very gentle slow down and acceleration like many of the German cars, like a BMW or Mercedes has, or even the Audi and Volkswagen, how they work. But then Opel is also German, right? Oh shit. Yeah, I can feel it now. Again, suddenly it slows down, and I can see in the power curve. And it dips a bit. I can also see it on especially car scanner. I can see it. 35 kilowatt, 33 kilowatt, 36, 32, 33. Let me see if I can spot the dip. 31, 34. Right now it's driving quite gently. 30, 31, yeah. 29, 26, 31. Yeah, that was 21, 29. You see? 23, 21, 30. Yeah, when it goes slight downhill that it drives uneven. 18, 25, 16, 24, 16, 20, 13, 20. Holy shit, yeah. 7, 18. I was like, how hard can it be? Like, why does it... I mean, they have programmed the system to just go like this. Is that car moving or is it stationary? It's slowly moving. It's some kind of limp mode. Current consumption 240 watt-hour per kilometer. Wait, but in the winter run, I had 233 watt-hour per kilometer. Really? What? No, don't slow down here, you mother trucker. Shit. But then it was minus 17 degrees Celsius at the coldest. So it was a freaking cold run on the winter run. How the heck could the average consumption be 233? I mean, even if it's not counting heater, which I suspect that it didn't do. then even that is a bit weird. Wait, there is a possibility that it didn't count heater before, but then after some update, it counts heater now. I should do a test, but I don't know when I have time for it, because tonight, I kind of need to pick up, today and tonight, I need to pick Valdemar is arriving tonight, close to midnight, and I need to pick him up. So I kind of need to just pass out a bit and then pick him up, and then I guess I could go on a little run, a couple of hours, and then come back and try to get some sleep. Yeah, and then Monday I will swap cars. Where I had to get from Green i Næringspark over to Lørenskog. Okay, I might consider, but then that might be an expensive and long taxi ride, boat ride. We'll see. Yeah, it's kind of daylight now. 4:28. Damn. Let me check my numbers here. We have 5, 6, 7, 8, 12. 12-minute delay total. So that means 1 hour and 48 minutes plus current time. So this is crazy, and even further north is brighter than, yeah. If I had the time, I should go check out, maybe drive to Alvdal. It's going to be so bright at Alvdal at night. But that's not even remotely close to the Arctic Circle. But then, I don't know, next summer, or rather, Isabel will be 5 years old and Oxen 3 years old. Maybe if they are not too high maintenance, I could stay away. I mean, I could be away for a couple of days, 2 days. Yeah, that's what I need. 2 full days to go to Arctic Circle and back again. If wifey can survive 2 days with the kids alone, and then hopefully by then she gets a driver's license. Right now I'm just trying to gather enough money so I can pay for the driver's license, but also I have to pay for the tax coming in June, 15th of June. So in just a couple of weeks I will get the tax. Well, I know how much it's going to be. It's the same for each 3 months. Just have to see how much money I have left over after the tax has been paid, and all the bills have been paid. Canada, yo, what's up? That country I call Alaska every time. Well, at least now we get consistent 155 to 100, yeah. Well, okay, the 165 kilowatt was just the first time. I don't know why. But at least every time now we get 155 kilowatt for a good time before it starts throttling. And then I think we won't hit any rain for a while. Check now. Yeah. We might hit some rain around town. No wait. Yeah, Tanum, Strömstad area. But then I'm not sure if I'll be able to make it there before. Yeah, roughly there, some rain. But the test I've done so far points towards that the car counts consumption correctly. But the tests I've done earlier during winter with possibly another software version points towards that it did not count consumption. So maybe Mazda silently updated, or Chang'an, after I made that video, with quite solid proof that at least the DPAL showed incorrect consumption. And possibly also Mazda, because I was getting weird numbers, and maybe then they silently updated the numbers, updated the software, but they didn't tell anyone. Oh, there was a deer. Watch out, there might be another. Watch out, dude. I don't know if you saw it. Well, he didn't slow down. The deer might have cleared it before he went there. Maybe he didn't see the deer at all. Okay, how are we cooking now? Well, we're still 64 kilometers away. The car says 10% on arrival, alright? Battery cools down as always, 24 to 38 degrees. Always high delta. It seems to just stay high, 14 degrees Celsius delta. Yeah, that's usually how we roll. It's been consistent, at least. It's been consistently high, but it hasn't gone sky high or anything. During the winter run, I think then it went really high, over 20 degrees Celsius delta. But from what I remember, during winter we didn't arrive with 20 plus degrees. Many times we arrive with only 15 degrees or so, and that's why it cold gated. And I remember there was one session I got only 85 kilowatts. I wonder if that was at Halmstad, which is really strange because I was hammering it in the 120 zone, Halmstad. But still, Colgate over there. Normally with other cars that tend to Colgate, or I don't know, not hit maximum speed, but usually at Halmstad I will hit maximum speed or charging speed because of the hammering. So this is exactly what I wanted to test, that the car actually performs way better when it's 10 degrees outside. What was that? What happened to the music? Not provided? Wait, did it not remember my...
Two or three hallucinations, playing back our conversations. Didn't mean to keep you waiting. Gave you time and dedication. I wish I were you were patient. Now you got a new location. My heart is sinking, I miss the loving you. Don't wake me up 'cause it feels so real. Don't press snooze. I've been sleeping on my late night dreams. I've been losing it for you lately.
Wait, it fades in the music. Ah, no. Just here. Yeah, it fades in the music. Oh, man, that is annoying.
Don't get me started. I love the way
Because yeah, okay, I can understand when you pause the music and you play it again. Many systems will fade in the music, okay? But you don't want to fade in the music when you enter a new track. They're actually alternating the original content but fading in the music. A small one. Modega. Yeah, it fades in every song. That is annoying, man.
Are you listening? 'Cause I don't wanna waste your time. I'm not giving in. And losing them will be alright. Am I missing it? So the only one I want by my side. But if you're not here for it, no, I gotta let you run away. Broken dishes.
Yeah, you kind of need.
You're in
It sounds a lot better now when the mid-tone have been boosted up by 7, which is the highest. With the default equalizer setting, then they're just missing something in the middle. It's just some bass and some treble without too much definition in the mid-tone.
Cause I don't wanna waste your time. I'm not here for it. And losing they will be alright. Am I missing it? Cause you're the only one I want by my side. But if you're not good for it, I know I gotta let you run away. Lost in speechless, immersed in feelings. You knock me down, but I can't take anymore. You make me lose my mind a dozen times a day.
Silent. What happened to the sound?
Will you hear me?
Do we have no sound here?
Are you listening? 'Cause I don't wanna waste your time.
Yeah, well, dude, with the default is really weird. You can't really. You have to choose between live music hall, KTV, and cinema. And there, I don't know, is there no unprocessed or flat? I don't know, so I have to choose live, which sounds the most neutral.
You make me lose my mind a dozen times a day. Baby, will you hear me when I say, are you listening? 'Cause I don't wanna waste your time. I'm not giving in. And losing they will be alright. Am I missing it? 'Cause you're the only one I want by my side. But if you're not here for it, I know I gotta let you run away.
Well, there was a second.
You're on to me.
But
You really got to me.
holy shit, man, that's annoying with the fade in. Isn't that?
You're on to me. You really got to me. No one's ever made me feel this alive. I told you in the beginning I was scared of commitment. My heart was there, but I was too terrified to admit it. All the hints that I was dropping, turns out you were always watching. You knew everything that I was feeling inside before I did. Secrets.
Well, if there was a setting somewhere, say, fade in the music every time, fade in the start of the music. It has like a second, around 1 second fade in time. If you can disable that, okay, that's fine. I'm not going to complain. No, you can't. You can't switch off that. Just like you can't switch off the slowdown in the curves either.
Every inhibition I've thought of fate, no more baby, you're on to me, and I'm into you. Here we are, and now we're headed to a whole nother level. Funny how we go from holding back to foot on the pedal. See a future for the first time. You're the focal point in my life. Baby, you're on to me. You really got to me. No one's ever made me feel this alive. Baby, you're on to me. And now I'm ready to throw every inhibition out the door. Afraid no more, baby, you're on to me. And I'm into you. It's something you won't believe. Got one more trick up my sleeve. About to drop down to one knee. alive. Baby, your arms free. And now I'm ready to throw every inhibition.
Wow, that whatever it's called again, the emergency lane or the basically the lane keeping thing, safety feature, whatever that re-enables. It's like I already have a quite safe racing line, right? But then the auto steer, it just kind of jiggle, it pulls the steering wheel like like I already have a pretty good margin away from the side of the, you know, of the line or the borders. No, the system just wants to pull in the weird direction somewhere. Like the car wants to go somewhere else. Yeah, it's like I can feel like the guys who made the software, they were like, okay, we know best what you want. Okay, you will not be able to turn off any of these features. We will slow down in the curves. We will fade in the music. We will decide where the safe steering path is. We do lots of stuff. We decide lots of stuff for you. You can't choose. You can't disable that. That's basically what this car is all about. Plus that the steering goes like, I'm gonna exaggerate a bit. It goes like this, you know, auto steer, and that it's a bit uneven throttle or power on off power, yeah. So freaking software, man. About 90% of the annoyances is just software choices or programmed in here, how it behaves. Just based on what I experienced now, I can never buy this car. And then if people ask me upright, if they want to buy a Mazda 6e versus Model 3, for example, I say go with Model 3. But of course, I'm not going to go and tell people don't buy the Mazda, because if you want the Mazda, well, there's probably a reason why you want it. Then go for it. P7 Plus. Yeah, actually the P7 Plus didn't have that annoying throttle, for example. You could drive smooth. It had fairly good regen. It was actually very nice and comfy. I would claim it's even quieter than this car. And it charges like a boss, and it should also be quite efficient. I don't know about slowdown in the curve, those in the X-Bang. I remember that was also super annoying back in the days. But also Neo was like that many years ago, but they fixed it. Now it still slows down, but it's not nearly as much. But I still feel like it's not my yeah, I remember when I used the EL8 and the ET5 Touring last year, it was still kind of annoying in the curves, and it was doing actually lots of annoying things. So I sent them a recommendation around 30 points that should be fixed, but they never responded. They never watched my video even. So it's like, I almost feel like many of the Chinese car manufacturers, they know best. They know better than you. You're gonna drive the car, you know. But they decide how the car will behave, and you cannot configure it other ways. That's why enhanced products kicks ass for the Lord. I mean, like even in the Fat e-tron, you can turn off that annoying curve assist, whatever. So that is like fine, no problem. Then I'm not gonna bitch about it. You can turn off the brake curve. Well, great. What about the other 99 things that annoys me with this car? But I remember I highlighted it many years ago when I tested. I think it was BYD Tang back then, and then some of the other BYDs. I was like, what the heck? You can see the power kilowatt going up and down, up and down, up and down all the time. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? But then in the Auto 3 Evo, it didn't do that anymore. I don't know if it did that in the C-Line 7 back then tested, or yeah, I don't remember what other BYD I tested recently. I wonder if even the Denza did it. Denza D9 in Thailand. But it seems like it's some kind of BYD feature. But it drives like a typical Asian driver, because they also drive like that. No joke. If you've ever been in Asia taking a taxi or even just ride with some Asian friends, you will notice that they drive like that. Even if when you overtake trucks and you can roll down the window, or if you can even hear the trucks go like it's not like a constant. Dude, it's not even 5 in the morning and it's so bright outside already. Damn. Well, how are we cooking? 25%. And we are still 27 kilometers away from Speculator. Wait, the car claims 14%, really? I would say we will consume a little bit over 10%. Now we might arrive at 10 to 12%. Well, battery is at okay temperature, 22 to 38 degrees. We should receive 155 kilowatt again. A little bit slow ramp up though. It takes maybe about a minute before we hit full speed. But as I noticed with the Tesla Model 3 Standard, it hit maximum speed within 10 seconds. It was quite fast ramp up. And then just stay there, flat 175 kilowatt. So actually, Tesla, dude, that was quite awesome. It can hit 175 and stay flat from 0% until around 18 to 21%, depending on how deep you go. But then it has this gentle throttle, and because the car is more efficient than this car, then it becomes at least half an hour to 45 minutes faster than the Model 3. Yeah, the poor man's Model 3. Well, as far as I know, in Tesla you cannot turn off that curve assist. It's always on, which is actually kind of bad, because there's many things in Tesla you can customize it. So I wonder if Enhance could fix that, turn off that annoying curve assist. It seems like the Volvo is not using tempomat. It goes slow uphill. But no, don't slow down here. Shit. Right, 21 kilometer left, still 23%. But it's fairly linear until 10%, and then it drops or plummets. Well, let me see. There is nothing past Speculator. Well, actually, then I have to go real deep. Yeah, okay. We need to stop at Speculator then. I think it has a small front, from what I remember. But it's tiny. It's for a man purse only. Wait, or did it have a big front? Oh, I don't remember. I think next week I should get the confirmation on the Q6 e-tron so I can start planning my summer vacation, about where to go and so on. But I'm still not sure if we want to go to Kristiansand Dyrepark and all that. Maybe we might want to prioritize going on the Europe trip in July. We can always do a weekend trip to Kristiansand, or I can go a little bit slightly off weekend, so we don't have to drive maybe on Friday afternoon, you know. We could actually travel Thursday evening or Thursday. I'm not sure if that makes any sense. Yeah, that's the problem. If we're gonna time it for the kids when they sleep midday, then we kind of need to travel. Well, we could travel Friday at noon, or 11:30-ish. And then we passed by Oslo around noon. Yeah, and then the traffic shouldn't start too crazy yet. But then we kind of get stuck in the afternoon traffic on the way back on Sunday. So in a way, it would be better if we, let's say, well, we could travel actually on Saturday. Yeah. I think that's how we usually do it. We travel on Saturday morning, but then we travel back on Monday morning. So we take one day off on Monday, but then we kind of lose that day for work or regular work that I usually do. But if you follow the regular 9 to 5 schedule and travel afternoon, Friday afternoon, then be stuck with Stau on the way out, and then Stau on the way back again. No, oh jeez, don't slow down here. Dude, the stupid car wants to slow down on this curve. Are you serious? It is so gentle curve. Would be interesting to see the steering angle, or could be just 1-2 degrees to the right, and it wants to slow down. How it's cooking now? 19%. Oh, we are 11 kilometers away. Oh, wait. Maybe the spoiler did some magic. Well, I want to check here. How much did we consume on this leg? 223. Okay, I was guessing 230, but we actually consume only 221 watt-hour per kilometer. All right. So for the next leg, I can guess around 230 then, because we have the high-speed stretch all the way. Yeah. But keep arriving more than 10%. 22 to 38 degrees. Well, I guess that's good. We should get max speed until 45% again. And this time I might not need that much. But it seems like I cannot achieve that perfect charging session that I got when I recorded it. Simply because we have too high delta between min and max. And when I did the perfect charging session, from what I remember, I was camped in the garage. It was really winter even. So I had to let the car sit in the garage, and then I heated up the garage so that the battery was nice and warm, and there was very little delta between min and max. So then I didn't rapid gate. Yeah, something like that. But whatever, we are able to achieve most of the charging curve. So let me see. We are getting close to 7 hour mark. A little bit past 700 kilometers. Wait, so that should mean that it will be more than 10 hours, maybe 10, 15, possibly. 18%, wow. 15%, wow, dude, I was guessing 10% at arrival, but it's gonna be 15%, possibly. Well, I could try to pinpoint it down to 5% on next stop if I dare to go that low. Yeah. Because actually 5% when I calculate might actually be 10% on display. Yeah. Okay. Microphone off. Where's the wind blowing? You see? There's supposed to be some flags over here. Look at the real world. Check the wind direction. No flags. There. Oh, we have tailwind. Okay. Well, that helps. That definitely helps. Tailwind. Wait, what about these flags? Check the 0K flags. Well, that seems like, yes, pretty much dead on hit the tailwind. Where could I dare to try and go 220 1 hour per kilometer? You know, that is possible. Yeah. I think maybe not 225. What about rate? Oh, we gotta hit some rate. But that was, yeah. What tailwind definitely helps. Now that we retracted the spoiler also. Oh, okay. Over here though, the car tends to bug. I might want to use this charger. Yeah, because I think it tends to bug on the old tritium chargers. Let's see, can I plug it in here? Yeah, okay, if it fails, then I'm in position to take the other plug right away. There. Okay. So 16% actually. Wow. Speculate. It's kind of windy outside, but yeah. Can we do we dare to gamble for 220 watt-hour per kilometer? Let's see. Handshake should work. There, okay. Success. Did I get 400 amp this time? Well, we'll see. Wait for the slow ramp up first. All right, we're now at speculate. Yeah, we're about 16%. I keep going with too high juice because I don't dare to go too low because then it plummets. So, will we get 400 amp this time? Oh, 380. I don't know, man. It's a big mystery. It seems like the 400 amp is only one time, and then it goes slower because the battery is warm enough, and it's just, yeah, 2139. It's plenty, right? Okay, whatever. Okay, let me see. The visits are okay, but first I just want to quickly calculate. Well, I can put it in here. Navigation. No, is this? No, there, okay. Ionity. Strömstad. Bromstad. There. This, okay, what are we charging now? 118 kilometers, okay. And then let me go back to the charging screen. And then I try to guess now with some margin. 118 watt-hour per kilometer. If we consume 220, I need to spend 41%. Okay, so if I go 50% then we should be safe, right? Yeah. Let's try to go deep for once. That would be the last charging stop. 50%. Yeah. Or if I want to go safe, I can go 55%, and then arrive at 15% again, right? Yeah, estimated range would have been more correct. Not endurance mile. It's like poor translation from Chinese to English. And I was saying something about charging gun. And then what was it again in BYD? It was like the smart management of battery cooling, whatever. You know, they could have said battery cooling as a name, but it was like a long ass name for the battery cooling was switched on. Okay. Well, I still have a little bit more food left, but I also want to go to okay, maybe buy a banana and some stuff. Yeah. But then you guys won't see this, right? When I'm gone. So okay. Anyway, I'm going to do this. But it's going to be off for a little bit. Oh. Okay. There's a meal deal. I wonder if I get that. Well, okay, I can put you guys on my shelf. Just take a couple of seconds. You won't see the percentage. You will just see the kilowatt. I mean, you see the kilowatt. Yeah. You kind of need to guess what percentage are at. Okay, if I do this while I'm gone, you should see something. You see cars kind of here. Okay, enjoy. We are at
Left
50%.
right pedal to start.
With 50%, we're gonna go now. Start throttling gently, but that's fine. Let me see, do I need to reset this? It seems to go fairly quick. Okay, we'll check quickly. Need to also set the smart drive. Turn off that shit. Turn off that shit. Turn on that shit, and then cab monitor, distract allure off. Okay, I just checked now. Yeah, visits in Sweden does not count in the bonus, unfortunately. Okay, but we are good to go now. Wait, navigation. Can you resume? Yes. Okay, next stop is going to be Ionti Strömstad, the last stop. The car estimates 11%. I think we're good to go. We have 54% now. And it's charging kind of slow. Yeah, 109 kilowatt load. Oh, I forgot to fire up the heater. Okay, good to go. Yeah, it's good that we can repair most of the stuff here before we leave. Okay, so the trick, okay, there's a bit of fogging, but that will only happen for about a minute. So, yeah, I forgot to turn on the thing. But we charge you 55% this time. Yeah, by the time I finish, that was 13-minute charging stop only. The charging stop gets faster and faster. First it was 24 minutes, and then 18 minutes and 16, now 13. And last stop might be 15 minutes long. Let's say 48 degrees. What? Why the heck did the music suddenly start playing? What? Dude, seriously? This car just... Oh, I don't know, man. Let me just finish the challenge. Oh, I didn't ask for playing the music. The heck, man? Oh. But man, seriously, can the car just drive smooth? Can you see the steering wheel? It's even worse when you go faster. It's like I'm not joking. It is like this in a curve. Oh, okay. Let's just finish this. But this time I didn't have time to eat my food. Okay, I'll eat my banana on the way then. So I purchased a banana. And I had to poop, which is outside my comfort zone because I'm a Heimscheißer. Oh, it's auto defogging again. Oh, it's not even raining now. It's probably moist air outside. But whatever. We're here to set a good time, right? A way better time than the 11-hour last winter. I mean, in the winter. Okay, so it was 1:48. We're roughly at 7 hours and 15 minutes now. But we to charge. Second to last time. Wait, how many charging stops so far? Jungstile 1, Falkenberg 2, Falkenberg 3. Wait, we didn't visit Valberg today. Falkenberg 3, Speckled 4. Well, so 5 charging stops then. But I don't know if I could have done anything different. Well, I could have charged maybe less at Jungstile, yeah, and still make it to Falkenberg. I have massive tailwind now. Well, I mean, not massive, but more or less spot on tailwind. You can see on the windsock there. Seems like the windsock has been repaired. Well, that should be significant, maybe 3 or 4 meters per second tailwind. Then I retracted the spoiler, so people can say, "Oh, you drove with the spoiler more than half the challenge. We need to redo it." I don't feel like redoing it. I just want to do a consumption test. Then I have to somehow find the true value of the net capacity. But it could seem like the 69.5 kilowatt hour got in the decal does not apply to this car. At least I couldn't reproduce that result, no matter how hard I tried. I also checked the 1,000 kilometer, the first stretch here points towards around 63 kilowatt hour net capacity only, nowhere near 69. So I believe it should be around 63 kilowatt hour, 62.5 to 63. what the heck, man? It slows down by 10 kilometers per hour. This extremely dangerous curve. Wow. Okay. I don't feel too tired yet. I think it was good because actually last night I got around 11 hours of sleep. But then the night before that, then I was, what did I do again? I think I was out driving some shit or... I wonder if I was doing I was doing some kind of test with a Tesla maybe. Yeah. Wait, did I do the acceleration noise test 2 nights ago? I think I did something like that, yeah. I was out driving at night, 3, 4 at night, some shit. And then... well, no, wait. No, I remember. I picked up Pawel almost midnight. And then I was working at home a couple of hours before, several hours before I passed out. Yeah. Pawel came home from after his little vacation. But then yesterday night, I got a full sleep, at least 10 hours, which is good to recover fully and to kind of build up that extra rest and sleep. So I got possibly 10 to 11 hours of sleep. I'm not 100% sure, but something along those lines. Way more than 8 hours at least. So that's probably why today I'm not, tonight, last night, or this challenge, I'm not dead tired. It's very important for me to get your sleep before I do the challenge. So actually lately when I try to prepare, I haven't had the need to a 3-hour nap halfway into the challenge. Actually that would kind of ruin things because the battery will cool down and then we don't test it the proper way. Now we are stressing the battery throughout the whole challenge. Yeah, I think actually even during that, I wasn't sure it was the Mazda 6e challenge or the D-Pal challenge. I had a nap. So I tried to avoid that, to take out some, to avoid more variables in the test. Dude, these new batteries and the camcorders are amazing, man. They last so long. I spend only 20-30% of the battery during a challenge. But what about the other camera? See, I charge it kind of full. It's at 90%, roughly. I don't know exact percent. I just know how many bars. It shows 10 bars at max. It was actually all habit because it was at around 70% and then I plug in and then I forgot to unplug. And then by the time I remember it, it was already at 100 or close to 100%. Here's Chile. So I wonder how many people live in Ljungskile and commute over to Göteborg. Maybe if you work at Kungälv on the north side, then you have not so long way to from Ljungskile to Kungälv. I think that takes about half an hour of hammering in the morning hours. But I've seen it that the roads here, well, the traffic southbound from Ljungskile to Göteborg gets quite busy around 6-7 in the morning. Wait, let me see. What about the current leg now? Oh, 236 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay. I haven't checked my hard limit, but we should have plenty since we went for 55%. See, what is the car estimating? 12% of the arrival. Okay, whatever. I think that's fine. Okay. If I work hard this summer, I should try to get enough money so I can get some of that paint job done. Yeah, I need to get the paint on the shed and the garage outside. Inside doesn't matter. Outside, and also the balcony needs to be painted. I wonder if I can do some of that stuff myself, or also on the garage. But then I eventually need some help from the professionals on the other sides, and also when I need to go high. But here's the thing, that if I just work hard for one day, I don't even like, it doesn't even have to be that many hours, but depends what I do. But I could work, let's say, 4 hours and make 10k NOK, and then I could just pay some pros, and they can work a whole day or longer, or 2 days for 10k NOK, right? Depending on how they count, but at least one day. So I can, yeah, I work 4 hours, and then I pay someone to work for me 8 hours to do the paint job better than I can do it, and they have the right equipment and the safety equipment especially. So that's my idea, that okay, I just do whatever I do best, and I get the most payment, and then I pay some professionals to paint for me. But there's the thing, I could do some of the stuff myself if it's fairly easy and safe to do, like just stay on the ground and then wipe some paint on the one of the walls or two of the walls. But maybe they don't want to do, they don't want to finish half job. Maybe they want to do the whole thing by themselves. So that's what I'm thinking. But there's got to be someone who is willing to take that remaining half job, half side, whatever that is, not safe for me to do. To annoy me, huh? Well, apparently no, because if that was the case, then all the Chinese, most of the Chinese cars design the cars to annoy me. But I think the conclusion from what I've seen when I've been in China, from what I've heard also, is that the Chinese way of doing things is different than what the Europeans prefer. For example, in China they want ding bongs and chimes and shit, but here they don't want that. They want to have a quiet ride without too many nagging. But the Chinese, they don't understand that. They're like, oh, but this works good in China, so we're gonna use the same shit in Europe. No, that doesn't work, bro. But for example, in Neo, you can choose if you want the gear shifter chime and some other chimes. You can turn them on and off, those chimes. But many cars, there's chimes of bing bong or whatever that you cannot turn off at all. And I remember there was many years ago, there was some Chinese guy who got in an accident with a Tesla, something about, I don't remember if it was cruise control yeah. So then Tesla had to make a chime for cruise control just because some Chinese guy crashed. And they want to make the Chinese cars, or in China, they want to have chime for cruise control or gear shifter, putting in drive, yeah. Well, okay, whatever. Tesla can implement that, but just make it configurable so you can turn it on and off. But wow, 10 degrees Celsius. This challenge has been quite warm. I didn't even expect it to be that warm. I thought, oh, okay, maybe 6 to 8 degrees Celsius. No, we've been constantly getting around 10. We're between 9 and 11 degrees Celsius throughout the night. Simply because we get now wind from the south, which tends to be warm. So suppose next week, or by the end of next week, we will finally get 21, 22, 23 degrees in Yesholm even. Guess who's gonna jump into the pool then? Well, actually, as long as we have sunny weather and not too much wind, then even 15 degrees Celsius and sun will be fine enough. Since we have a heated pool, I can heat it up to 28 degrees Celsius maybe. Then it's nice and warm in there. Okay, status update. 744 kilometers, 228 watt-hour per kilometer. Simon's batteries, okay. Which car was it again? Oh yeah, it was the... It was the Volvo, isn't it? The last turning stop was actually Hopstorp, and then I went for the finish line. That was crazy. Wait, or did I go there? Or... did I actually save it and go for... No, that doesn't make any sense. From Hopstorp to Strömstad, it's just 72 kilometers. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Yes, I must have gone for the finish line then. That's around 250 kilometers. The last leg. Wait, really? No, now I don't remember. Yeah, I think I remember I charged here with the Volvo on the way back. Or was it the way out? No, I've been doing too many challenges lately. I don't remember which was which. Well, I supercharged here with the Tesla. Yeah, that's what I did. And then the last stop was Xperia. With the Volvo, I should have followed the Ionity route, which would be Spekeröd and then Strömstad and then home. 750 on the trip meter. And this got underreported distance by 0.8%, so you have to go to 992. Now I'm getting slightly sleepy, and we are still at 40. Where is it going? Plus 48. 5, 6, 7, 8.5. Wait. 1 hour. Plus 1 hour and 48 minutes. 15, 50, 50, 40. 5, 6, 7, 7:38 now. 7 hours and 38 minutes into the challenge. So we are still maintaining around 100 kilometers per hour average speed. But yeah, usually at Strömstad, or actually when we leave Strömstad, we know the 1,000 kilometer time. So we'll be there in 66 kilometers. In about half an hour we'll be at Strömstad. Then we just have to survive. If I'm really tired, usually on the day after 1,000 kilometer challenge, I can take a 15-minute power nap without the kids disturbing me. Then I can usually stay awake for a while, several hours. You have to survive until the night comes. But then, wait, let me see. Oh, today it's 17th of May. Oh, so there might be some traffic early because people are getting ready for Nationaldagen. Plus that David from Elvilmek is coming back in the afternoon, and then at night, almost midnight or something, then you can't deal with the rain. Okay, and then Valdemar will come back tonight. So I will just know that David gets the car with around 90% battery. It's not much needed, but it's a nice gesture. I think he needs to drive. Wait, not sure where he lives. Should ask him one day. Also, I don't know how much people pay for a dollar parkering for about 1 week. I think it's still around 700-800 NOK. And then how convenient is it? Well, as long as I can shuttle them over to them, so then it should be roughly the same time. What was from 100% to huh? Percentage prediction, right? Huh? I'm not sure what you mean. Lose percentage prediction. software predict. It's being way too optimistic, like most Chinese cars. I remember in the beginning when I navigated to, I think, yeah, I navigated to quite far. I wonder if it was Speckeret or was it Jungchile? I wonder if it was Jungchile. And then the car said, oh, you will arrive with 25%. Well, I did arrive with 12%, not 25%. How we cooking? 11% on arrival. Okay, that's fine. We have 31% now. We're gonna die 53 kilometers. Okay. Maybe it was a good thing that I charged it 55%. We shall see. Optimistic prediction, just like the Chinese. Yeah. It seems that we have a small patch of rain here. And then it kind of goes over for a bit until we hit it again while we are charging at Strömstad. Oh man, I'm kind of sick of the rain. But I'd say driving at night is so much more enjoyable than daytime driving because today I drove from Home to Strömstad. No, not today, yesterday, yeah. And back again. That was 350 kilometers. And man, that was annoying with all the people in the left lane. So, 6 in the morning. Let's hope that there's not too much traffic, 7-ish in the morning on 2nd Mai. But actually, I suspect that there might be more traffic than normal because people are getting ready. Or actually, I'm not sure if they will be driving or if they are at their destination. Yes, I bet there are some people driving. But also, I hope that many people, they have vacation, so they wake up late. Yeah. They actually, most people did the driving yesterday. That's why there were some Laderstau actually at the Strömstad, even supercharger Strömstad, which has lots of stalls. And what? the time estimation is not very good, is it? 46 minutes, 46 kilometers to Strömstad. We have 110 zone all the way, autobahn all the way, and the car says 29 minutes. It was 30 minutes just now. So the car estimates 90 kilometers per hour average speed on this 110 zone. Should at least calculate 110 average speed, right? Well. 0.258, that's actually quite high. Good morning. Well, a sedan should have a 0.24 lower. So far so good, way faster charging. We have been consistently getting 155 kilowatt to around 45% every time. Except for the first session where we got 165. But dude, you know what? I actually remember that the same thing happened on the winter run. We would get quite good speed on the first session, but then it cold gated. Yeah, we just happened to go quite deep. I suspect that you get that the max 400 amp only on the first session. It's doing like a kind of like Toyota BZ4X, but not that severe. Oh, look at this. Some kind of fat e-tron parked by the road here. Norwegian license plate. There's a Q4 e-tron. It's kaputt. The Audi is kaputt. Wow, the clouds are moving so fast. Dude, above us here. They're almost moving faster than I'm driving. Especially now that I slow down in the curve, but that's a different story. Yeah, fast moving. Lots of wind from the south now. So finally gets warm in Yes home. So I can use my pool soon. Next weekend, right? Huh? Okay, we'll see. I need to teach Isabel how to, well, maybe not swim, but how to do some basic water maneuvers, and maybe at least how to submerge in the water you know, so she gets more comfortable with it. This car is worth 400K. I mean, it has nice interior, nice seats, yeah, but okay, it has head-up display, okay, but I feel like a Model 3 is a better car overall. Mainly in the software. You can even get the rear-wheel drive with a bigger battery now. It goes on 175 kilowatt, and the premium, I mean, yeah, doesn't have to be long range because that's of course more expensive. But even the the rear-wheel drive, the Model 3 standard went further. You know the distance roughly, right? This car had to bail out at Ljungskile after around 260 kilometers. Model 3 standard went 310 kilometers before it had to plug in, but it wasn't super deep. I went there to what was it again, 5% at arrival or something. Oh, really? Model 3 long range, dude, overdrive or rear-wheel drive? I don't think it's gonna be game over, but I mean, yeah, it depends how you define things. But yeah, many people might want this kind of interior and think it's nice and sexy, but to me it's kind of big and messy, man. I like the Tesla interior, nice and clean, and then you can just add some enhanced stuff if you want, dash or stop or whatever you want. No, rear-wheel drive, okay. No, then we're talking about 250 kilowatt. And way more range. The base Model 3 is, yeah. Wait, this got really 400K? I don't remember the Takumi, whatever the trim they call it. Yeah, but it's not the cheapest trim. Something about the sunroof and some of the interior. I don't remember all the stuff. But I mean, this is just a small battery. But I think many people, they don't buy the big battery, right? They just go for the small battery because it's a newer generation. Charges faster. Takumi, okay. Yeah, I wonder if it's Takumi trim. I'm not 100% convinced. Also, the Mazda wasn't shining that much in trunk space and in general in space, interior space. But I think there are many brand loyal people out there. So I see lots of Mazda 6e on the road. I mean, it's a beautiful car, but it's like, you also need to live with the car, right? So when I'm driving here, then I don't care too much about the beauty on the outside. If the inside and the software is annoying me, if we can slow down in the cars there. And other features, like when it was raining last night, there were several occasions where auto steer couldn't work at all, and it actually didn't have to even rain. It was like many times like, oh, I can't use auto steer for no reason. I can see the lines, it's not raining, but nope, no auto stay for you. The Plus trim has the brown seats. Well, I have the brown seats with the split roof thingy cover. Norwegian car loan terms, huh? Well, you just need to be able to pay it. Yeah, then you get the car loan. It's so bright now, 6 in the morning. Damn. I mean, it's like as bright as day almost, right? It's like as bright as noon. It's crazy. Do we have anyone in the south of Europe right now? Because this is live, you know. How is it in I don't know, around Spain or southern Italy or southern France maybe, or maybe Croatia? Well, 90 kilowatt is plenty. I think that's too slow. After you experience, I mean, you're used to e-Golf level, yeah, but after you experience around 150 kilowatt plus, like in the Model 3 or yeah, in this car, then there's no way back, because then like we managed to charge for only around 15 to 20 minutes, or let's say 25 minutes at the longest. And maybe half an hour if I stretch it. But with 90 kilowatts, you kind of need to charge for around 45 minutes maybe. Holy shit, balls just slows down so much here. Dude, we're talking about minus 21 kilometers per hour. Are you for real? Went 10 to 80% in 47 minutes. Holy shit balls. I mean, in the first charging session here, I charged from 12 to 75, or was it not 12 to 76% in 24 minutes, or 25 minutes, yeah. So that's close to the 10 to 80%. So if I actually went 10 to 80%, it might take 28 minutes-ish, right? I think that's close to spec. But 47 minutes, really? I mean, the car has a bigger battery, okay? Wait, but it's not that much bigger. What was it? 80 kilowatt hour. So we have a 75 kilowatt hour. I think I've covered it before. You have maybe just 12, 13 kilowatt hour more energy, which translates to maybe 50 kilowatt more range. 50 kilometers more range. Or in percentage, 15, roughly 15% more range. But this charge is so much slower, and then it's more expensive also, right, for the bigger battery. Who would buy that? Look at how we're cooking now. 90. Okay, we will love it 12%. Batteries at 22 to 39 degrees. Well, it's just consistently like that. 17 degrees Celsius delta between min and max. 20k extra. Oh. No, that's not worth it, because the small battery charger is so fast, and it already has pretty good energy. Whereas if you compare Tesla, then that's 58 kilowatt hour versus 70. Nowadays 77, right? So that's actually 19 kilowatt hour more. But if you go from the standard range with a 64 kilowatt hour SR Plus battery to a long range, you also get a big jolt in charging speed from 175 kilowatt to 250. So you get bigger battery, more range, faster charging, you know, good shit. But then with the Mazda, it's like battery, slightly bigger battery, more range, but way slower charging. It's be like, what the heck? Dude, that's massive, man. 534. So you got over 200 kilometers more range, you know. Boom. But in the Mazda, you might get 50 kilometers more range only. Well, it depends. In VLTP, okay, maybe you get 100 kilometers more than VLTP, because they're being very optimistic. Wow, I can see the headwind. Well, almost there. 17%. Oh, it seems like I will still arrive with high juice this time. Possibly 11%. The battery is at 22 to 40 degrees, so it's going to be always battery cooking again. Damn, what the heck? We didn't even go that deep this time. Just the interior. Well, I like it. Nice and space. I mean, nice and clean. It still feels nice. The wind turbines are spinning here, eating up the tailwind. I can see the tailwind is almost spot on now. So this should reduce the consumption. We check current leg. What are we talking about here? Wow, 236 watt hour per kilometer, really? That's the beauty of Tesla, is that you can customize it with no buttons, stops, and strip. Well, but that's the thing. Whenever I test many other cars, they have the same limitation over there, you know, like many cars, like deep doesn't even have instrument cluster, or many what was it, in the Volvo EX30, right? So many cars don't have instrument cluster, and if they have instrument cluster, they cannot customize it. If there's a LED strip like the ID light, it's even expensive, or you can't customize it too much. And the same for stock. So basically, you have to pay high price, and or you can't customize it. But with the sexy stuff, you can customize it. So, you know, I wish they would offer this for other brands, and they could even offer some kind of commander, so you can turn off or tweak some of the software, because many of the cars, they have annoying software or some limitation, or you know, you name it. But no, Enhanced, they only focus on Tesla for now. Oh, okay, I have to get ready. Last charge is not coming up. 13%, 22 to 40 degrees Celsius. Rapid gate, here we go. And for example, many cars, like when you unlock the car, you stop the AC charging. You know, like, don't do that. You know, if you could tweak it somehow. Okay, if the car manufacturers don't want to fix it, okay, some third party can fix it then. Nope. But if you look at just the Commander, all the tweaks you can do, all the customization you can do in Commander is wonderful. And you can enable the scroll wheel to do many smart things, or the door handle, or you know. Wish you could improve other cars, but you can't. There is nothing like that. There is not the command. There is not an enhance for MEP. I even mentioned it for the guys for enhance. Like, why don't you make an enhance commander for MEP platform? Because that covers a lot of cars. But they'd be like, yeah, well, they're focusing on Tesla because there are plenty of customers already. So yeah, they want to make that app good. Okay, let me see. I don't remember which stall is kaput. Let's check quickly. Let's see. Well, but I don't know which one is. Are they all okay, or? Oh, they are. Okay, well, I can use any of them then. But I remember that one of them, or some of them had a bit buggy display. Yeah, so I want to avoid. Don't remember which one. Maybe this is the good one. I don't remember that I used to use the next to last. Gauge off. Oh, but the voice command, oh, I don't want to rely on voice command. Strömstad, 819 kilometers now, 228. Well, that one charger has problematic screens to move. Because hopefully this works. Just deduct a couple of minutes here. 2 minutes. This is it, the last charging stop. As always, we arrive with 153 kilowatts. Yeah, all good. We need to charge. Oh, the sun is quite strong now. Oh, the sun has entered the chat. Oh, it's 40 degrees Celsius in the battery. We arrive at 40 degrees. I don't know why it doesn't why it cannot pre-cool. Okay, whatever. So yeah, okay. Now let's see here. Sorry, get the sun in the face. We need to drive now. I can do this and then this. I'm gonna show you how snappy this is. We have it here. Yes, roughly there. Okay. We need to. Okay. It bugs me about adding charging stuff because we another 180 kilometers roughly. And okay, I need to calculate. Probably charge to around 60%, and that should be enough. And the car actually charges quite fast for now until around 50%. Wow, look at that. Okay, huh? Still consistent every time now. We don't get 400 amp anymore, only 380. Maybe we can show it outside a bit. Okay, sorry guys, I have to run. Did it replicate? Shit.
Press brake pedal
We
to
hit
start.
49 degrees. We are only, okay, I can show you guys. I can put you on the shaft. We need more than this. We are only at 53%. There. Finally, you can see some stuff. Well, I've been using lots of driver assist, and knock on wood, I haven't had any major accidents with, for example, animals. Yeah. Normally, when animals jump in front of me, I'm able to brake in time. Actually, in the 1,000 kilometer challenge with the Model 3, I was busy pressing the phone on the phone holder and the windscreen, but then there was a, don't remember, it was a small animal, fox or something, jump in front of me, and then I was able to brake hard and avoid hitting that animal. But it means that you shouldn't blame the system then, you know, as long as people pay attention. Or in other words, many people who don't pay attention and like they don't turn off the high beam or they don't move over to the left or the right lane, you know, it probably doesn't matter if they use auto steer or not. Okay, I'm gonna check something here. On the last leg I consume, very important, I have to check. Oh shit, it reached that. Svarta. But I can guess that we might consume around 210 only in the last leg now. That means I would spend 60%. Yeah, you can set it. Oh, wait, how is this again? It's kind of weird. We're on the charging screen right now, but you go in the car here. You go to energy. They should just call it energy. It has so weird language many places. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be energy management. Just say energy. That's fine. People understand that. Here, I think there was a place you can set charge limit. Wait, no, it's not. Is it here? Wait. No, wait. Okay. Right now I'm not sure. Maybe you can set it in the app. But I need to focus here because, not sure if when I dare to go for 65%, I want to have a little margin. Because you're charging kind of slow now. 49 degrees, it replicates. Because actually, with this car, when you arrive with 10%, it's more like 5%. Yeah. Which means that during the challenge, when I arrive with 12%, that's more like 7%. Okay, finally I managed to finish the food. Now, let's get ready to leave. Because actually, I just remembered something. 63% here doesn't mean 63% of the energy. we are more like at 55%. So at least if I calculate that we have 55%, then we should be safe, right? So if I calculate based on 55% energy and 63 kilowatt hour, then divide that by 180. So then we have a budget of what? Good, we have a budget of only 192 watt hour per kilometer, really? We actually have to drive quite far now. Wait, no, maybe now that we are on high state of charge, then we should count, let's say, 60% energy. Okay, and then 180 kilometers. Well, we have budget of 210. Okay, but we have to drive slow on the Norway side, and there might be some traffic there, some campers. So I think we're gonna, we might want to go for 70% just to be safe. Yeah. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna get ready to leave now. I have to check now how long this was. This was actually a lot slower than the first session. The first session we went all the way to 76% quite fast. Oh, cool, Silver. I haven't seen you in ages. Damn. How are you doing, boy? Okay, anyway, I need to go out and film some stuff and then we're gonna leave. You're at 67% now. Let me see what the car claims. Oh, dude, I feel like this charging session is a bit slower than the other ones in the past. Okay, do we have enough juice? What does the car say? Oh, dude. Oh, it forgot my my navigation. I'm gonna try again and redo that. Okay, just because I went away from the car, it forgets the navigation. It claims that I can't make it there. Really? Okay, that is not very comforting, because in general the car is being actually very optimistic. It would say, "Oh, you can make it there with 20%, and then I'll arrive with 5%." Right? So, wait, dude, no. You don't know the route, man. It's slow now. It's fine, but it actually charges kind of slow because with rapid gates, we see 49 degrees, so we are getting only 88 kilowatt. Let's check how long we charge now. Wait, I need to fire up the heater. I almost forgot the pre-launch thing. Okay, there. Fire up the heater, auto, and then disable a bunch of shit. Smart drive. Disable this. Disable this. Even though that's pointless because you're gonna re-enable again. Distract alert. Okay, let me go. Also with this car, when I press the stop button on the Ionity screen, I usually have to wait around 5 to 10 seconds before I hear the little zip, and then it unlocks the charge port. I could have sworn that when you do that in a Tesla or, for example, the MEB cars, it takes a 1 to 2 seconds, and then it unlocks the charge port. I don't know why it needs so long time to just like, I can see the charger already stopped, you know, the fans, everything in the charger stopped, and it's like, anytime now, and I try pulling the plug, and then it's still locked, until I hear the little zip, and then, oh, okay. So, I suspect that many car manufacturers don't care. They're whatever. It's gonna take 5-10 seconds. Whatever. We're not gonna improve it. It's already fast enough for me, who used to other cars that are snappier, and then it becomes kind of slow. The same like in the Volvo ES90 I tested recently. Everything is good, but it was like when I press in the menu and I click to go to some settings, or so I go to the charging screen, it takes half a second before it reacts. And I go, huh? In a modern car that costs almost 1 million NOK, it has a half-second lag on the UI. Okay, anyway, 6:50 now. That means we'll be at the border by 7. And then, yeah, what was it? Have to do the thing now. This is it, the final run. The way we count is that the car underreports by 0.8%, so we count to 992. So that should be right after the yes home exit. So we are now 821, so we need to drive around 180 more kilometers. And then the way we count time is that we take the current time and then plus 1 hour and 46 minutes, and that is the 1,000 kilometer time. Okay, let's hammer it. But yeah, we already know the 1,000 kilometer time then. It's a handshake, what? What? We will be at the border at 7. And then we should finish, or we should be at, if there's smooth traffic, then we should be at Yes Home at 8:20-ish, right? Whoa, really? $8.20 plus 146. That is 10 hours and 5 minutes. That is actually quite good. That's 55-minute improvement over the winter run. So, okay. Well, the funny part is that the consumption was more or less the same as a winter run. Someone is lying there when it comes to consumption, because it must have been higher when it was freaking minus 17 degrees Celsius outside. Or you could say, oh, but the spoiler was up for the first 550 kilometers. That's why. Yeah, I made a small mistake. I had a spoiler up until I realized that, oh, okay, and then I retracted the spoiler, but I didn't really see any major difference there. Maybe that could have sucked 5 watt-hour per kilometer extra. Fabric floor mat. Well, it's cheap to produce, I guess. But yeah. Well, we have some. Oh, look at that. I'm not sure if I can catch it. There is a rainbow over there. But it's not that strong. Probably the camera can't catch it. Here, let me see. We aim. Rainbow might be gone. Wow, look at that. Rainbow. Well, it's kind of weak, but I can barely see it. Nice. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can see it much on the camera. I might discard that shot. But Yeah, well, 10 hours and 5 minutes. That is actually a quite legit time. That is spot on what I estimated. I actually estimated 10 hours and 2 minutes, but there was slight rapid gate going on. Yeah. What, 55 now? Wait, so according to my estimation, we should be at the border in 5 minutes then. Well, we'll see about that. And then let's hope that there's not too much traffic on the Norway side. And most people are asleep now, 7 to 8 in the morning. It's a Sunday, right? But it's 17 Mai, so... I don't know what I guess call it again, Constitution Day, right? People are gonna celebrate. I'm working. Always working hard. Even on Constitution Day, but I'm heading, so I don't do that celebration. Maybe eventually I should get Bunad for myself and the kids, and we go, yeah. Eventually, school is new. They're gonna enforce that on Isabel anyway in 2 years. Dude, I'm not gonna deduct for any slowdown that this car does. I've been actually overriding lots of the slowdowns, but I wonder how many seconds that actually adds up to. Barnetog, yeah. I think already from 6 years old they attend that, right? But it will be actually, it won't be in 2028, it will be 2029 May, yeah. So then Isabel will be 7 years old by the time she goes into Barnetog. I mean, whatever, 10, it's 10.5 or 10 big improvement. And the 11-hour run during winter was just a result of Colgate. So, yeah, first grader, yeah. But Isabel, she will start in school in August 2028. And then the Barnetog, that runs on the May that year. Then she hasn't started school yet. Oh yeah, I forgot. They do some kind of spring thing here, yeah. I forgot the 5-year-old barnehage, they actually attend, they become Rosarus. So they have been attending some kind of barnetog, yeah. That's why. Alright, 6:59. Whoa. Okay, I don't know why it feels kind of slow, but because we should be there. Or maybe not spot on, but okay. 6-ish. Crossing the border. And then it will take exactly 1 hour and 19 minutes to the, well, that's to the exit-ish or home. So that means that roughly after 1 hour and 20 minutes from now-ish, from the bridge is where we want to finish. So if there's any slowdown, then we can always count. Yeah. I'm just gonna write down that we were at Svinesund at 7:00. Yeah. Okay, by the time we cross the bridge, might be 1 minute past 7, but close enough. Yeah, they're still doing asphalt work here. I'm not sure why it takes so long, because it's just a short stretch. I mean, when I see them hammering this stuff in other places in Sweden, they can cover tens of kilometers in just a couple of days. Yeah, so yeah, 1 minute past 7 roughly there. 1 minute past 7 ticked over there at Schweinsund Bridge. Now we are approaching Norway. But I think it was actually a good call, what I did, because it charged relatively quick on the first session. So then I could go 76%, even though it wasn't needed, but nice to have that margin. And then I went lower and lower, and towards the end, yeah. But then the last session was kind of, you kind of need to stretch it to go all the way from Strömstad to Gjesholm. But we'll see. Let me check here. Now the car says 10% at arrival. Okay. In the beginning it said, oh, you won't make it there. Then you start driving and say, oh, okay, you can make it there with 10%. We are back in Norway, and yeah, just gonna check here. We passed the border at 7:01. But you see here, we started driving, and then suddenly the car said, oh, you will arrive with 10%. Well, when we were charging, it said that we won't make it there. Welcome back to Norway. They're removing the oil, but yeah, I think there's maybe in the bridge it's slightly more complicated than on the surface here. You know, many places they just scrape off the old asphalt and slap down new one, like they do in Norway. They've been doing it. They've been slapping down some new asphalt around outside of Oslo towards. What's it called again? Olavsgård. They shut down. It was one night I was out driving. They shut down the whole stretch there, southbound stretch. Everyone needed to drive around other places, and then they just slapped down around 5 kilometers of new asphalt during the night within just I don't know, 4 to 6 hours. Dude, the car is slowing down a lot. Holy shit balls, man. I'm not gonna correct for this. I'm getting fed up because I've been overriding the slowdown probably over 100 times now during the challenge. Would be interesting to see because, yeah, I mean, how much does it slow down by the time we reach Gjesholm? And so far not too much traffic. Good. People stay home or they wake up late. They probably have stuff to do Or maybe some people were partying last night. Yeah, I don't know what Norwegians do. Or do they party today? No, I think some people party hard from 16 to 17. And then they just continue partying, drinking into 17th of May, right? Speaking of asphalt, can you guess how old some surfers are here? Oh, well, yeah. Based on the roughness, I could guess that it's at least 5-6 years old over here. But it's most likely not 10 years old. I think on E6 or the busy highways, they maybe refurb surfers after 5-6 years. Because I think 10 years is a long time for a lot of traffic hammering in at high speed. But for example, the cleavage stretch, the stretch where I do my noise test, I think I've been doing noise tests for almost 10 years now, and they haven't put down new asphalt over there yet, and that stretch is actually kind of busy. So I feel like soon, maybe next year or within just a few years, they need to slap down new asphalt down there. Asphalt, 1977. Holy shit balls! Well, what kind of is that? Just a highway with 3 or 4 digits, or is it? It's not 2 or 1 digit highway, right? Maybe it's fylkesvei. Wait, what did I charge there again? I charged it 70% just to be sure, because the car kept telling me, oh, you won't make it there. So I'm like, okay, I'm not sure now. It made me unsure, because I thought I knew how much we needed exactly. Let me see, how much are we using now? This like 231, really? The heck, man? Better go down, right? Completely destroyed. Wow, okay. Dude, the car drives so slow in the curves over here. Whatever. Let's finish this. I feel like, dude, seriously, it's going 12 kilometers per hour below the set cruise control speed in this dangerously sharp curve. But I feel that the software fucked up some of the stuff here. For example, if they had preheating or pre-cooling, okay, the high delta, you can't do anything about that because it's just hardware fault, this bad design, but they could cool down slightly more aggressively. But then, I think the problem is that if they do that, then it will cold gate. So they have to choose, do you want a cold gate or rapid gate? No, I think there's still room for not cold gating, but avoid hitting 49 degrees. Because it seems like the speed takes a plunge once you hit 49 degrees. It takes a minor drop at 48 degrees. You know, you go from 155 or whatever kilowatt to only 130-ish. But then once you hit 49 degrees, then goes below 100 kilowatt. No, the big battery has older design, old generation. They just didn't bother updating it. They only did R&D to make this newer battery, and then they are just using it. So, and they still keep the old design. So that's the way for them to cut cost. So in a way, it's like, you know, Tesla, they made the palladium battery that charges at 250 kilowatts, right? It's, okay, it's still a 100 kilowatt hour battery, and they use the same. They use still the 18650 cells, not the 2170 cells. But the whole pack has been redesigned, and I think maybe the chemistry, or I don't know what they did, but they optimized it. So that's why it can actually take 250 kilowatt flat to 30%. But if they would pull a decal, if Tesla would pull a decal, they would just say, oh, we have the new Palladium, whatever, Model S, but we are still using the old batteries, right, on it, that can handle only around 150 kilowatt. DC fast charging will be pointless. Oh, you mean if the range is 1,000 kilometers? I think it's you still need fast charging. You can't only rely on AC charging. Simply because there will be times when you don't have the opportunity to AC charge, or you have some unexpected stuff coming, or there will be various reasons why you need fast charging. If all parking spots, I still believe that. Whoa, look at that! Can I catch it on camera? Not sure. You can see the rainbow on the camera there, but I don't think the camcorder is able to catch it. But I'm also pretty sure that you cannot cover all the parking spots. There will be places where you park. Actually, I think what's going to happen is that there will be so good. The range, like even today, the range is already good enough that when I go to the shopping mall or downtown Oslo or a restaurant, I don't plug it in. I don't search for AC plugs. Because as long as I drive a modern EV, whether it's a press car or when I had the MC Hammer or some of the other cars, right? Even Millennium Falcon, Optimus Prime, he was thirsty, but I never searched for any AC spots downtown. I did that with the Leaf and the Soul and the E-Golf, of course, because they have shitty range. But then, when you go on a road trip or stuff, then eventually you need fast charging. Yeah, exactly. But even on the road trips, you can only drive whatever distance, right? And eventually you need to either call it a day or I don't know. What about people who want to pull a trailer, right? So then suddenly they don't have 1,000 kilometers range or 800 kilometers. And if you go go in the motorway, and even today's tech, it's only good for around 500 kilometers at best. Yeah, but that's the thing. I think EVs, they're not going to get 1,000 kilometers or 500 kilometers simply because of fundamental limitation with batteries, that they are heavy and expensive. It's not like fuel, because a fuel tank doesn't cost extra, right? I mean, the fuel is so energy dense, and the fuel tank is dirt cheap compared to a battery, right? When you want to increase it, so it's just a matter of, okay, do you have enough space for 70-liter tank? Then okay, suddenly you get 1,000 kilometer range, actual real world range. But with batteries, you need heavier batteries, more expensive batteries, and there will always be basically people don't want to pay too much, and as long as the battery had a cost, then they want to make they don't need that big battery. And with EVs, you don't need insane range. So most likely car manufacturers, if energy density and weight and so on becomes better, they will just put in smaller battery, save costs, save space, save weight. And I believe that most people, they are happy with somewhere between 500 and 800 kilometers of VLTP range. And they rather buy a cheaper car with smaller battery than a humongous 1500 kilometer VLTP EV. But they probably realize that they don't need it. It's basically the same as what I experienced with the iX3. It was like, it was so good range that I can't use it. I can't utilize it. You're paying for something you can't utilize in daily basis. I mean, the freaking ultra fast chargers, like the 1 megawatt stuff. Yeah, you need some massive speed, and then it makes me wonder, how often do you need it? Because on long trips, I have experienced this for a long time, that as long as you have around 150 kilowatt flat for a while, that's good enough. And as long as the car is efficient, right? Like a Tesla or many modern EVs, like MEB cars, they're also quite efficient. Then around 150, 200 kilowatt is actually plenty enough, as long as you have okay charging curve. But of course, in the old days of Millennium Falcon, that didn't cut it. I remember I would charge to only 50%, and I would get only around 150 kilometers of range. And that, even charging to 50% took a while. Don't remember exactly. I can check on one of my old charging curves, but maybe 25 minutes. I don't remember exactly. So back then that was not fast enough, but we already reached that level many years ago. Pretty much when Model 3 with its Panasonic battery came out, it already had pretty good charging speed and range. The only minus was that it was kind of thirsty during winter. And then Tesla came with the LG battery, which is more efficient, but then actually with the Highland, they made it even more efficient. So, and actually they improved the charging curve slightly, or actually no, they made it bigger. Yeah, the battery became bigger. So many cars nowadays, like also the MEB cars with the 2 kilowatt hour battery, plenty of range. And it's perfectly fine on long trips. By the time you need to stop and charge, you want to probably stay there over half an hour. So the problem becomes that you need to go and move the car. Yeah, the battery, yeah. So actually, some cheap sodium batteries would make things better. Holy shit balls, are you for real? This mother trucker slows down by 18 kilometers per hour in the curves. Wow. I don't remember. I think even Neo didn't do that. Neo might slow down maybe 5 kilometers per hour, which I find a bit annoying sometimes. But this car just cocker, man. I remember it also when I tested Deepal in Thailand, also in here, and the Mazda is like, what the heck, man? Oh. But I mean, you still need equipment that can handle like 1,000 amps and 1,000 volts or whatever, right? So I would say that today's technology, 800 volts, dude, come on, could you stop slowing down like an idiot? Holy shit! Oh. But I mean, it doesn't even have to be 800 volt. Like, I already experienced this many times before when with the EQS and the BMW i4 and many of the other cars, the MEB cars and Tesla, is that they already charge fast enough and they already had good enough range. Of course, many car manufacturers kept making those thirsty beasts from the east, which needs fast charging. But it's silly. When you make those thirsty Chinese cars that charge fast, well, you pay more for the battery, it weighs more, you pay more for charging, the handling gets worse, consumption is worse because it's heavy, braking distance is worse. What else? Yeah. But then just focus on efficiency instead, and just keep the battery smaller and cheaper and lighter, better handling, better acceleration, better braking distance. You really need some fat tires. You can get away with thinner tires like Tesla is doing. And then yeah, fat tires also are more expensive to buy. Maybe what could work is that you can double penetrate. So a car would have 2 charge ports. See if I can catch that rainbow. Oh, come on. Oh, it was quite intense. Oh, it's fading now. Ah, okay, whatever. I mean, that could actually work. Because if the car can double penetrate, I don't know how it's gonna do it though, but 2 charging ports, 1 on each side, which gives you the flexibility, right? You might as well have a CCS plug on each side, right? So you can AC charge on both sides, whatever, right? Because then you can take 400 kilowatt on one side if it's available. And then if you want more power, you can take 2 plugs and then you get 800 kilowatt. But you have to make sure to take, I mean, don't take the other plug, or those plugs need to be non-shared then. And of course, as soon as another dude comes and splits that one from Alpitronic, then you might get only 400 plus 200 kilowatt. But the system must be able to somehow distribute the power. I don't know how it's gonna work. Or if it charges one half of the time, but then you might get the imba between the left and the right, or I don't know, half and half. But that would actually be a quite brilliant solution, because then you don't need the crazy hardware on that side, like what BYD is doing, right? And then for the most time, you can just slurp on 400 kilowatt and be happy with that. And then in case you need more, then you just plug in more. But you better be ready to move it, because you probably need to just double penetrate for 5 minutes until the car is kind of full, and then you can switch and you can disconnect one of them. Then it needs to switch mode, go into one plug mode only. Because that will actually be quite brilliant, because then you don't need any extra you don't need any extra charging hardware. We can already use the existing site. Very common. Well, yeah, that's also another thing. You kind of need the chargers to be close to each other. So the way Ionity designed the chargers, typical like we saw at the Falkenberg, some of the trailer trendy stalls, you can't use them. You need to use the one that are close to each other. Like when you back in, then you can double penetrate. So then it just depends on how the car manufacturers implement this. Yeah, I mean, even 400 kilowatt flat core would be plenty fast enough. And I suspect that those megawatt chargers, I heard about this. You don't get megawatt for too long, and then you are limited to 700, 800, whatever, 600 kilowatt, which is still blistering fast, of course. But it sounds to me like 400 kilowatt flat will already get you a long way. If you can just design the battery to have insane charging capability, and then you just charge it 400 kilowatt flat, and you still get very good charging time. And because it goes so fast, then most of the time you don't trigger the throttling, or you can boost it long enough, right? You only need to boost it for 10 minutes at 600 amp or whatever you need. But ideally, you need to design the car to be at 900 volts, or like at least 800 to 900 volts, not the so-called 800 volt wannabes that operate at 550 volts, and they call themselves 800 volts. Like actually, well, I don't think BYD uses the whole 800 volts in the advertisement, but I've seen that Kia tends to do that. And then, well, if you look at EV9, it operates at only 500 volts, so it's like it's just 80 volts a lot higher than Palladium, or actually I-Pace, that is 400 volt car. Was it scary last time? What happened last time? Oh, you mean last time with this car? Yeah, I was referring to the Model 3 run. Yeah, I knew what to expect this time, so I didn't want to go too deep. So, for example, last time, if I knew about this, I would not attempt Ljungskile. I would bail out at Uddevalla with 15%, right? Instead of minus 1% or minus 2% at Ljungskile during winter. Oh, now the car says 11% at arrival. Dude, told you I did. Because I calculated we need 60%. And then I was like, okay. And then I went 70% because the car may be unsure. Because even at 69%, the car claimed, oh, you won't make it. I was like, huh? Are you sure about this? Do you know what you're talking about? Holy shit balls. Dude, dude, the car goes so fucking slow here, man. 20 kilometers per hour below the speed, the set cruise speed. Oh, Lord. It is an extremely dangerous curve. But, I mean, Xpeng and yeah, I remember Xpeng. That was the first Chinese car in here. They pulled this shit 5-6 years ago, or 5 years ago, or something. Well, they fixed it. But then it seems like Pawel and Mazda, they are not interested in fixing this annoying slowdown in the curves. And then I guess maybe customers don't complain, maybe because they don't use the tempomat. And then, let's not forget that 0.7 second lag. I measure it in the video clip, video time code. When you floor it, like there is a 0.2 second lag before it moves, and then people make up excuses like, oh, but you want to save the drivetrain. You don't need to fucking idle for 0.7 seconds before you apply some torque. You can apply 10% torque from the start, and then gradually apply more torque. No. There's no reason to wait 700 milliseconds before you start adding torque. That is a poor excuse. because my old Soul that I sold did not have that lag. When you press the accelerator, it goes immediately, but it doesn't have that neck snapping instant massive torque like a BMW has and Tesla. And it's still fine, you know. You don't kill the motor, it's fine. You don't kill the gearbox. But I think I've tested everything. I tested Tesla, I tested EQS, I tested Soul, Leaf, so I know how they behave, and I found out what is good, what is not good. But then I think owners who buy the Mazda 6e, they don't have the same experience as me. So for them, it's like, well, it's fine. 0.7 second lag is fine. Or the guys who buy Volvo ES90 for 1 million look, they'll be like, well, they press the button to open to go to the charge screen or some other screen, and it takes 0.5 seconds before the screen shows up. It's fine. They don't mind. But I actually I get the impression that people who has used Tesla, many people they stay with Tesla. Or some people they actually move over to Fat e-tron whatever because they're not happy with some of the service or the build quality or the noise level. Okay, perfectly fine, but many people who use Tesla, especially the newer Teslas, you know, they know how snappy it is and how intuitive and logic many things are there. I'm not saying that Tesla is perfect. It still has some weird glitches or annoyances here and there, but in general, you know, how it works, just like here, like in this screen here, in the Mazda, you need to click twice before you want to. I mean, in order to change temperature, you need to click one time first, and then you can change temperature. So minimum two clicks to change temperature. But in Tesla, there is a direct button to increase or decrease. That's how it should be. You know, when I designed web pages in the 90s, when I read about user friendliness, there were some guidelines about when you design a web page for a company or whatever, you want to have like contact information easy accessible, and you count number of clicks. Many stuff should be at the bottom of the screen, for example, address and maybe email and some other stuff, key information, so that you don't have to click like a drop-down menu with some fancy animation and then click again, contact us, and then some shit like that. No, so they really, like, the number of clicks matters. And back then I was like, really? But now I understand more, especially if you're sitting in a car, you're driving, you don't want to click too many times to do a couple of things. But I noticed also, yesterday, when I delivered I delivered the Tesla, and I took a taxi over to pick up this car. I noticed that it was raining, and the taxi driver drove a Model Y. And then he went into the car settings and then clicked over to the wiper setting to change the wiper interval. And I was like, okay, I just observed what's going on. Didn't want to. I mean, I could tell him that, dude, you know, you can just press the white button once. He was driving a Model Y Uniper. You can press the white button once on the steering wheel, and then you get that pop-up, and then you can just use the scroll wheel to change intensity. So you don't have to touch the screen even. Or you can use the touchscreen once you press the white button. But he didn't know about that hotkey. So, yeah, which is kind of weird because he's a taxi driver. He drives all day. He should know his car better than anyone else. Oh, the MX-30. Well, the problem with the MX-30 was that it was maybe not that efficient, and it was charging really slow. But I think the MX-30 didn't have this annoying throttle feel, because I really noticed that. and some of the other things. And I think actually the state of charge scale was also okay and didn't plummet past 10%. So all the annoying things we get in this car is because it's not Mazda, it's Chang'an, it's Chinese. So I'm telling you guys, one day when the Chinese figure out this, it's gonna be game over. But the thing is that I think the reason why many people don't buy Chinese is not because of these software things that I annoy about. Like, many people, I never heard them complain about slowdown in the curve or like weird language in the infotainment or laggy infotainment. They just like they don't want to buy Chinese because they don't want to support the regime, the dictatorship, or they're brand loyal and they want to say they want to buy German rather than premium Chinese. Even though, dude, have you ever tried the Neo ET9? You haven't, okay. If they think that the German autos are the best, just try the ET9. You will be blown away how good it is. I even love the EQS, but the ET9 just puts the EQS to shame, really. I think probably the MX-30s that had a tiny screen. So I wasn't super impressed with the MX-30, but they eventually lowered the price because they wanted small battery and shitty charging speed and tiny screen. So I was like, I'm not super impressed when I back then. I think we had Model 3 back then when the MX-30 came out. I don't remember exactly. Well, at least Model SX and some other cars. But also, dude, like if you try the I-Pace, holy shit, the I-Pace is annoying. The user interface there is also laggy and not very intuitive, and also not like it's not utilizing the touchscreen very much. Even after many years, they didn't add state of charge percent in the screen. You have to go to the charging screen. You can't see that in the instrument cluster. And it's like one screen, one thing. Charging screen or navigation or music. It is really old-fashioned. But they just lock themselves to a small screen. But it could be at least like the Koreans are doing. They have a little split screen with some minor detail, minor information there. Even that works, But no, they did make a good user interface in the I-Pace. And same with Fat e-tron. Really old-fashioned design on the. Feels like they're just using like iDrive user interface or something that is not touchscreen, and they just use it as a touchscreen, and it's really clumsy integrated. The same with the e-Golf. In the e-Golf also, you can kind of feel it. Like this was something like when you have settings. There's like one line, the whole line fills it with one setting. Instead of utilizing the whole screen so that you can organize it better, since, if you have only a 9-inch screen, but you can still organize it so you have maybe 2-3 buttons on the same line, like a radio button, or I don't know, but no, so it's not pouring down here in Norway side. Okay, it still claims 11% on arrival. We're down to 38%. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 38%. Okay, what is the current consumption? It's like 224 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, oh, I was gambling on 210-ish. Maybe 215. No, more like 215, 220 hard limit. Okay, I think we should be able to make it. My gut feeling says that. I've been more or less spot on during my challenge, maybe missing it by only 5%, but I had a quite fat margin because of this car. MG Jack Series, Chinese brand, huh? Oh, you have a local, okay. But dude, like when I tested the Jack E30X, holy shit, man, the software was so bad. And the instrument cluster, there was a 30-40% of the instrument cluster was taken up by a freaking snowman. I'm not kidding, man, a fucking snowman in the instrument cluster, not doing anything useful. Instead of showing something useful in there, could be navigation info, could be battery status or whatever. Nope, just a damn snowman just static there. Like, seriously? Like, I wonder, like, what the heck are some of these Chinese companies doing? Do they just hire idiots that makes the software, and then somehow that shit is being approved and put in production? But also when they port stuff, like this Mazda or Chang'an or other cars, like other brands that are quite big, like BYD is freaking big, and when I see the Norwegian implementation of it, I'm like, huh? Like, how can you use this translation or this? I don't remember. It was like, you know, when text is too big, it wraps around. So you'd be like, you have text. For example, yes, heim. It would be yes, he, and then I am on the next line or something. Didn't they check the UI first to see if everything looks okay before they git push or commit? You know? And didn't they spell check when Hongxi, when they released the thing, it was they misspelled sport mode, so they wrote super mode, and then they put it in production, and nobody noticed it. I think they might not have fixed that yet, so it's still super mode. But for me, you know, from time to time I misspell stuff in the title, right? Because I'm just, I don't know, tired or sleepy, or I don't see things clearly, or I just mistype. So it has happened many times. I misspell something when I upload it, and then some people comment it, and I was like, oh, okay, and then I fix it right away, because I don't want to have that error in the title or in the name, or you know, or it could be also in the thumbnail. So usually, as soon as I discover it, I will fix it within hours or within that day. But I still keep finding, or I still keep borrowing cars, press cars, that when I approach the car with a key fob, it unlocks, okay, that's fine, good. But then it stops charging. It stops AC charging. I'm like, no, don't do that. Like, just because I unlock the car doesn't mean that I want to stop charging. It should be like, for example, MAB cars, you have to click on the key fob to unlock, then it stops AC charging. And Tesla did that. Millennium Falcon did that actually in 2014. That's 12 years ago. It stopped AC charging when I unlocked on the key fob. I pressed on the roof of the key fob. But they fixed that around 2014, 15. And I think they already fixed that in 2014. And also, I think already back in 2013 when the Model S came out, or Millennium Falcon came out, if you charge it to 100% or you charge it to the charge limit, 80%, if you're plugged in, if you run the heater, it will pull power from the plug. Logic. I did that all the time. I would charge to 90% or 100% and I will just preheat and keep the car nice and warm. Actually, for me, it actually made a difference because the freaking Millennium Falcon was loaded with Nimber task, right? Could weigh maybe 100 kilograms extra in there, and that has some mass. So I want to keep that mass nice and warm instead of needing to heat up that thing. So I would run it, charge it to 100% while I was at work, and then just charge it on Shuko and maybe preheat it for a good hour, 1.5 until I went off Friday afternoon. But I mean, you can also unlock the doors, but unlock the cable and stuff. Well, I don't remember. Did they have a button there? No, I'm not sure, but I know that Polestar and Volvo, they have the button to unlock charge port. But from what I remember, MEB cars, you just unlock the... Wait, or do they actually unlock it? And then some Chinese cars actually will slow down. They unlock the charge port and slow down the charging to 3 kilowatt so that you can just pull the plug while it's charging. I'm not a fan of that. I mean, yeah, it creates a little arc and then I can smell the fireworks in the Type 2 plug. But I discovered when I had Neo that the Neo, yes, when you finish charging, it will, if I preheat, it will pull from the battery. I'm not sure. Rather than pulling from the plug. But also, yeah, not only Neo, but also Firefly, which is basically Neo. Firefly and Neo. How is this again? Yeah, if you stop charging in the app, like if you set charge limit to 80% to 100% or whatever, if you stop charging in the app, you cannot start again. You need to unplug and plug it in, because I think it unlocks the charge port, and then it cannot handshake again. But if you stop the charging from easy, then you can start it again from easy and resume. And then the third thing I noticed, or I discovered, was that if I lower the current in the Easy app, because of various reasons, right? The car, of course, lowers it as expected, but then if I raise the current again in Easy app, then the car does not raise the power. I need to unplug and plug it in, and then it takes the power. So I'm like, what the heck? I sent this to Neo, said that maybe you guys should fix this shit. Nope, they didn't look at it. So I'm like, oh, do you guys want to improve or not? Plus a bunch of other things I experienced or noticed. Thank you. Now we have the freaking honking, man. Since we're already ranting about Chinese cars. Oh, I remember when I had the MG S6, and if I would try to lock the car, and not all the doors were closed, it would honk at you. And also when I was, well, how is this again? When I just opened one of the doors gently, so I wouldn't want it to lock. Because sometimes the car goes into some kind of locking spree, just like this car here, the Mazda. Yeah, I remember the freaking Mazda, man, super annoying. I exited the car, and then I closed the door because it was freaking cold outside, right? And then by the time I walk over behind the car, because the charge port is on the right side, which is the wrong side, should have been left side, was the right side. So I walk over to the other side to plug it in, and then it freaking locks the car, so I can't open the charge port. So, are you serious, man? It should detect that I'm still within, I'm still 1 meter or less than 1 meter away from the car. No, the locking is super aggressive. And then when I was in the Firefly, I exited the car, closed the front door fully, then opened the back door to take out Axel, and then while I was doing that, then somehow the Firefly detected that I had left the car, but then the rear door was open, and then it honked at me because it was trying to lock the car. I was like, are you serious? I'm inside the car trying to pull out Axel, then it honks at me. And the same when I remember some of the MGs when I was out at night doing something, or on Sunday morning or some shit, trying to do some stuff, shoot some video, and then it freaking honks at you. It's like, oh, be quiet now, it's Sunday, I'm half German. I want to have it nice and quiet on Sunday. Sunday is holy day. Oh damn, look at the traffic suddenly. 7, okay, almost 8. People are getting ready for celebration. That means that there might be more traffic now northbound also. So I'm ready to deduct some slowness if I must. Holy shit, man, it goes slow. Oh shit, what the heck, man. 20 kilometers per hour under the set speed again. Wow. Oh, come on, can you just drive normal, please? Okay, whatever. Just set the time. This is a test about how fast this car can do it. Oh no, don't go so damn slow. Come on, 15 kilometers per hour under the set speed. Okay, let me see. How is it again? We're supposed to be at Yeshope around 8:20. Okay, we're gonna see about that. Oh, the battery's cooled down. Okay. All those U-turns on Norwegian highways, no wonder the car slowed down, huh? What does a U-turn have to do with that? We're not in a curve. I mean, we're not in a U-turn. It happens in a curve without any U-turn remotely close. Let me tell you when it slows down. It's already now going 2 kilometers per hour below the set cruise control speed for some reason. Oh, okay, Joe, okay. Here, dude, you can't, here. Minus 6 kilometers per hour in that curve. Wow. Oh, this would drive me nuts, if I own this car. Or if I had to drive it on a daily basis. there's a woman in the Outlander here, slow poking and camping in the left lane, and there's a Polestar too, with a badge in the grill, which means it's the upgraded Polestar 2 Pawel. This woman is camping in the left lane, and the Polestar is like, "Get the fuck out of the way, woman!" this dude is like, the Polestar is like, "Get the fuck out of the way, man!" Woman's like, "Oh, she's gonna camp over here, man." Oh shit, man! I chose the wrong path. Okay, let's see. I didn't expect that ET7 to go that slow. Okay. Yeah, now the Polestar is hammering it, but then the freaking woman in the Outlander is also hammering it after the Polestar. You know, I'm gonna tell you guys how annoying Norwegians are. They would camp slow, like here, right? They pass another car, right? And then they're just camping in the left lane, and they have a bunch of cars behind them. And then I don't know. Not sure if you guys see the whole picture here, because now there's a quite wide gap here. The right lane is really empty, and then they camp like this for a long time, and then suddenly they move over to the to the right lane and let the cars pass. Like, why did they do that? You know, 500 meters or 1 kilometer early, right after they passed the last car, right? I just have to not be too annoyed. Just like when I get stuck behind Thai right lane huggers in Thailand. It's just like, okay, whatever. We just undertake them. You can't be mad at them, because then you're gonna be mad all the time. Yeah, exactly. You're happy you don't have to deal with all these Nisse, man. And for me, okay, sometimes I tend to hug the left lane, like now, but I always check the mirror. If there's someone coming behind Schnell, then I move over. But just look at that. Look at the. Look at this is exactly what I said. That Outlander, that woman, is a woman driving the Outlander. She was just camping in the left lane, derp, 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 and then suddenly she decides to go to the right lane. Oh shit, man! This is Comedy Central. Oslo Centrum. Okay, yeah. Lots of expect disturbance in the force because of 7th Mai. Well, you can't blame her. She's wearing a budnad, driving an Outlander. She's going to some party or event. Yeah. It's the Constitution Day. We need to be nice to the Norwegians. It's their big day today. Oh, now this car is being annoying. Okay, I just want to observe how it slows down in the curve here, but come on. No, okay, no, it's going slower now because of the curve. Come on. Push it hard. Okay, there you go. Also, what usually happens is that, just like what happened now, is that we reach a speed limit, or a lower speed limit. We went from 80 to 70 zone, and then I slowed down. I decreased my speed by 10 kilometers per hour. But many Norwegian Nisse, they don't slow down. They just keep the same speed. Yeah, this guy, he just keeps the same speed after the speed limit change. Like, well. Oh, the car slowed down again. Oh, shit. Okay, I have not been slowed down by any traffic in front. So whatever slowdown we have now is not deductible. It's just the car slowing down in every freaking curve, man. There's so many curves on the way from the border to Yes Home. Oh, it's 8 now. Dude, what? I'm supposed to finish in 20 minutes? There's no way I'm gonna go from here to Yes Home in 20 minutes. Wait, okay, 953 now. Okay, we have to go to 992. What? 992, this is 40 more kilometers. Dude, if I'm gonna go 40 kilometers in 20 minutes, I need to average 120 kilometers per hour. Shit. Oh, the slowdown. Oh, shit. Going at 60 kilometers per hour here. Okay. And then over here. Yeah. Always over here, people that hug the left lane. No matter how fast or slow they drive, they always hug the left lane here. It's just, I don't know, a curse around here. I mean, because, okay, in 1.5 kilometers, the right lane disappears, but that is in 1.5 or 2 kilometers, right? Holy shit. Can the car even see in this driving conditions? Dude, this is amazing that the car can see the lines. What the heck, man? But a little bit of rain is like, God, use all this there. I can't even see the lines. Get sun in my face. Dude, what kind of voodoo is this, huh? Ancient Chinese secret. You guys can barely see the lines. Dude, now the car says 16% at arrival. Are you for real? What was the consumption? No, it's probably being way off again. Consumption, this like, oh, it's 213 watt hour per kilometer. Wow. No, but that means it's going to be higher by the time we, no. Okay. Car is just, I think I know how it works. Because, okay, the whole estimation thing, right? If you've been hammering it, that's what we did. We hammered it on the 110 zone, constant from Spekkele to Strømstad. Then the car was like, oh, you've been hammering it. Okay, you're not going to make it to Jøstheim because it totally ignores that we have to drive through Oslo with low speed limit and shit like that. But now that we drove via Oslo, it's like, oh, you've been going actually quite low on consumption here. But it's like, no, from here, we have to go uphill. And we have headwind, and we have higher speed limit soon. But the car doesn't care about it. It seems like it's quite dumb. It seems to only take their past consumption for the past 50 kilometers or whatever, and then it applies that to the upcoming remaining whatever distance, right, on navigation. It doesn't calculate height, elevation, temperature, speed limits, or I don't know. It seems to be quite primitive because it's weird how this shit works, man. Oh, the lines were clear. Okay, maybe it was clear on the camera, but I was struggling it because I got the shot in my face with the reflection. But I remember an early version of, I think it was Neo, or was it BYD? No, I think it was Neo. Um, it did a really primitive estimation at arrival. It would not show percent at arrival, it would show kilometers at arrival. And the way it worked is that it took the VLTP range that you have. It took the, it looked at the distance. Yeah, it looked at the distance to destination, and it counted that as VLTP range. So I remember in Neo we charged to 500 kilometers VLTP, but you never get that, right? But it never changed, or this was before they started with the dynamic stuff. But so then I could easily count that if I need to drive 100 kilometers, that VLTP or whatever, that translates into 20%. So the car would then estimate that you will need 20% to go there. But no. In many cases, you need to spend way more than 20%, maybe more like 30%. Okay, 964. Whoa, it slows down here. What the heck, man? Steering assist. Yes, it has auto steer. Oh, the battery cooled down now, 19 to 36 degrees. Okay, maybe I just want to go deep and then charge it to 100%. But that's going to take around 7, no, more like 8 hours. That means 6 tonight we will hit 100%. So I can figure out how many kilowatt hour we possibly have. they slow down? I'm not 100% sure, but it feels like it has less slowdown if you. What? What? Okay, I mean either you hammer it or. What the heck, man? I mean either you go schnell or you don't go schnell. This Skoda is getting annoying. Yeah, it's like he goes fast, passes me, and then he slows down. And then I'm like, okay, I want to cruise a little bit faster. But the Skoda is suspicious. Because he has that, well, it's probably Forsvaret. I don't think it's civilpoliti, but it has that, you know, the Riksvåpenet, the thing that is with the lion and the thing with the badge, yellow and red badge on the side. So it's like, Because most likely it's Forsvaret, so it's the defense, whatever. So they don't have any police pilot there. But actually, I wonder if it's militärpoliti, then they could actually pull you over. Yeah, that happened before. I heard from a friend. He was hammering it past militärpoliti, and then they pull him over. But they didn't have a measurement on him. But they still gave him a warning and all that. Okay, 974. That means 18 kilometers left. We just correct for, we will see how much slowdown we have. But it's not going to affect it that much. Probably not going to make any difference. But let's see. We have to add 1 hour and 46 minutes. So we are currently at 9. Well, we are at 9 hours now. 46, 50. So yeah, we're at 9 hours. So then I calculated it should be 9.6 or 9.10, somewhere between there. But we'll see once we reach Yesholm. It should be, we should be at Yesholm exit around 9:20, which is in 6 minutes only. But dude, I have 23% left. Really? Wait. So I was guessing on. Well, we have 210. No, I have 208 watt-hour per kilometer now. So it seems like I didn't have to charge you 70%. The car should have told me, "Oh, you're fine. You can charge you 65%, and you will arrive with 10%." No, what the heck? I'm gonna finish. Right? I'm gonna 99 with 18%. Really? Okay. We'll see. We'll see. I have it on camera. The car told me, "Oh, you will arrive with, or you won't make it." I was like, "Huh? Okay, keep charging then." And then suddenly I arrive with 18%. Well, yeah. This is how misleading the car's estimation is. better suspension. I feel like it's similar, but I almost feel like we have less noise than the Model 3. There's more rumbling here. I noticed this immediately because I just happened to switch from Model 3 to this car 2 days ago. So I had the Model 3 quite fresh in memory, and then I sat in here. I was like, whoa, 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 huh? I was wondering if the tires were overinflated, because that would usually result in more rumbling noise. Oh, we have 21% left, but it ain't over until it's over. So, but dude, that's a lot. Well, I felt like I couldn't trust the result from the route planner, so I had to guess myself. But actually, on this leg, let me check here. We did consume 210 watt-hour per kilometer. Yeah, and I think I was guessing on 210 with a little bit of margin. Okay, we'll see by the time we get back home how many percent we have. Because it might start dropping fast. Well, actually, no, I need to deep. Yeah. Okay. But we are getting close to 999 now. Let me see. 985. Consumption 227, and correct is 225 for the total. It seems like it's not that much delay, so we should finish. Oh, I mean, we should cross by the Yesheim exit around 8:20, which is happening soon. $986. Okay, so it's 46 now. It's actually 6 minutes past. Yeah, 6 minutes past 10. So I guess it's gonna be 10 minutes past 10 then. 10:10, alright. 987. Dude, but this is actually really close though. It's just 10 hours and 6 minutes now. 988. I think, okay guys, what do you guys think? It's gonna be 10 hours and 7 or 8 minutes. There's 10 hours and 7 minutes now. Do we count 10.5 or 10.10? $989, 19% left. Holy shit balls. Overshot that by far. It's yeah, 7. It's going to be 10 hours and 8 minutes. Which should be rounded up to 10:10. there, 990. Oh, okay, he exit without blinking, yeah, of course. I was anticipating that he would exit there. Overcharge. Okay, yeah, let's. Okay, all right. All right, let's do the countdown. 9991, 9992. No, wait, no. Not there, 992. Okay, my bad. 9993. 4. What? 4? It skipped 3. 995. 996. 997. 998. 9999. 1000. And then time 8:22, so it becomes 46. It becomes 10 hours and 8 minutes, which means we need to round it up to 10 hours and 10 minutes. Yeah, or now it's 9. Okay, 9. But then we arrive with 18%. Dude, the car, ABC always blame car, because when I was charging at 69%, the car said, oh, I can't make it. And then suddenly we arrive with 18%. What the heck is up with that, huh? The car being bad at estimating. Yeah, I think I know what happened, which was that when we got to the previous charger, we have been hammering it in our 110 zone. So the car was like, oh, you've been consuming a lot in the past. So no, you're not gonna make it here. But then when you actually drive here, it has lots of lower speed limits. And then it was like, oh, you can make it here. Oh, because I was also guessing that the consumption would be around 210, and then you see that the consumption was 210 with 10% margin. So with a non-linear scale and all that, then it's just so hard to estimate things. But okay, I'm gonna drive home first, and then I will decide if it's gonna be 1010 or 10.5. I can ask the live stream also. Actually, the live stream people voted for 10.5. Actually, some people say 1010. Wait, I forgot. If I want to go deep, wait, I need to hammer it then. Well, I still have 18% left, dude. That's a lot. Do you want to go towards cleavage? No, I don't want to go there. I want to go here. This is okay. I forgot. I need to go back kind of slow, but just wanna. Okay, let's do a charging test, right? I don't think I have any plans to go anywhere today. Wait. Okay, no, I can use the Tesla. I need to pick up some people in the airport, but I can use the Tesla. The Model S. Yeah, I'm gonna pick up David. Because this car will be charging by the time they arrive. And I need to keep it uninterrupted. So now we need to hammer it. 18%, 45 kilometers of GOM range. No. It's more like I need to hammer only around 30 kilometers-ish to go deep. Okay, I'll just go to Dahl first, and then I'll find out what to do. Because I feel like the traffic is going faster over here versus closer to cleavage. Dude, the annoying auto stare shite is on again. The one that is called lane departure switch. Okay, disable it. Boom. Holy shit, it slows down there. What the heck, it slows down here? Okay, so the consumption was 225 watt-hour per kilometer. And that is slightly lower than the extreme cold run. So I suspect that something was off, or I don't know, there's no way when we draw in minus 17 degrees Celsius and minus 10 degrees that the consumption on this plus 10 degree run would be barely lower. But yeah, but what were it? Model S? Model S was at around 210, right? Well, I have to pay attention there. Oh, not that, okay. Okay, I can still drive. Wait, the car says 17 kilometers, I have 16%. I should be able to go to Dal at least and then turn around, and then I could slow poke a bit towards the end if I must. What was the 1,000 kilometer consumption on the Model S? Was Model 3 is smaller, right? This car is 4.9 meters, which is closer to a Model S in size. Because Model 3 was only 185 watt-hour per kilometer. That's Model 3. Model 3 alien technology. But yeah, I mean, the aerodynamic or the drag coefficient here is not that great compared to what it could be. They could have shaped the front slightly differently to make it more efficient. And then, okay, always blame spoiler. Okay, I had spoiler up for the first 560 kilometers. Yeah, but I mean, how much would a spoiler spoil? Well, maybe I should test it. Yeah, ID7 is actually quite close in size. ID7 fastback. Okay, I'm down to 15%. But the car claims 9% on arrival. Can we trust it? Okay, let me just turn around at Dal and then hope that we can make it to Yes Home. I'm not sure how deep I want to go. So I kind of need to time it so that I end up close to home. And then there are not that many fast loops around there. Actually, here is really good because we have that 5 kilometer loop to Mogren and back again. But then I won't end up here. I need to end up at home. This car slows down. Good one. Okay. But what we see? So I-999 not that far after the exit. Yeah, I think it's roughly the right place. I'm just trying to check if my distance error thing is correct. But you know, we don't 999 here, right? And we don't 999 before normally before the Yes Home exit. If that happened, then it means that things are a bit off. Because based on the distance error calculation, I normally 999 on the same spot within a few kilometers. And yeah, it also depends, of course, on how many charging stops we take and where they are and so on. But for example, today I did not take the longer Varberg stop. Let me see. So the first stop was where the heck was it again? First stop was Ljungskile. Okay, Ljungskile, not that far off, and it was the right side also. Yeah, because crossing the road usually adds 100 meters or a bit, but Ljungskile, and then second stop was Falkenberg. Then I have to cross the road. First run and then the second run, so that was slow-ish, yeah, long-ish route. And then Spekkerud on the way same side on the way north, so that was fine. And then Strömstad, crossing the road again, but yeah, not too long detours. So I think it makes sense. Yeah. And even if I miss by 1%, well, like, actually not 1%, but like 0.1, 0.2%. So maybe it wasn't 0.8% underreporting, it was 0.7. Then that's only 1 kilometer difference, which takes 30 seconds to drive in the 120 hammering I do. Okay, let me see. 13%. Oh yeah, we're gonna go deep. The car claims 7% on arrival. Well, don't count on that. Because once we hit 10%, it will plummet. We're still 12 kilometers away. 11 kilometers away. Oh yeah, what I can do is I can drive towards Cleavage. Yeah, on the B road. The back road towards Cleavage. And then I turn around. That's actually a relatively quick way to drain some battery. Once you go deep enough. We'll see. I kind of want to go real deep, but then I need to take out some variables, like me sitting in the car digging around. That could suck 400, 500 watts, 400 watts maybe. So we don't want to sit there too long. But I guess I can sit at 0 for a little bit before I plug in. And to do a quick wrap up and then get the heck back inside and then empty the car and then plug it in. Start charging. Right one, 0%. Okay, but okay, do you guys? Oh yeah, is it 10.5 or is it 10.10? Because actually the car made me unsure, because I calculated that I would spend 60%. I actually didn't spend 60%. I spent around 55% or something, or less than that, which is kind of weird based on the kilowatt hour numbers. Yeah. So the car was misguiding me, telling me that I won't make it. I was like, oh, okay, well. So actually, if I listen blindly to the car, I would still keep charging to 75%, and then I would ride with 25% or almost 30%. Yeah, so the estimation is not good at all. You can't trust it. And then even if you're a ninja like me and you try to calculate based on percent, then even that doesn't make sense. Because the scale is not linear. And also plus that I don't know exactly how many kilowatt hour we have. It seems like suddenly at the end now we get more kilowatt hour from the battery. If it was spot on like I expected, then we should arrive with 10%. When we arrive with 19%. Okay, now we're at 10%. We're hammering it. 5 kilometers left for yes home. Fast as Model. No, absolutely not. You haven't watched the video. Model 3 Standard Highland did it in 9:25. 40 minutes faster. No wait. Yeah, 40 minutes faster than this car, which has a bigger battery even. Yeah, and that's the thing. Once you experience the thing plummet below 10%, then you don't you want to have a massive margin. You can just look at the result table. The all battery, the all Model 3 SR Plus 60 kilowatt hour did it in the premium, yeah, did it in 9:30. But the new battery is faster. It has more energy and it charges faster, 175 kilowatt flat. So it made it in 9:25. Oh, this guy's hammering it. Oh, that is not police, it's just a guy. That's the typical people that the police want to pull over. Well, I still have 8%, but okay, whatever. Let's drive towards cleavage and the percentage will drop fast anyway. Oh, that was 2022 tech, yeah, okay. 4-year-old Model 3 then. Did it in 10 hours. Wait, was it? I don't remember. I had to check in the table. I've done so many tests now, so I tend to forget which one's which. Okay, let's just go here. Oh, the car looks kind of sluggish. Okay. Well, this is exactly what I've been saying, that some people, like the guys in the chat here, they just want a Mazda. They don't care. They don't care about all the annoying features with this car. Yeah, so yeah, that's why I say, you know, I'm not gonna say in this video or many other videos that don't buy this car, but I just know how it is. But I think many people, they don't care about this, you know, whatever his name is, Cat, wow, holy man, long name, but the guy who said I will take the Mazda any day over Tesla, the Cat, whatever channel, was, you probably don't know or don't care that this car slows down in the curve in a very annoying way, and that the auto steer jiggles like this. You know, okay, I'm just exaggerating it so you can see it better, but I can see it on the steering wheel even, that it does that, and that there is a 0.7 second lag from when you push the throttle until the car starts moving, and that the car colgates if it's minus 10 degrees, and I was even hammering it, but if it's minus 10 or even I think even 0 degrees, if you go to yellow, you will not get 165 kilowatt. You will get around 85 kilowatt or worse. And the list just goes on with this car. Like a lot of stuff like I couldn't live with. Oh, I had to consider turning around now. That's 7%. And also the whole thing that the biggest flaw maybe is that, oh, hey, okay, no traffic. That's why we do it. And this also happens many times. I stop, I push the brake, I push the stalk upwards to go in reverse. It doesn't enter reverse. It happened so many times with this car and the D-Power. And I test so many cars, including Tesla and Xpeng and Mercedes, and many cars nowadays, they have the gear stalk, like this car also, right? But they don't fail to change gear, or when you hear this, you know, the click, you know, that thing, you feel it, you hear it. That is like a confirmation that you push the stalk in the direction you want it to change gear. No, it doesn't change gear. It happened to this Mazda and also the D-Pal many times. And I pushed the brake Of course, I know how this stuff works, but it's like it's misregistering it. Very like, similar to when I, on the Model 3, when you click on the steering wheel to activate autopilot, it misregisters it. You hear the click, you feel the click, but it doesn't enable autopilot or whatever, right? And but then in the Palladium, they seem to use different hardware, because there when you hear when you click, it actually registers. But I love the gear shifter here. It's very close, intuitive, and close to where your right hand is. It's a shame that Tesla removed the gear selector, because it was wonderful, but they tried to cut costs, but I think they made the car worse, cutting too much. And actually, when I think about this, the old cruise control shifter was actually quite good, very ergonomic, and you can do distinct movements to up and down and whatever. And then they moved it to the scroll wheel, which actually made it worse, because you then overload it with some other functions, where I don't remember what you could do there. Did the Model S have a physical shifter? Yeah. The Mercedes shifter, similar shape, and look at this one, many other. Okay, I'm down to 4%. Not sure how far I want to go. Well, actually, we can just go around here even, but it claims 8 kilometers. Okay, we can go here because we have the quick turnarounds. And then in case, whatever, I know that there's a massive buffer here, but in case something, I could just bail out at the Yemen here, so it's fairly safe. Anyone charging there? Yes, okay. Oh yeah, let's not forget, at 3% I have, let me check here, I have 70 kilowatt power limit. Oh, around 100 horsepower left at 3%. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, let's go around here. I could go on the next roundabout, but I just want to keep it safe and just stay on this stretch here. So I don't remember how it plummets towards the end. Shifter in stock instead of center console. Yeah, also same for me, right? The center console, you have to move your hand away from it, or from the whatever, you know. So it's way easier to have it there, and also it's in a fixed position, that thing. So you can just reach your hand from the steering wheel, and then it's always on the same position, right? Just like the blinker stock is always on the same position. Oh, 2%. Okay. It seems like each cycle here might steal 1%. So maybe once I have 1%, I can crawl back home, and then that will be it. That will actually be good enough. We don't have to be like 0%. We could just count the 2% now as 1%, and we can count 1% almost at 0% anyway, right? It's good enough. I can estimate from 1% to 100%, and then see how many kilowatt hour the EC app reports, and that will give me an indication of how many kilowatt hour we have. But I wonder, did I do this before? I don't remember if I did the charging test with the Mazda or not. Yeah, the freaking buttons in the center console or any like handles or anything like that is less convenient. Okay, 2%. How deep is your drive? Does it feel like I want to bail out now? It's probably deep enough. So I'll probably count this as 1% then. Whatever, if I drive with 2% or 1%, I'll count it as 1% in my estimation now. Should be good enough. It doesn't have to be spot on. It can be off by a couple of 100 watt-hour. Oh, 1% now. Okay, 1%. We have 53 kilowatt power limit left. And the battery, the thing is that the battery is at 20 to 38 degrees, so it's not that cold. 20 degrees in the min temp, and we still have this massive power limit. All right, now almost 9. All right, I need to do a quick wrap up and then get inside. And then, well, okay, so we haven't decided yet. Do we go for? Do we go for 10-10 or 10-5? Okay, spam now. 10-10, 10-5. 10-10. 1 10-10. I can just idle a bit to drain some battery. 10-10 is winning. $10.5, okay, $10.5, okay, even now, 10-10, 10-5. 10-5, well, 10-5 is leading. 10-10, okay, it's even, wait. Oh, 10-5 is leading. We have 3 10-10 and 2 10-5. Well, how many votes do I get then? My vote counts as 10, right? Give the Chinese a break. 10-10. But it seems to be kind of even between 10-10 and 10-5. Wait, dude. Since we are waiting now, I have to show you guys something. Model S Lowrider, anyone? Yeah, I don't know if what I need to do. If I unlock the car, will it activate the suspension? But it's I think it belongs to Valdemar, and then he let one of his the workers, David, who works at Valdemar, drive it. And he probably like, well, whatever. It leaks some air, but whatever. Looks cool when it's sitting there. Like, oh yeah. Okay, so it seems like it's even between 10-10, 10-5. All right. Well, oh, there we're back actually at 0%. Dude, we had 0% 1 kilometer. It's just draining 800 watts right now, HVAC. Okay, I will. I vote for 10-5. Okay, I think if we were a bit luckier, and actually I was stuck behind that Skoda. It was kind of suspicious. We had, I don't know. Wait, someone call me. David. Oh shit. Oh. 8:30. Oh, wait, what was it? Ja, hej son. Når kommer du cirka? Å ja, nå kom dere. Ok. Jeg kan hoppe inn i bilen. Jeg visste ikke at du kom nå. Jeg trodde du kom i ettermiddag, nemlig. Ok. Det var Valland som kom i ettermiddag. Ok, men jeg må bare hoppe inn i den andre bilen, så kommer jeg. Ok, fint. Ses vi. Ha det, ha det. Guys, I have to go pick up David first. I'll be back when we turn off this thing. I hope that we die, right?
Hit pedal to start.
Oh, okay. They were. He was waiting for a while, and then I guess he didn't want to wait anymore. So then he ordered Bolt. Yeah. But I was just rushing back here. 0% 0 now. Okay, we are good to go. Let me see. Now, this is gonna be for the consumption video. Alright, this is gonna be for the consumption video, or whatever you call it. Range test. Alright, we have then calculate based on losses. So we actually went deep. I was just sitting here still, and we actually went to 0 kilometers, 0%, and then we are actually pulling 200 watts still. But okay, whatever. So I'm gonna plug in soon and charge to 100%, and then we calculate based on that also. Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna end very soon. So I will just do the wrap up, and then I think that's it. Let me see. There. Okay. I was gonna go to the airport, but he ordered Bolt instead. Hope it wasn't too expensive, the Bolt. I was ready to go pick him up. I think he was waiting for a while, and maybe people got a bit impatient. But it would have been better if I picked him up. It's just that I just got home right now. But it was strange that didn't the phone ring in the car? That's strange. He called me and the phone was connected via Bluetooth, but it never popped up. Strange. That is strange indeed. Okay, I have to do a quick wrap up. So I will, yeah, I've decided that we will count it as 10-5. Because there was a slight delay in the traffic. Not much, slight delay, which could have tipped it over there. And if I was slightly luckier, I would have charged a bit less and then made it there, right? See the behind. But yeah, that was 224 watt-hour per kilometer, and then in the extreme cold run we had 233. Okay, when I drove slow towards Chile, I used less energy. Okay, but still, that doesn't make any sense. The consumption number back then. Well, he was charging a lot slower. Yeah. So actually, okay, let's see. So suddenly, if you are at 10.5 or even 10.10, what kind of cars are we matching then? C-Line 7, wow. E2E, wow. I4 and 50 and stuff. Okay, after asking the live stream, there seems to be an even split between people who want 10.10 and 10.5. And then I also have my vote that counts too, right? So we're gonna decide it that it's gonna be 10.5 because I was slowed down by some traffic and some other stuff on the way here. Plus that, I was a bit unlucky maybe with the guests. We arrived at 19%. So you can say that if we rerun this and I had the better luck, right, I could have done it in 10.5, right? Okay. But it was a big improvement over the winter run, and it was mainly because the winter run we charged so slow. And when it comes to consumption, I don't know what happened there. Did we get a new software update since last time? Because what I've seen in the test back then when it was winter is that it seems like the car is hiding from consumption. It lies about it. It doesn't count heater, which makes sense when I looked at some of the results. You know? I wonder if heater was excluded. That's why the consumption seems to be kind of low. Now it's a lot better weather versus minus 17 degrees Celsius. Yeah, whatever. Just based on that. But okay. But 10.5, how fast is it? Well, it's actually on par with C-Line 7 that charges a lot faster, but it's thirstier, a lot thirstier. Or the E2E, which also is, what is a SUV, you know? And then BMW i4 M50. Yeah, similar weather, but actually more, well, thirstier. But it was charging at 200 kilowatts. But this car actually has really impressive flat 155-ish, right? Curve until 45%, and it was consistent, at least, okay? And then it started replicating, but whatever, we still ride on the fast speed, so yeah, I think this is actually legit. I don't think I have miscalculated anything. We didn't deduct too much, so I'd say this is actually what I wanted to prove, that this car can actually go quite fast. You know, it has not that big battery, but it charges relatively fast, and it seems to be relatively efficient. Yeah, so that's why you can actually do it in around 10 hours. So yeah, okay. Anyway, everything else here remains the same. I should mention it now. I'm not gonna bitch too much about this throughout the video, but the car still slows down in the curve up till 20 kilometers per hour lower than the set speed limit. Well, I mean, not my set cruise control speed. It still has that 0.2 lag before we get torque when we floor it, or just even when I get, not even floor, but get moving in a roundabout. It has a bit of weirdness here and there. The auto steer is a bit seen. So those stuff doesn't seem to have changed, but this test was about how fast it can go 1,000 kilometer challenge. And it doesn't have preheating yet. Okay, whatever. So I think that's gonna be for now. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching, and talk to you later. Okay, guys, that's it. Yeah, we just say 10-5. And now I need to get the car inside the garage and start charging. I have to also pack my shit here and then get this ready, and this ready, and then go inside and then close this. So, mic problems? No, the microphone is here because I move in and out of the car. You can still hear me, and the microphone is over there. But I haven't attached the microphone because I've been running in and out of the car, and you don't want to pull the cable by accident. He ordered Uber. Hi son. Hey son. Hi son. Okay, let's get the car started first. And I guess I'll charge at max speed. Okay. David, unfortunately, I was not able to pick him up. I was so close. I was gonna drive, and then he ordered. There was an Uber sitting there ready, so he's just like whatever. He probably been waiting He's been waiting maybe 20 minutes, and and then because he sent a message to me, but then I don't read messages when I'm driving, and I was probably doing it 9 or something roughly, or around there, right? So plus that I thought that I remember wrong, because I thought that he was gonna arrive this afternoon, but it's actually Valdemar who arrives this afternoon. So David, he arrives in the morning, yeah. So I missed that, but I didn't read the message. I didn't respond. But then the weird thing was that he called me, but I'm not sure if the thing popped up here. That was strange. Was it not connected to Bluetooth? Yeah, it says connected to calls. Huh? What? 9. I need to check this out. This is strange. Yeah, David, he called me at 8:39. Huh? That's strange. Huh? What? Dude, he called me at 8:39, and then I called him back at 8:52. As soon as I saw that he called me, yeah, 8:52, that's 16 minutes ago. Then I saw it, and then called. It means that he called me, but I didn't see it in the car. Huh? Is that even possible? How can it be? Because I connected the phone on Bluetooth. I have played music via Bluetooth, and it says here on the phone that it's connected for music, for calls and music. Yeah, because but I could have, but he probably didn't watch my live stream. But if if he called me and I replied to him, I would say, oh, sorry, okay, you can hang on. I mean, five more minutes. I could even rush back home, and I could probably just do the idling trick to bring the battery down, right? It could actually just idle, yeah, while I was gone anyway. But whatever, no big deal. I also asked him how much did the Uber cost, and it was 300 NOK. So okay, no, for him, no big deal. He has probably plenty of other expenses. I tried to save him for expenses, but he actually did go there on his own. Yeah, he just parked here and went on his own, and then he also went back on his own. So he probably paid the 600 NOK in Uber, but then he saved the parking cost, which is I don't know how much. How much it cost for Dalen parkering for 1 week, but it wasn't even 1 week. I'm just curious now. I'm just wondering if is it worth it for these guys if they had to pay for Uber. I would of course pick them up if it's possible. Yeah, it was exactly 1 week. Okay, let me see. Pris Dalen parkering en uke. Dalen parkering cost. Huh? It says from 490 to 930 NOK. And then okay, you have to take the shuttle bus. It would almost be cheaper to park there if it's only for 1 week. Oh, okay, whatever. But maybe you have to order beforehand, long time or whatever. Okay, but he always comes here and parks here, David and Valdemar, so that's nice. I can help them save money. Now I need to plug it in because it's been at 0 for a little bit now. Hey, where's the thick one? Okay, it's charging. It's gonna take 7 hours and 20 minutes. Okay. Anyway, guys, that's it. Have a nice 17th of May celebration for Norwegians, and then Have a nice Sunday for the rest of you guys.